Katz, J. J. Katz was a psychiatrist and bioethicist who compiled an authoritative sourcebook about medical experimentation. He was a member of committees that reviewed two well-known human experiments: the Tuskegee study of untreated syphilis and the Cold War human radiation experiments. In both cases, he wrote a dissenting opinion in which he emphasized the failure of the physicians to recognize the importance of voluntary and informed consent. Jacob Katz was born in Germany. When he was 11, the Nazis came to power. At the age of 16, after being subjected to anti-Semitism at his school and after his father's arrest by the Gestapo, he escaped to Prague and eventually to New York, where he found work in an auto parts store. He attended the University of Vermont and, in 1949, received his medical degree from Harvard. He then served as a captain in the Air Force. In 1955, Katz began teaching psychiatry at Yale and developed an interest in the overlap between psychiatry and the law. In 1958, he became an assistant professor of psychiatry and law at Yale. Katz rarely wrote about medical ethics without referring both to the experiments performed by Nazi doctors during World War II and the Nuremberg Code. He always emphasized the importance of the first principle of the Nuremberg Code, that consent be informed and voluntary. In 1972, with co-authors Alexander Capron and Eleanor Glass, Katz compiled an authoritative book about medical experimentation called Experimentation with Human Beings, The Authority of the Investigator, Subject, Professions, and State in the Human Experimentation Process, with extensive documentation of experiments, using case studies and material reflecting the viewpoints of medicine, sociology, and law. He also included material about the formulation, administration, and review of human experimentation. That same year, he was named to a federal panel to investigate the 4-decade-long Tuskegee study of untreated syphilis, in which black men with syphilis were not treated. In the final report of the Tuskegee Syphilis Study Ad Hoc Advisory Panel, the panel described the study 196 as ethically unjustified and concluded that once penicillin became available in 1943, it should have been made available to the infected participants. They also called for federal protections for medical research subjects. Katz, however, thought that the majority report did not go far enough and wrote his own stronger statement saying that the subjects in the TSUS had been exploited, manipulated, and deceived. The committee had spent some time wondering whether the Tuskegee physicians had indeed thought that it was acceptable to withhold possibly harmful and possibly ineffective treatment from black men with syphilis. Katz wrote that instead the only relevant question was whether the subjects had been treated with dignity and as equal participants in the study. When will we take seriously our responsibilities, particularly to the disadvantaged in our midst who so consistently throughout history have been the first to be selected for human research? A year after the Tuskegee report, Katz served on a panel of prominent academics who called for a moratorium on the use of poor people as subjects of medical experimentation. In 1994, Katz was one of 14 members of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments, established by President Bill Clinton, to review the human radiation experiments conducted between 1944 and 1974. Once again, he did not think that the committee's findings were strong enough. Katz noted that the Cold War-era physicians who conducted these studies did not think that they had to pay any attention to the principles of the Nuremberg Code for two reasons. First, from their point of view, the Nuremberg Code had been written in response to the Nazi physicians who carried out sadistic experiments on concentration camp inmates, and, second, the code only applied to non-patients. In contrast, American physicians were not sadistic people, and they usually experimented on patients, thus, they thought that the Nuremberg Code principles did not apply to their actions. In his comments as a member of ACRA, Katz was critical of the regulatory processes that were in effect in the 1990s. Even though consent forms and institutional review boards existed by that time, he thought that they were inadequate in protecting research subjects. He described many consent forms as so long and overly detailed that they obfuscated the essential issue, which was that research subjects were taking a risk in participating and that the likelihood that they would benefit from the experiment was usually small. Katz noted that many IRBs failed to understand the importance of consent and were often pressured by their own institutions to approve experiments. He suggested the need for a national board to oversee human experimentation. In 2002, Katz led an investigation into the accusations against cancer researcher Cornelius Dusty Rhodes, who had been accused of deliberately giving subjects cancer in Puerto Rico while investigating hookworm and tropical sprue in 1931. Katz and the committee found no evidence of unethical experimentation. They did, however, note that Rhodes's comments about Puerto Ricans in a letter that he had written but not mailed were so offensive that the American 197 Association of Cancer Research should remove Rhodes's name from an award that they presented annually to a young researcher. Since the time of Hippocrates, Katz wrote, doctors have rarely been concerned about the autonomy of patients. They have wanted to help patients, but not to involve them in treatment decisions. Katz described how difficult it was for physicians, conscious of their superior medical knowledge, to understand the importance of self-determination. Katz was uncompromising in demanding that physicians and researchers obtain informed consent from their patients and subjects. He described how in both clinical and research situations, patients and subjects rarely understand the level of uncertainty involved in a proposed treatment. They often believe that the physician is more certain than he or she can be about the benefit of treatments. Katz argued that the physician should not perpetuate these misunderstandings, but should instead make sure that the patient fully understands the risks involved. With respect to research, subjects often think that they will personally benefit from the experiment. Katz criticized those researchers who have been unwilling to spend the time having difficult and lengthy conversations with their subjects about what often has been hidden from them, the fact that experimental treatments or procedures are done to help physicians learn how to help people in the future, not the subject currently volunteering for the experiment. Reference 1. Katz, in his Addenda Charge 1, in the final report of the Tuskegee Syphilis Study Ad Hoc Advisory Panel. In Reverby, Tuskegee Truths, 177. Kliegman, Albert. Between 1951 and 1974, dermatologist Albert Kliegman conducted many drug trials and experiments for pharmaceutical companies and the Army on inmates at Holmesburg Prison in Pennsylvania. He helped to establish the anti-acne and anti-wrinkle effects of tretinoin, a form of vitamin A. His work with prisoners is now considered to be an example of unethical medical research. Albert Kliegman received his medical degree from the University of Pennsylvania in 1947, and then he specialized in dermatology. A talented dermatologist, he described the hair follicle cycle and the development of acne. He was interested in fungal diseases of the skin and developed a test to differentiate between ringworm and other fungal infections. Some of this work with ringworm was done with children at the state colonies for the feeble-minded in Vineland and Woodbine in rural New Jersey, with funds provided by the United States Public Health Service. Because of Kliegman's expertise, he was asked to investigate an outbreak of a common fungal illness, known colloquially as athlete's foot, at Holmesburg Prison. 198. In Philadelphia. When he went there, he said, "All I saw before me was acres of skin. It was like a farmer seeing a fertile field for the first time." He saw the prisoners as convenient subjects for medical research, as did many others at the time, and in 1951, he began to use Holmesburg inmates in his experiments, including those performed on behalf of pharmaceutical companies. Because the Food and Drug Administration required that new products be tested in many people with and without the condition for which the product was intended, companies needed many subjects for drug trials, and prisons offered a large, captive population to researchers. He also did experiments for companies wanting to investigate the usefulness and side effects of perfumes, deodorants, shampoos, lipstick, toothpaste, and the like. Kliegman experimented with tretinoin, or retinoic acid, a derivative of vitamin A, as a way of softening skin. He used very high doses on patients at the University of Pennsylvania's acne clinic and the prisoners, both topically and by mouth, even though high doses of retinoic acid cause inflammation or irritation of the skin. Other researchers working with this drug had used lower doses to avoid this problem. But Kliegman persisted with high doses for several weeks. At these elevated doses, he noted that the drug decreased acne. Plus, some of his older female patients reported that it also diminished the appearance of wrinkles and brown spots and that skin texture improved. In other words, Kliegman had discovered that high doses of retinoic acid could diminish the harmful effects of sun on the skin. Kliegman was well prepared for this discovery, as he had been one of the first to describe photoaging, or the skin damage that can result from repeated exposure to ultraviolet radiation. He worked closely with the pharmaceutical company Ortho to promote retinoic acid as an anti-aging drug, even though the FDA had only approved it as an anti-acne drug. Although he was a dermatologist, Kliegman also worked in other areas of medical research. For example, he worked with R.J. Reynolds, the tobacco company, to investigate the relationship between smoking and bladder cancer. He worked with both the Central Intelligence Agency in their work with mind-altering drugs and with Army physicians based at the Edgewood Arsenal in Maryland who were testing drugs to incapacitate the enemy. Holmesburg Prison, one of many sites used by the CIA and Army agencies to test these drugs, provided a large number of prisoners for these experiments. The prisoners were housed in trailers separate from the rest of the prison. The Army physicians complained that Kliegman's work for them was carried out in a haphazard manner with insufficiently trained personnel. Not much more is known about these experiments because of their sensitive military nature and because Kliegman destroyed all of his files related to 199. These projects. Prisoners involved in these experiments experienced dizziness, perceptual illusions, and frightening hallucinations. Between 1965 and 1966, again using his Holmesburg prisoners as subjects, Kliegman studied the dermatological effects of a dioxin, tetrachlorodibenzopdioxin, a contaminant of the herbicide Agent Orange made by Dow Chemicals. This was the only study in which humans were deliberately exposed to dioxin. Dow wanted to determine the minimum amount of the drug that could cause chloracne, a type of acne, and had told Kliegman to use small doses and follow the subjects carefully because dioxin is known to be very toxic. Kliegman used low doses on a few subjects and saw no adverse side effects. Then he used doses far higher than what was recommended. When Dow found out, they severed their connection with him. There are no records identifying the prisoners and therefore no follow-up, so the health effects of this substance on these individuals are unknown. In 1966, the FDA stopped him from doing more research because of problems in his data collection but later rescinded this decision, perhaps due to pressure from the university and promises from Kliegman to improve the quality of his work. Kliegman's work with prisoners was complicated. Many liked the experiments because they were paid and were able to use the money to make bail, help their families, and buy toiletries in the prison. Those prisoners who acted as research associates decided which inmates would be picked as subjects and so had positions with some power. The prisoners did not take the experiments seriously and as a result did not always follow instructions. For example, when patches containing chemicals were applied to their skin, they would take the patches off once they were unobserved. In the 1970s, the extent of his work at Holmesburg Prison became known, as did that of other prison physician entrepreneurs, and the public became uneasy. It was just a few years after the thalidomide scare in the early 1960s in which babies with birth defects were born to women who had taken a supposedly safe drug for morning sickness. This incident had exposed what seemed like carelessness by some physicians. At the same time, the country was learning about the 40-year-long Tuskegee study of untreated syphilis, in which Black Americans with syphilis were either not treated or undertreated for their condition. In 1973, Jessica Mitford wrote a book, Kind and Usual Punishment, The Prison Business, that exposed the abuses taking place in American prisons, including unethical medical research. Then, In January 1974, the Holmesburg Prison Board of Trustees voted to end experimentation at the prison. Some inmates were angry at the thought that they would no longer be receiving payment and signed a petition of support of the experimentation program. In 1976, the National Commission for the Protection of Human Subjects of Biomedical and Behavioral Research issued a publication that effectively banned medical research in prisoners. In summary, Kliegman was an avid researcher who enthusiastically experimented on prisoners. Some were grateful for the chance to earn some money, but others, 200, claimed that they had been exploited. The prisoners may not have always been honest research participants, and Kliegman may have exposed them to considerable risks. The extent of his work with prisoners appalled those who were concerned that prisoners were a vulnerable population. He worked with many substances, including mind-altering ones, but is perhaps best known for his contributions to the development of the widely used anti-acne and anti-aging topical ointment Retin-A. Reference 1. Quoted in Hornblum, Acres of Skin, 37. Lawrence, Ernest, and John. Ernest Lawrence and his younger brother, John, were scientists and collaborators who were pioneers in the fields of physics and nuclear medicine. Ernest, a nuclear physicist, built the first cyclotron that produced large quantities of radioisotopes, which are used in many medical experiments. John, a physician, explored the medical uses of radiation and also arranged for their mother, who had cancer, to receive radiation, a new treatment at the time. Ernest Lawrence and his brother, John H. Lawrence, were born in South Dakota. Ernest completed his Ph.D. in physics at Yale and then moved to Berkeley, California. By 1929, he had built the world's first cyclotron, also known as a particle accelerator or atom smasher. A cyclotron accelerates subatomic charged particles along a spiral path. As the particle strikes an atom, the nucleus may either absorb it or emit another particle, or radioisotope. For the first time, large numbers of radioisotopes could be produced. Meanwhile, John had graduated from the Yale School of Medicine and realized that the radioisotopes his brother was producing could have many medical uses, including exploring the body and attacking cancer. He moved to Berkeley to work with Ernest and to develop the new field of medical physics. In 1936, John successfully treated a leukemia patient with a radioactive isotope of phosphate. This was the first time that a radioactive isotope had been used to treat an illness in a human. The next year, he used it to treat a patient with polycythemia vera, an illness in which too many red blood cells are produced. In 1937, Ernst and John's mother, Gertrude, then 67 or 68, was diagnosed with uterine cancer. The Mayo Clinic had told her that she had 3 months to live. With the hope of being able to do something to help her, her sons brought her from Minnesota to California, where she was treated with X-rays in San Francisco, then a new treatment for cancer. It made her ill. John, however, insisted that she continue to receive the radiation despite the side effects, and, as a result, her cancer went into remission and she was cured. She remained healthy. 201. Until her death at the age of 83. In 1942, he established the Donner Laboratory within the Lawrence Radiation Laboratory to develop nuclear medicine. During the 1930s and 1940s, the work with radiation became increasingly militarized and directed more toward national defense purposes than health care. Ernest Lawrence joined physicist J. Robert Oppenheimer and other scientists on the Manhattan Project, which was established in 1942 to create an atom bomb before the Germans could. After the war ended, the Manhattan Project announced, in 1946, a medical isotope distribution program as a top priority, partly to reassure the public that non-military advances could come from nuclear physics. This program was continued by the Atomic Energy Commission, established in 1947. The nuclear reactor at Oak Ridge National Laboratory in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, was built during World War II as part of the Manhattan Project. After the war ended, the reactor produced radioactive isotopes for peacetime scientific, medical, industrial, and agricultural uses. As well as distributing radioisotopes for medical studies or experiments, the AEC wanted to control what was done with the isotopes and insisted on reviewing all proposals. The AEC also required that the institutions establish a review process for the proposed studies. The researchers at Berkeley were indignant. They had been the first to use isotopes and argued that they did not need supervision, which they perceived as interference with their work. The AEC acquiesced. The Berkeley Radiation Laboratory thus became an independent entity, free of AEC control, and continued to be a leading institution with respect to the medical uses of radiation. The Donner Laboratory has been called the birthplace, and John Lawrence the father, of nuclear medicine. Nuclear medicine is now a medical specialty in which radioactive substances are used both to diagnose and to treat diseases. Leary, Timothy. Timothy Leary was a Harvard psychologist who at first approached psychedelic drugs, such as psilocybin, as a scientist, conducting experiments with these drugs in students, counterculture writers, prisoners, and theology students and professors. He later became more well known for his less scientific enthusiasm for the mystical properties of lysergic acid diethylamide. Timothy Leary was a psychologist at Harvard University's Center for Research in Personality. In 1957, he had published an academic book about personality assessment. But his research interests took a markedly different turn after an August 1960 vacation in Cuernavaca, Mexico, where he consumed magic mushrooms containing psilocybin, a psychedelic or hallucinogenic substance that leads to euphoria, hallucinations, and a distorted sense. 202. Of time. Others have described spiritual or mystical experiences after taking the mushrooms. Upon his return to Harvard, Leary gave psilocybin to friends and colleagues and then asked them to fill out personality assessments in an attempt to measure its properties. This proved difficult because many of the reported experiences with psychedelic drugs do not lend themselves to quantification. At around the same time, a large Swiss pharmaceutical company, Sandoz, began to market the active ingredient of psilocybe mexicana under the trade name indocibin, which made subsequent experimentation much easier. Later that year, Leary initiated the Harvard Psilocybin Project to better understand the effects of psilocybin. He and his colleague Richard Alpert obtained psilocybin from Sandoz. They were interested in its effects on creativity and administered it to Harvard students and others, including writer Aldous Huxley, poet Allen Ginsberg, and writer William S. Burroughs. Most subjects reported that the experience was pleasant. However, many at Harvard felt that the project's emphasis on experience over the verbal and analytical was anti-intellectual. To obtain rigorous data on whether psilocybin would have effects on individuals who were not necessarily interested in the arts or philosophical matters, between 1961 and 1963, Leary administered psilocybin to 32 inmates at the Massachusetts Correctional Institute in Concord, a maximum security prison for young offenders. Leary met with the inmates for several weeks, informed them of the purpose of the study, and gave them psilocybin several times. After taking the drug, the inmates began to talk about love and ecstasy. They also showed improvement as measured by the widely used Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory. Leary and colleagues reported that the recidivism rate in those who took the drug was 25%, compared to the usual recidivism rate of 80%. In other words, his results seemed to show that the prisoners who took psilocybin were less likely to be rearrested and returned for parole violations than those who had not taken the drug. These experiments were not, however, as rigorous as they might have been, nor were Leary's recidivism claims quite accurate. The psilocybin group enjoyed a special status in the prison. They were given a preparatory course of instruction and special assistance in obtaining housing and employment, and they maintained contact with the Harvard experimenters. Later, when the data of the original study were reviewed, Leary's mistake about the recidivism rates was discovered. Leary had compared the recidivism rates of the psilocybin group after they had been out of prison for about 10 months with the recidivism rates of control subjects who had been out of Concord prison for about 30 months. As recidivism increases over time, the comparison is not valid. When the recidivism rates for both groups at 10 months were compared, the rates were found to be the same, so there was no connection between psilocybin and recidivism. Leary and Walter Ponk, a Harvard theology student and physician, also experimented with psilocybin with theology students and professors at Marsh Chapel at Boston University. In 1962, they gave psilocybin to 10 subjects and a placebo to 10 subjects before 203 services on Good Friday. 9 of the 10 psilocybin subjects but only 1 of the 10 controls reported having a mystical or spiritual experience. This became known as the Miracle at Marsh Chapel or the Good Friday experiment. Around this time, Leary was introduced to the hallucinogen lysergic acid diethylamide, which led to more dramatic experiences than psilocybin. He lost interest in the psilocybin project and became more interested in mysticism and Eastern religions. He formed the International Foundation for Internal Freedom, which promoted the ideas that hallucinogens were like cerebral vitamins and that it was the right of everyone to take them. Lexington Narcotic Farm. In 1935, the United States Public Health Service established the United States Narcotic Farm in Lexington, Kentucky, to treat addicts and to conduct research. The results of some of the experiments, which led to a better understanding of substance abuse, were published in medical journals. Other experiments were done in secret to help the Central Intelligence Agency in its search for mind control drugs to use against the enemy. In 1935, responding to a perceived crisis of widespread addiction to narcotic drugs, the United States Public Health Service opened the United States Narcotic Farm in Lexington, Kentucky, under the leadership of Lawrence Kolb Sr., one of the country's experts in drug addiction. Until then, the PHS had typically investigated infectious illnesses, such as smallpox, yellow fever, tuberculosis, hookworm, malaria, and leprosy. The farm occupied 1,000 acres in a rural setting and had a dairy and chicken coop. It was an amalgam of rural prison, hospital, and rehabilitation facility. The idea of quarantining people came naturally to the PHS, given its history of involvement with contagious diseases. Perhaps it was thought that people who started using opiates because of the stress, overcrowding, and filth of inner cities would find it easier to give up this habit in bucolic surroundings where they could work with animals and crops and be removed from their usual haunts. Some residents were federal prisoners who were also opiate addicts, and some came voluntarily from other walks of life. The residents, sometimes termed inhabitants, patients, or inmates, included artists, physicians, and street hustlers. One of the most famous was William S. Burroughs, who wrote about the farm in his semi-autobiographical 1953 novel Junkie. Other residents included jazz musicians, such as Chet Baker and Sonny Rollins, and other entertainment figures, such as Peter Lorre and Sammy Davis Jr. One part of the farm, known as the Addiction Research Center, carried out research on substance abuse. Its director from 1945 to 1963 was Harris Isbell, a respected medical scientist. Inmates with long histories of drug abuse were good research subjects because the researchers did not have to 204 introduce them to drug use, and also because their experience made them good reporters. In what today might be considered an act of coercion, addicts could volunteer to come to Lexington, instead of going to jail. At Lexington, they were paid with heroin or morphine in exchange for volunteering to be a subject in some of the drug experiments. ARC researchers made substantial contributions to the understanding of substance abuse. They described the process of alcohol and barbiturate withdrawal. In addition, methadone, synthesized in Germany, was used first in the United States at the Lexington Narcotic Farm to help addicts overcome heroin addiction. The use of buprenorphine, an opiate with less addictive potential than other opiates, was pioneered at the farm for the treatment of heroin addiction. Isbell and his colleagues published their results in multiple papers in scientific journals, but they never divulged the identity of the subjects or the venue of the work. In addition to the work on substance abuse, another type of research was being carried out at the farm, studies into mind control. At the time of the farm's existence, the United States government was concerned about the possible use of brainwashing drugs by other countries, such as China and the Soviet Union. MKUltra, a secret program run by the Central Intelligence Agency in the 1950s, attempted to discover ways of behavioral modification that could be used by, or against, the enemy. The program involved about 80 institutions, including universities and prisons. MKUltra enrolled many people, among them psychologists and psychiatrists, who experimented on the farm's residents. Drugs such as lysergic acid diethylamide and other hallucinogens were studied for their possible use in mind control. Some subjects were given LSD for several weeks at a time, and the ARC reported that the subjects became tolerant to LSD. Isbell worked for MKUltra and remained on the CIA payroll for over a decade. The connection between the CIA and the ARC was not publicized. Many of the farm inmates who participated in the ARC experiments were prisoners. This was not particularly unusual at that time. Indeed, one of the greatest triumphs of the PHS had been accomplished with prisoners as subjects of medical experimentation. Physician Joseph Goldberger, working for the PHS in the early 1900s, had used prisoners at Mississippi's Rankin State Prison farm to discover that pellagra was caused by a nutritional deficiency, namely the lack of niacin. In other types of research, dermatologist Albert Kliegman tested the safety and effectiveness of many drugs, including tretinoin, on prisoners in Philadelphia from the 1950s to the early 1970s. In the 1970s, however, the climate surrounding research involving governmental agencies changed. There was increasing unease about the use of prisoners in experiments and embarrassment about another PHS project, the Tuskegee study of untreated syphilis. In that 4-decade-long study, black men with syphilis were not told about their illness and were either not treated or undertreated. In 1975, a U.S. Senate committee investigated intelligence gathering by the CIA and Federal Bureau of Investigation and discovered Project MKUltra. The project was 205. Ended as a result of this investigation. The ARC itself was subsumed in 1948 by the newly established National Institutes of Mental Health. All of these factors, combined with a dismal recovery rate for the addicts, led to the closing of the Lexington narcotic farm in 1974 and its conversion back into a federal prison. Some of the experiments at the ARC would not be allowed at the present time, primarily because prisoners are now considered vulnerable subjects who cannot give voluntary consent. The practice of giving addicts heroin in exchange for their participation in experiments would also be considered questionable. Marshall, Barry Marshall, an Australian physician, swallowed Helicobacter pylori in 1984 and developed an inflamed stomach. This self-experiment changed the understanding of ulcers and resulted in a Nobel Prize. In 1979, Barry Marshall, a resident in medicine in Perth, Australia, began to study gastritis, or stomach inflammation, and peptic ulcers with pathologist Robin Warren. At that time, these disorders were thought to be caused by too much stomach acid and stress. Warren had become interested in the spiral-shaped bacteria found in the stomach biopsies of people with gastritis and ulcers. These bacteria had been seen before by other pathologists, but not studied. By 1982, Marshall and Warren had developed a theory that gastritis and ulcers could be due to an infection caused by this bacterium, later to be named Helicobacter pylori. This possibility seemed unlikely to most researchers because the stomach is so acidic that few bacteria can live there. Warren and Marshall had difficulty proving their theory because at first they could not grow the bacteria in culture. It turned out that technicians in the lab had been discarding the cultures after 2 days. But Helicobacter is slow-growing. Once the cultures were allowed to grow for longer periods of time, the bacteria appeared. Another difficulty was that the bacteria did not seem to grow in laboratory animals, so it was not possible to have animal models of the infection. In 1984, Marshall decided that he needed to prove his theory by deliberately infecting a healthy human with the bacterium. A colleague examined Marshall's stomach using an endoscope and declared it to be healthy. Without telling anyone, Marshall drank a culture of H. pylori obtained from a patient with an ulcer. A few days later, he developed nausea and began to vomit. An endoscopy showed inflammation in his stomach, and a biopsy revealed the presence of H. pylori. Marshall had proven the connection. Later research showed that H. pylori may be one of the most common infections in humans. Anywhere from 1/2 to 2/3 of the world's population host this bacterium. The corkscrew-shaped bacterium burrows into the mucus layer. 206. That coats the inside of the stomach and secretes an enzyme that converts urea into ammonia. This counteracts the acidity of the stomach. H. pylori infection does not cause illness in most infected people, but it is a major risk factor for peptic ulcer disease and is responsible for the majority of ulcers of the stomach and upper small intestine. Colonization of the stomach with H. pylori is also a risk factor for gastric cancer. Marshall and Warren were awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 2005 for their work. Marshall Islands. During the Cold War years, the United States experimented with the detonation of nuclear devices in isolated areas such as the Marshall Islands and Nevada. Some of the detonations in the Marshall Islands were done in secret, and many involved the repeated displacement of local populations. The medical effects were investigated by the Brookhaven National Laboratory of New York. People of the Marshall Islands have claimed that they were used as guinea pigs. In the 1940s, the nuclear bomb was a new weapon, and scientists were unsure as to the consequences of its detonation. They expected the explosion to lead to intense light, heat, and pressure waves, but they were not particularly worried about residual radioactivity. Indeed, the concept of nuclear fallout, the radioactive dust and ash produced following the explosion, was still quite new. The scientists had not expected much radiation to be emitted by the bombs dropped over Hiroshima or Nagasaki and at first denied that there had been any significant harm done to people as a consequence of radiation exposure. The existence of the nuclear bomb also called into question the structure of the military services. For example, the possession of the bomb made the future of the Navy unclear. Following the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the Army argued that the Navy was obsolete. The Navy argued otherwise and claimed that their ships were needed to carry the bombs, plus, their ships could not easily be sunk by bombs. In 1946, the United States began a nuclear weapons testing program in the North Pacific to answer some of these questions about the effects of radiation and the usefulness of Navy ships in the atomic age. Two chains of coral atolls, consisting of more than 1,000 islands, lie just north of the equator in the North Pacific Ocean. These islands, now making up the Republic of the Marshall Islands, were the site of 66 American peacetime experimental atmospheric, ground, and underwater nuclear explosions between 1946 and 1958. The Marshall Islands were chosen as the site for these explosions because the islands were remote, had a small population, and fell under the control of the United States during World War II. This remoteness made it possible for some of the explosions to be kept secret, and the sparseness of population ensured that not very many people would be affected. The islands were not near sea lanes or air traffic, and the winds over the islands were, for the most part, predictable. 207. The first set of detonations, known as Operation Crossroads, took place on Bikini Atoll, a small ring of land or coral islets just over 3 square miles in area that partially encircles a 230 square mile lagoon. The plan was to detonate devices to see whether the Navy's ships in the lagoon could withstand the blasts. In February 1946, Commodore Ben H. Wyatt, the military governor of the Marshalls, asked the 167 islanders living on Bikini to leave, and they agreed to do so, moving in March to Rongerik Atoll, 125 miles to the east. In advance of the tests, the U.S. Navy blasted large channels into the reef and blew up some of the coral heads in the lagoon to allow for the placement of 95 ships in the Bikini Lagoon. These ships included captured Japanese ships, such as the Japanese flagship Nagato, and obsolete American ships, including the Saratoga and the Arkansas. Between 3,000 and 5,000 animals were also placed on the ships to test the effects of these nuclear devices on them. Operation Crossroads was well publicized. Observers included congressmen and journalists. On July 1, 1946, a plutonium implosion bomb called Able was dropped from a B-29 bomber and detonated in the air above the target fleet. It missed its mark by 650 meters, and 5 ships were sunk. Most of the radiation went into the atmosphere. Almost 20% of the animals died in the blast, and more than half had died 5 months later. On July 25, 1946, in the second test, another plutonium implosion bomb was detonated 90 feet underwater. 2 million tons of debris and water were blown a mile into the air and then fell back on Bikini and the ships in the lagoon. 10 ships were sunk. All of the target ships were contaminated by radioactive fallout. The extent of the contamination of the ships and the danger it posed to the servicemen were unexpected. Years later, on March 1, 1954, the United States performed an initially secret test called Castle Bravo, in which the most powerful hydrogen bomb ever detonated at that time was exploded on an artificial island built off the Bikini Atoll. This bomb was 1,000 times stronger than Little Boy and Fat Man. The bomb produced a much higher detonation force than had been predicted, and an unforeseen change in the winds spread the fallout to populated Marshall Lace Islands to the east of Bikini. Almost an inch of radioactive ash was deposited on the island of Rongelap and the Utirik Atolls, where 236 people lived. Most of the inhabitants of those islands experienced severe radiation sickness. 3 days after the detonation, all residents of Rongelap and Utirik were evacuated. The crew of a Japanese fishing vessel 100 miles away was contaminated as well, and 1 crew member died. The Bravo shot, although at first a secret, led to increased radioactivity as far away as Australia and India, and thus became an international incident. These explosions, particularly the Bravo blast, had myriad effects on the Marshall Islanders. Many inhabitants lost their homes and were repeatedly relocated. They also lost their usual ways of life and became dependent on the United States government. The Bikinians, in particular, became nuclear nomads. Rong Erik Atoll could not support the islanders, and the Bikinians were moved from Rong Erik 208 to Kwajalein Atoll and then to Kili Island. In 1969, the United States began to decontaminate the Bikini Atoll, and in 1974, some islanders were able to move back. However, researchers later found that the water and breadfruit on the island continued to contain dangerous levels of radioactivity. Urine samples from the islanders showed low levels of plutonium-239 and 240. In 1977, all those living on the island were found to have an 11-fold increase in cesium-137. In 1978, the island was deemed unsafe, and all inhabitants were evacuated again. As of 2014, only a few people live on Bikini Island. They act as caretakers and host brief diving expeditions into the lagoon. The lives of the inhabitants of the ash-covered Rongelap were also disrupted. After being evacuated in 1954, the inhabitants returned to their island in 1957. However, in 1985, they left again because of concerns about the island continuing to have high radiation levels. In 1954, the Atomic Energy Commission sent an emergency medical team to the islands to assess the medical effects of the Castle Bravo operation. The government established a project, known as Project 4.1, or Study of Response of Human Beings Accidentally Exposed to Significant Fallout Radiation. In their 1954 report, the researchers described many immediate effects, such as burns, hair loss, decreased blood counts, malaise, and nausea. Initially, it was felt that the medical effects of the bombs were limited to these immediate effects. 2 years later, The AEC requested that the Brookhaven National Laboratory take over the medical evaluation and care of the islanders. The BNL, established on Long Island in 1947 as a research center to explore the nature of atomic energy, was part of the AEC and then transferred to the AEC's successor, the Department of Energy. This monitoring program, which entailed annual visits of the BNL to the Marshall Islands to collect of samples, such as blood, urine, and teeth, continued for over 40 years. Marshall Lace Islanders not exposed to the radiation were enlisted as controls for the BNL's work so that their test results could be compared against the results of inhabitants who had been exposed to the explosions. Some Marshall Lace say that neither the exposed nor unexposed were ever informed about why they needed to submit to multiple exams. They were not asked for their permission, and there was confusion about whether the purpose of the exams was to provide medical care. Compensation for the Marshall Lace has been contentious and incomplete. A nuclear claims tribunal was set up in the islands to adjudicate claims and has recommended awards of several $100 million to pay for environmental restoration, economic losses, and hardship and suffering. However, the fund has run out of money and has not been able to complete these payments. The gravest complaint from the Marshall Lace has been the suspicion that they were moved back to their homes so that the effects of living on these contaminated islands could be studied. The U.S. government has denied this claim, and there is no clear evidence that this is the case. But other complaints are well-founded. The people of the Bikini Atoll were asked to leave without a clear explanation of 209. What could happen to their island? In addition, the planning for the possibility of an evacuation after the Bravo detonation was insufficient. In the aftermath of the detonations, the Brookhaven scientists did not explain their work to the Marshall Lace or obtain their informed consent. And at least 2 of the Brookhaven tests included the administration of radioactive isotopes to some islanders, which was of no therapeutic benefit. Studies from the National Cancer Institute have shown that the bombs did result in a small increase in cancer among the Marshall Lace, mostly due to fallout from Bravo. 10 years after the detonation of the Castle Bravo device, thyroid nodules and thyroid cancer began to be seen in greater than expected numbers. This has been thought to be due to exposure to a broad mix of radionuclides of iodine over a short period of time. In addition, the following percentages of cancers among the Marshall Lace can be attributed to the bombs: 20% for thyroid cancers, 5% for leukemia, and 1% for other cancers. The percentages are higher for those Marshall Lace who were closer to the explosions. About half of all cancers suffered by the Rongelapese are thought to be due to Bravo. Radiation is likely to cause particular types of cancer. For the people of the Rongelap community, the following percentages of cancers due to radiation are as follows: 95% for thyroid cancer, 78% for leukemia, 48% for stomach, 1% for colon. Many of the details of the detonations and their consequences are still in classified documents. Some medical records were also lost in fires. The Marshall Lace people were uninformed peacetime subjects in an unintended medical experiment studying the consequences of the detonation of nuclear bombs. Their displacement and medical problems were evidence of the problems and persistence of fallout. Operation Whitecoat. Operation Whitecoat was a series of medical experiments carried out by the American Army between 1954 and 1973 involving Seventh-day Adventist conscientious objectors as voluntary research subjects. The goal was to enable the military to test the effects of microorganisms on human subjects. During the period when the American draft was still in place, the followers of the Seventh-day Adventist faith were willing to be drafted and to serve in the United States military, but not to bear arms. Many Adventists chose to volunteer for biological tests as a way of satisfying their military obligations. In 1954, the Adventist hierarchy agreed to this plan, and Operation Whitecoat began. These church members were good experimental subjects, as they were young and healthy and did not abuse alcohol or drugs. Many of the Adventists who participated in Operation Whitecoat were recruited at Fort Sam Houston, Texas, a training center for medics. The first volunteers were 210. Sent to Fort Detrick in Maryland. The scientists began their tests in January 1955. The volunteers were not required to join any experiments. They were simply asked to go to sessions in which the experiments were explained. If they did decide to take part, they were paid modest amounts of money. A key feature of the experiments was a 1,000,000-liter capacity sphere called the 8-ball. Aerosols containing pathogens were released into the 8-ball, and subjects breathed in the air through rubber hoses leading to face masks. Some of the aerosols contained microbes that led to serious, but non-fatal diseases, such as tularemia or Q fever. Once the recruits developed symptoms, they were given antibiotics, and almost all made a quick recovery. After the first experiments, 30 recruits traveled to the Dugway Proving Ground in Utah, where they were exposed to aerosols in an outdoor setting. In July 1955, they lined up in the desert, along with cages of monkeys and guinea pigs. About 3,000 feet away, generators sprayed an infectious mist or aerosol containing Q fever microorganisms toward them. Some of the volunteers had been vaccinated against Q fever and never got sick, others became ill. The human experiments with Seventh-day Adventists continued for almost 20 years and ended in 1973, when the draft ended. In total, about 2,200 Adventists participated in Operation Whitecoat. There were no fatalities and, as far as we know, no adverse long-term results. Because there was some secrecy about the nature of these tests, it is difficult to determine exactly what advances were made during Operation Whitecoat. The Army claims that vaccines were developed against Rift Valley fever and that methods for biological hazard containment, some still used today in laboratories and hospitals, were perfected. Operation Whitecoat did have informed consent. Indeed, the consent form featured an unusual provision that the subject take from 24 hours to at least 4 weeks to think about the project and its risks and benefits before signing the consent form. Papworth, Maurice. Maurice Papworth wrote a book, Human Guinea Pigs, Experimentation on Man, detailing hundreds of experiments performed on patients without their consent and for no therapeutic reason. Maurice Papworth, an English physician, mentored and taught postgraduate medical students in London. Beginning in the 1950s, he became increasingly troubled by his students' descriptions of medical experimentation on uninformed patients and by reports in medical journals of these experiments. He 211 wrote letters of complaint to the journals, but few were published. In 1962, he wrote an article that detailed a few examples of what he considered to be unethical medical behavior, and then he expanded this article, with additional examples, into a book. 5 publishers turned the book down, fearing lawsuits. Finally, in 1967 Routledge and Keegan Paul published his book titled Human Guinea Pigs, Experimentation on Man. Slightly more than half of the experiments mentioned had been performed in the United States and the rest in England. The book sold primarily in England and is not particularly well known in the United States. Human Guinea Pigs offers over 200 examples of doctors experimenting on their patients without their consent and for no therapeutic purpose. The subjects include infants, children, pregnant women, the medically and mentally ill, and the dying. Sometimes the physicians used controls who were patients with other illnesses. For example, if the researchers were studying the liver in those with liver disease, they would perform the same tests on patients in the hospital with other illnesses. In the experiments described in the book, the subjects never included the physicians themselves or their colleagues or family members. Experiments were often done to allow the physicians to test new technology. For example, if there was a new type of catheter, physicians would use it, seemingly in whatever way they could. They would catheterize the right and left heart ventricles, they would catheterize the hepatic vein. They measured blood flow from various organs. They administered various substances to see what would happen to the patient. They x-rayed their patients. Curiosity, rather than therapeutic intent, drove the experiments. Papworth compiled a long list of injuries caused in these experiments: pain, puncture of arteries or bowels, fainting, loss of the use of a limb, and, in several cases, death. The physicians did not deliberately inflict harm, but they were not affected by the suffering that they caused. Papworth also described the difficult early history of organ transplants. There was such a high failure rate among the first transplants that he considered them to be experimental. One reason for these experiments, apart from curiosity, was that they led to publications that in turn were helpful for promotion for doctors. The clinical skills of doctors can be difficult to assess and are not in any case relevant for academic advancement. But physicians who publish research articles in well-respected journals are promoted. Papworth was critical of the medical journals for publishing so many articles describing experiments that were carried out in unethical ways and did not advance clinical care. Papworth noted that most English and American physicians were not unethical researchers, and indeed, some physicians did protest the work of their colleague. However, most physicians seemed to be, in a vague way, aware of the experiments and tolerant of them. He compared this apathy to what had happened in Germany during the Nazi regime. Many German physicians were aware of the Nazi medical atrocities and did nothing to try to stop them. He described the arrogance of the English and American physicians who were amazed that their judgment or clinical practices could be questioned by others, especially by 212 non-medical people, or that patients should have anything to say about medical procedures carried out on them. Papworth's book was similar to the work of physician Henry Beecher, whom Papworth often quoted with respect. Unlike Beecher, Papworth published his book for a general readership and named names and cited articles. Perhaps because of these two reasons, his work was not well received by his English medical colleagues, and he is reported to have become a pariah within the English medical community. Some reviewers of his book were offended by the references to the Nazi physicians and felt that this alone made the book ridiculous. Many other physicians involved were incredulous that they had been criticized in public. The Royal College of Physicians recommended that research involving human subjects undergo ethical review, and it established research ethics committees. In 1990, Papworth wrote another article in which he described these committees as being toothless. He noted that the committees approved research in a slipshod manner and that some members approved the work of others hoping for reciprocated generosity. Plutonium experiments. Between April 1945 and July 1947, American nuclear scientists working for the Manhattan Project, the program that built the first nuclear bombs, organized the injection of the radioactive element plutonium into 18 people, without their knowledge, to test its effects on their health. 40 years later, a journalist wrote 3 articles about these experiments in the Albuquerque Tribune, which led to a presidential commission that uncovered thousands of similar radiation experiments from the Cold War era. Plutonium is a radioactive, metallic element with the atomic number 94, it can be found in very small amounts in the ore pitchblende. The element was first synthesized in 1940 by American chemist Glenn Seaborg and American physicist Edwin McMillan, working at the University of California, Berkeley. Using a cyclotron at the Berkeley Radiation Laboratory, they bombarded uranium with deuterons. Some of the neutrons released during the subsequent fission changed uranium-238 into uranium-239 that then decayed into plutonium-239, a radioactive element rarely found in nature. In 1942, the United States established the Manhattan Project, a secret project designed to develop nuclear weapons. Plutonium was an essential part of the first nuclear bombs. The bombs used at the July 1945 Trinity nuclear test in New Mexico and in the August 1945 bombing of Nagasaki had plutonium cores, as did some of the bombs tested in the Marshall Islands. 213. Researchers of the time wanted to better understand the health effects of plutonium. Joseph Hamilton, a physician working at the University of California at San Francisco and also at nearby Berkeley, had experimented in a number of ways with radiation, once drinking a solution containing radioactive sodium. He then turned his attention to plutonium. Plutonium is similar in some ways to radium, another radioactive element, known to be harmful to humans because of the gamma rays that it emits. But plutonium, unlike radium, emits no gamma rays and was therefore thought to be less dangerous. Plutonium emits alpha particles that travel a short distance and do not penetrate the skin. Hamilton administered plutonium-239 to rats and discovered that the element settled in bone, close to the bone marrow, where blood cells are formed. If inhaled, plutonium lodged in the lungs. Plutonium, unlike radium, also deposits in the liver and is excreted at a very slow rate. Researchers in Chicago injected plutonium-239 into mice, rats, rabbits, and dogs and saw that plutonium was excreted at different rates by different animals. Because it is so long-lived and deposits in such a way that, over time, can lead to malignancies of the bone marrow and lungs, plutonium turned out to be more dangerous than radium. In August of 1944, there were 2 plutonium spills at Los Alamos, one of the major sites of the Manhattan Project. In that same month, a tube containing plutonium exploded in the face of a chemist. These accidents underscored the importance of understanding how the human body handled plutonium. How quickly and by what method did humans excrete plutonium, and where in the body was it deposited? Physicist J. Robert Oppenheimer, who headed the project's secret weapons laboratory, and others decided that a program of human experimentation would have to be carried out so that American researchers and soldiers working with this element could do so safely. The scientists involved in these experiments included those working on the bomb as well as university researchers in the Argonne National Laboratory and at the University of Rochester. Hamilton directed the plutonium injection studies into humans at the University of California, San Francisco. Originally, the plan for the plutonium injections was to use healthy subjects because they would most likely resemble the population of workers whom the researchers wanted to protect. Later, however, physicians claimed to have selected subjects with terminal illnesses so that the plutonium injections would not harm them, as most of the toxic effects of plutonium were thought to occur decades after exposure. However, the prognostic powers of the physicians were limited. 4 of the 18 terminally ill patients lived for more than 20 years. We have some information about a number of these plutonium patients. 214. Eb Cade was a healthy 53-year-old man who worked at the Oak Ridge nuclear facility in Tennessee. He was injured in a car accident in March 1945 and hospitalized at the Oak Ridge Hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. On April 10, 1945, Cade received an injection of almost 5 times the minimum amount of plutonium believed at the time to cause adverse effects. He was the first person to be injected with plutonium. He died 8 years later of heart disease. At the University of Chicago's Billings Hospital, Arthur Hubbard, a 68-year-old man with metastatic cancer, received what was described to his daughter as a new treatment, the second plutonium injection, in the spring of 1945. He died in October of 1945, and at autopsy it was discovered that plutonium had deposited in his bone marrow and liver. It is not known whether the injection had affected his health. The first patient in California to be injected with plutonium was Albert Stevens, a 58-year-old house painter who had been diagnosed with terminal stomach cancer. He received a mixture of plutonium isotopes on May 14, 1945. Pathology results obtained 4 days later showed that he did not have cancer, he had a stomach ulcer. He lived for another 20 years. During that time, he was asked to collect his urine and feces in glass bottles. He stored them in a shed behind his house, and the samples were picked up once a week. He died of heart disease at the age of 79. In April 1946, Hamilton was involved with the injection of plutonium into a child. A 4-year-old Australian boy, Simeon Shaw, was brought to the United States for cancer treatment and given plutonium. The parents believed that it was for therapeutic reasons. He died after his return to Australia. In December 1946, Hamilton was instructed by his superior at the Manhattan Project to stop the plutonium injections. In January of 1947, the Atomic Energy Commission took over the work of the Manhattan Project and issued clear rules regarding the use of humans in radiation experiments. Carol Wilson, general manager of the AEC, wrote in a letter that human subjects had to be fully informed about the experiment and agree to it. Researchers could not perform any experiments unless they believed that there would be benefit to the patient, and the patient and the next of kin had to give complete and informed consent in writing. Wilson also noted that physicians had to be particularly scrupulous with respect to radiation tests on humans, as so much of the work would be kept secret and they would not have the benefit of outside scrutiny. The AEC hid evidence of the plutonium studies that had clearly violated these guidelines. Meanwhile, in 1946, Pullman porter Elmer Allen had broken his left leg and had been fired from his job. Still suffering from a swollen and painful leg, he went to the University of California San Francisco Free Clinic where Hamilton worked. He was diagnosed with bone cancer, and his doctors planned to amputate his leg. In July 1947, after the AEC had issued rules concerning consent, Hamilton asked Allen's physicians to delay the amputation of his leg to allow for an injection 215 of plutonium into the calf of his leg, and then 3 days later for his leg to be amputated. In 1973, scientists paid for him to go to the Argonne Laboratory in Chicago and then a lab in Rochester for tests. They said that this was because he had survived his cancer for a surprisingly long time, but in fact it was to find out how much plutonium was left in his body. Tests showed traces of plutonium throughout his body. Allen died in 1991, 44 years after the injection of plutonium. He believed that he had been used as a guinea pig but was unable to convince others of this fact. Instead, doctors diagnosed him with schizophrenia. The plutonium experiments showed that 2/3 of the plutonium injected into subjects was deposited in the skeleton and over 1/5 in the liver. It was excreted slowly, at a rate of about 0.01% a day. These findings led to a lowering of the maximum permissible body burden of plutonium. These experiments had not been kept entirely secret, but the public was largely unaware of them. Reports had appeared in Science Trends in 1976 and in Mother Jones in 1981. In that same year, then Congressman Albert Gore Jr. chaired a House subcommittee on investigations and oversight and asked whether patients were treated for therapeutic reasons or to gather data. Senator Ed Markey investigated 31 experiments and wrote a report, American Nuclear Guinea Pigs, 3 Decades of Radiation Experiments on U.S. Citizens, in 1986. The investigations led to no action. This lack of public awareness changed as a result of the investigative work of Albuquerque Tribune reporter Eileen Wellsome. In the spring of 1987, Wellsome noticed a report about the discovery of dumps containing radioactive animal carcasses on the Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque. Over the course of her review of the report, she found a footnote referring to the injection of 18 people with plutonium. Eventually, after much investigation, she was able to identify 5 of the human subjects. She published the stories of these people in a 3-part series called The Plutonium Experiments, in the Albuquerque Tribune in 1993, for which she was awarded a Pulitzer Prize in 1994. This time, the reports of the experiments were read by more people. Wellsome showed that each person experimented on was not just a subject but an individual. Hazel O'Leary, then Energy Secretary, read the Tribune series and commented on it during a press conference. In response to the public uproar that followed, in 1994, President Bill Clinton established the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments to review experiments involving intentional exposure to radiation between 1944 and 1974. The committee was asked to determine whether the experiments performed in those 3 decades were done in accordance with the standards of the times and whether they were designed in an ethical or scientifically 216 responsible way. During their investigations, more details about the plutonium experiments emerged. The discovery of the plutonium experiments horrified the American public and led to larger investigations and the declassification of much previously secret material. There is, however, No clear evidence that these injections directly harmed the 18 uninformed subjects. None developed bone or liver-related cancers, the kinds of cancers that one might expect to increase as a result of plutonium exposure. The experiments also led to useful information that allowed others to work safely in the production of nuclear weapons. Polio vaccine trials. The medical experiments that led to safe and effective vaccination against polio were carried out on large numbers of subjects, ranging from the families of the experimenters themselves to mentally retarded children. A large nationwide trial using school children, who were called polio pioneers, was performed in 1954. The success of this trial helped to foster the hope that medicine in the 20th century could conquer childhood diseases. Poliomyelitis, also known as polio or infantile paralysis, is caused by an intestinal virus, or enterovirus. Once inside the gut, the virus spreads to the lymphatic system, where it multiplies and is eventually excreted in the feces. It is then spread between people by fecal-oral contact. In most cases, the illness is mild or unrecognized, consisting perhaps of a fever and stomach upset. Sometimes, however, the poliovirus latches onto the motor neurons that control the movement of the arms, legs, and abdomen and, in more severe cases, the neurons in the brain stem controlling breathing or swallowing. Polio epidemics began to appear in the late 1800s in Europe and the United States because of improved sanitation. More hygienic conditions meant that children were less likely to encounter the virus in infancy, when they would be protected to some extent by maternal antibodies or other factors, and would develop immunity to the illness. Young children or adults with no immunity who encountered the polio virus were more likely to become ill than those who had this early exposure. Epidemics occurred in wealthy and poor, urban and rural areas alike, but most commonly in cities during the summer months. Although not as common as other contagious illnesses such as influenza or pneumonia, polio terrified the public. People who survived were often left with varying forms of paralysis. Parents were haunted by images of children in leg braces or, worse, imprisoned in iron lungs. Poliovirus was first identified by Austrian physician Karl Landsteiner in 1908. In the 1930s, physicians John Kammer and Maurice Brodie, 217, developed two kinds of polio vaccines to protect against it: live and killed. A live polio vaccine consists of a mutated, or attenuated, form of the virus that is given by mouth and then multiplies in the gut. It leads to the production of antibodies but not to the illness itself, and, in particular, it does not lead to an infection of the nervous system. People who are treated with live virus can spread the virus to others through their feces, leading to a form of passive immunization in others, a desired consequence. However, on occasion, the live virus can revert to a form that can infect the nervous system and lead to a case of paralytic polio. The other kind of vaccine, a killed vaccine, is prepared by exposing the virus to formaldehyde. The formaldehyde inactivates the virus, but it is still able to evoke an antibody response. This vaccine is usually given by injection. Kammer used an attenuated live virus preparation in Philadelphia, and his vaccine was blamed for causing 10 cases of polio, including 5 deaths, among 10,000 subjects. Brodie's killed virus preparation in New York sometimes led to serious allergic, or anaphylactic, reactions. These events had a chilling effect on other researchers in the field and slowed down vaccine trials for the next 20 years. However, research did continue, thanks in part to the personal story of President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. In 1921, at the age of 39, FDR's legs became paralyzed. He was diagnosed with polio, although it is now thought that he might have had Guillain-Barré syndrome, another illness that can cause a paralysis that on occasion can be permanent. In any event, he and others assumed that he had had polio, and for the rest of his life, he was associated with this illness. FDR championed funding for polio treatment and research. His law partner, Basil O'Connor, founded the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis in 1938 and was its president for more than 30 years. O'Connor masterminded a great deal of publicity for polio with the help of celebrities. The singer Eddie Cantor came up with the name March of Dimes for the organization. The actress Helen Hayes had a daughter who died of polio. She often spoke at events to raise money. A short film called The Crippler, starring the young Nancy Reagan, terrified people. This publicity raised awareness and money, much of which went to help those struck by polio, as few people had health insurance in those years. Meanwhile, the epidemics continued. In the United States, the worst year of the polio epidemic was 1952, when there were over 57,000 reported cases, 3,145 deaths, and about 20,000 cases of paralysis. Much of the research to fight polio was supported by the NFIP, but some was also carried out by pharmaceutical companies. Polish physician and researcher Hilary Koprowski, working with the pharmaceutical company Lederle, developed a live but weakened polio virus by growing the virus in rat brain cells. He and his lab technician drank it themselves in 1948, and in 1950, he gave it to children and 2 adults in a New York home for the mentally disabled. He called the children volunteers. 17 of the 20 children developed antibodies to polio virus. The other 3 apparently already had antibodies and none. 218 developed complications. Within 10 years, Koprowski's live vaccine was being used on 4 continents. In 1958, he gave it to nearly 250,000 patients in the Belgian Congo with reported success. But his polio vaccine has never been used widely in the United States because of persistent concerns about its safety. Koprowski spent the rest of his life working with vaccines, continuing to test them on himself. Physician Jonas Salk, who since 1947 had been the head of the virus research lab at the University of Pittsburgh, had worked with influenza vaccines and had also done a great deal of work typing the polio virus. He determined that the more than 100 strains could be put into 3 groups. With grant support from the March of Dimes, Salk developed a formalin-treated polio vaccine. One of the difficulties in the work with polio was that the virus could not be grown as simply as could bacteria. Bacteria grow in petri dishes on broth, but viruses need live cells to multiply. At that time, polio virus was grown in human embryonic brain tissue. It was difficult to use a vaccine from this preparation because the presence of nervous tissue made any vaccine derived from it quite dangerous, as it could lead to a serious allergic reaction, encephalomyelitis, which could cause brain damage. In 1948, bacteriologist John F. Enders and physicians Thomas H. Weller and Frederick Robbins at Harvard grew the polio virus in human embryonic skin and muscle tissue and used antibiotics to decrease the risk of bacterial superinfection. Salk used their technique to grow the virus and then kill it with formaldehyde. This killed polio virus was able to trigger the body to produce antibodies without actually causing the illness or encephalomyelitis. In 1952, Salk injected several versions of his vaccine into children who had had polio at the D.T. Watson Home for Crippled Children. Some versions led to an increase in their antibodies. Later that year, he injected an improved version into mentally retarded residents at the Polk State School. No adverse reactions were noted. He then gave the vaccine to himself, his wife, and their children, and then to 5,000 Pittsburgh area school children, beginning in February 1954. None became ill. Because of the rarity of polio, it was necessary to carry out even larger trials across the United States. These were done in 1954 with the help of the NFIP and a huge army of volunteers. The polio vaccine trials were one of the largest, if not the largest, medical experiments ever performed. Other polio experts disapproved of the trial, arguing that it was premature and had been rushed into operation by pressure from the NFIP. Enders and Albert Sabin, another physician and polio expert who thought that live vaccines were the better approach, thought that the trial was too dangerous because the safety of the vaccine had not been definitively established. Walter Winchell, the famous broadcaster, also spoke about the dangerousness of the vaccine and about little white coffins being prepared for the undoubtedly huge number of casualties that would result from the trials. 219. In addition to large numbers of subjects, the trials also needed huge quantities of vaccine. Much of this came from the Connaught laboratories at the University of Toronto, where scientists had developed the first synthetic medium in which poliovirus could be cultivated. Thomas Francis, a virologist and epidemiologist from the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, organized the trial. Francis obtained assent, consent, and approval of multiple groups of people: school children, their parents, schools, school nurses, and the state boards of health. The publicity and awareness engineered by Basil O'Connor proved its worth. More than 200,000 unpaid volunteers helped to organize and carry out the trial. In a stroke of genius, or manipulation, or both, the school children and their parents were not asked to consent, as they would have been today. Instead, the parents signed papers requesting that their child participate in the trial. The original plan was to conduct a double-blind placebo-controlled randomized trial, thought to be necessary because polio was occasionally difficult to diagnose and could occur unpredictably. The placebo arm and blindness of the trial meant that the children and the doctors involved would not know whether they had received the active vaccine and thus could not consciously or unconsciously bias the results. The randomization was also a way of ensuring that there were no differences between the active and control groups that could interfere with understanding the results. Not all agreed to this design. Some states thought that using placebo was unethical because it meant that some children would not be protected from the illness. Other states thought that the use of placebo was essential, otherwise, the results would be impossible to interpret. Finally, Francis and his colleagues compromised. 11 states would enroll first, second, and third graders in a double-blind placebo trial. In 33 other states, all second graders would be vaccinated with active vaccine, with first and third graders as observational controls. All treatments, active or placebo, were given in a series of 3 injections. School children in the Canadian provinces of Alberta and Manitoba, in the Canadian city of Halifax, and in Finland participated as well. In 2% of all cases, blood work was done to detect antibodies. Of the 1.8 million school children asked to participate, over 1 million, to be known as polio pioneers, had parents who gave consent. The trial began in April 1954. Over 600,000 school children received a series of 3 injections, either the vaccine or a placebo, consisting of the synthetic medium from Connaught. A 6-month evaluation period followed. Almost 1 million other children were observed controls. There were, as to be expected, many problems. Some of the registrations were lost or confused. Some children got 1 injection of placebo and 2 of vaccine. Some schools did not get the vaccine in time. Some physicians may have taken the vaccine and used it for their own families. But overall it went smoothly. The trial generated huge amounts of data, all of which was sent to Ann Arbor, where statisticians and 300 college students tabulated and calculated. 220. Table 5.1 Polio Vaccine Trials. Double-blind placebo-controlled arm vaccine vs. Placebo. Approximate number of children. Rate of polio vaccine 200,028. Control 200,071. Not participating 350,046. Observational arm vaccine vs. Observation. Approximate number of children. Rate of polio second grade vaccine 225,025. First and third grade control 725,054. Second grade not participating 125,044. As can be seen in the table, children who received the active vaccine were less likely to develop polio, although the vaccine was not entirely effective. What is not shown is the finding that, for those children who did develop polio, the severity of polio was higher in the controls than in the ones who received the injection and yet still developed the disease. This finding extended to both arms of the study. 15 children died from polio. None of these children had received the vaccine. There were very few adverse reactions to the vaccine, and blood work showed higher antibody levels in the vaccinated. On April 12, 1955, at the University of Michigan, Francis announced that the vaccine was effective and safe. The announcement was a huge event. 16 cameras were present, and some broadcast the announcement to over 50,000 physicians watching in movie theaters across the country. Salk became one of the most famous physicians of the 20th century. This large trial and experiment in logistics as much as in medicine had succeeded. Within a day of the announcement, the United States Department of Health and Welfare approved the vaccine, and it immediately began to be produced commercially. The manufacturing, however, turned out to be another experiment of sorts. It was complicated to scale up vaccine production, though this fact was not fully appreciated at the time. When Salk and the people closely associated with him directed vaccine production, and when the quantities were small, it was much easier to monitor for quality. All of the pharmaceutical companies involved in the mass production of the polio vaccine, including Eli Lilly, Parke-Davis, Wyeth, and Cutter, had trouble inactivating the virus, and some children vaccinated by products from Wyeth and Cutter developed polio. Cutter, in particular, had the most trouble, and their vaccines led to 200 cases of paralysis and 11 deaths. This became known as the Cutter incident. 221. After the Cutter incident, the rate of immunization against polio temporarily fell, but then it increased again as methods for preparing vaccine and quality control became more tightly controlled. Federal authorities increased the rigor of vaccine safety testing and surveillance after vaccinations. Following the Cutter incident, various governmental agencies became more involved in vaccine product and regulation. In Canada, the provincial and federal governments organized vaccinations, and using vaccine prepared by Connaught, they encountered no problems. Another consequence of the Cutter incident was litigation. At trial, Cutter argued that they had followed the correct procedures and should not be penalized for something over which they had no control. The jury partially agreed, but the principle of liability without fault was established. This principle, some argue, along with large jury awards to people who may or may not have been injured by medical innovations, has discouraged those involved in vaccine production and experimental treatments in medicine. Meanwhile, Albert Sabin produced another type of live vaccine and, in 1955, began tests of it in 47 prisoners in Chillicothe Federal Reformatory in Chillicothe, Ohio. Each man was paid $25 and received 3 free days. He tested his vaccine in children's homes in Leningrad and then organized enormous vaccination programs in Russia. This work was carried out with the assistance of the Russian virologist Mikhail Chumakov, in a rare example of Cold War U.S. Soviet collaboration. These programs, often called trials, were not exactly trials in the rigorous sense of the word because there were no controls. Following more trials, many sponsored by the World Health Organization, Sabin's live vaccine was licensed in 1962 in the United States and is now the most widely used throughout the world. Polio has not yet been eradicated. Outbreaks still occur in countries where vaccination does not take place or occasionally if the live vaccine reverts to a more virulent form. Currently, in the United States, medical opinion has swung back to using the killed, or inactivated, polio vaccine to eliminate the risk of any vaccine-associated cases of paralytic polio. In other parts of the world, live vaccine is still used. The 1954 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine was awarded to John Enders, Thomas Weller, and Frederick Robbins for their discovery of the ability of poliovirus to grow in cultures of various types of tissue. Salk was nominated twice but did not receive it because he was not thought to have discovered anything that was new but only exploited discoveries made by others. Porton Down. During and after World War II, the British military carried out experiments in the use of and defense against chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear warfare at Porton Down in Wiltshire, England. 222. As a response to the German development and use of poison gas in World War I, in 1916, the British established a research centre at Porton Down, which was located in the countryside of Wiltshire, a county in southwest England. During World War II, research at Porton Down concentrated on chemical weapons such as nitrogen mustards and biological weapons, including anthrax and botulinum toxin. During World War II, the Germans were developing a different type of poison gas using nerve agents. Most nerve agents are organophosphates and were first synthesized as insecticides. These agents work in the following way: acetylcholine, a common neurotransmitter found throughout the nervous system, is metabolized by an enzyme called acetylcholinesterase. Nerve agents block the action of this enzyme, meaning that acetylcholine remains active. A person exposed to nerve agents will become weak, drool, sweat, and experience diarrhea. In extreme cases, the person will become paralyzed, stop breathing, and die. After the war, the British discovered that Germany possessed large stocks of poison nerve gases, including tabun, sarin, and soman. The British military began a research program based on these newly discovered German nerve agents and other potentially militarily useful toxins and drugs. Tests were carried out at Porton Down on British servicemen to determine the effects of toxins on human subjects. Hundreds of volunteers were exposed to the nerve gases. 4 soldiers were hospitalized, and 1 became comatose. In 1953, a series of experiments involving the topical application of the nerve gases began. Ronald Madison, a 20-year-old soldier, died 45 minutes after 200 milligrams of sarin were dripped onto a patch of uniform on his arm. Between 1953 and 1954, some soldiers volunteered to be guinea pigs after being told that Porton Down scientists wanted to find a cure for the common cold. Instead of being administered benign viruses, they were given lysergic acid diethylamide in mind control tests, and 3 soldiers successfully sued the English Secret Intelligence Agency MI6, claiming that they were deceived and had experienced terrifying hallucinations. In subsequent investigations, some initiated by the Wiltshire police, the questions of whether the soldiers gave informed consent and whether the researchers adhered to the Nuremberg Code were reviewed. Well before World War II, the British Medical Council had often written about the necessity of informed consent, so these issues were not foreign to British researchers. The researchers at Porton Down, perhaps because of their anxiety about the poisons that the Germans had been developing and their fears of what the Russians might use in the future, did not think that their research required informed consent. Indeed, in one rebuttal to criticism, the Porton Down researchers said that it was not their responsibility to tell the servicemen too much, but that the servicemen always had the opportunity to ask questions. Another area of work at Porton Down involved the investigation of airborne dispersion of germs. Scientists wanted to analyze how a cloud of germs would disperse in Britain. 223. On February 1, 1961, Porton Down scientists drove a Land Rover through Wedmore and to the outskirts of Bristol. The scientists wore full protective clothing and gas masks and sprayed zinc cadmium sulfide into the air as they traveled through the English countryside. The cloud was traced at sampling stations through Somerset and Wiltshire back to Porton. Altogether, between 1953 and 1964, zinc cadmium sulfide was released in over 70 experiments to mimic biological attacks from potential communist enemies. This work is similar to that carried out by the American military during the 1940s and 1950s, in which mock biological attacks were carried out to investigate the possibility of biological warfare aimed at American cities. Most of the work carried out at Porton Down, however, has remained secret, and only a few details have emerged. Project Coast. During the apartheid era in South Africa, Project Coast was the country's secret chemical and biological warfare project. In the late 1970s, South Africa responded to perceived threats of chemical and biological warfare by beginning a research program into these methods of warfare. In 1983, Project Coast was formed, directed by Wouter Basson, a cardiologist and the personal physician of President P.W. Botha. The exact nature of the experimentation is unknown, but Basson recruited 200 researchers from other countries to help develop chemical and biological weapons. The stated intention of Project Coast was to develop defensive equipment for the South African Defence Force and crowd control agents for domestic use, but the project did much else besides. They gave chemical and biological warfare agents to members of the South African Police and Special Forces Unit of the SADF for the purpose of assassination. The few other details that have emerged include a 1989 project in which Project Coast tried to contaminate the water supply at Dobra, a refugee camp located in Namibia, with cholera and yellow fever organisms. They also investigated ways of sterilizing the black population and finding race-specific bacterial weapons. The researchers developed chemical and biological pathogens and may have been involved with genetic engineering. While much of the work of Project Coast remains secret, it is known that Project Coast had contacts with British and American intelligence and the biological and chemical weapons programs of these countries. When F.W. de Klerk became president of South Africa in 1990, he ordered that lethal weapons be destroyed, and he fired Basson. The researchers at Project Coast continued their work, but they changed their interests. They investigated mind-altering non-lethal drugs. 224. Including MDMA, methaqualone, cocaine, diazepam, and ketamine. In 1993, Project Coast ended. Nelson Mandela became president in 1994, and he reappointed Basson to the SADF. In 1995, Basson was hired as the chief cardiologist and head of the heart transplant program in South Africa's main military hospital in Pretoria. Basson's legal troubles began in 1997 when he was arrested for allegedly selling 1,000 capsules of ecstasy to a police informant. Police then found 2 locked trunks in his house with much material about Project Coast. In 1999, Basson was put on trial and charged with involvement in 229 murders and embezzlement, drug trafficking, and possession of illegal drugs. The trial lasted until 2002. He argued that he had acted on the orders of the former South African Defence Force when he was involved in the chemical and biological warfare program, and he was acquitted. In 2013, the Health Professions Council of South Africa found Basson guilty of acting unprofessionally by, among other activities, supplying suicide cyanide capsules to army officers, preparing and distributing tranquilizing or disorienting substances to facilitate kidnappings, and producing large quantities of illegal psychoactive agents, ecstasy, and tear gas. As of March 2016, he has not been sentenced. Senger, Eugene. Between 1960 and 1972, physicians at the University of Cincinnati, led by radiologist Eugene Senger and under contract from the Department of Defense, conducted total or partial body irradiation of 80 to 90 patients with cancer. These physicians have been accused of working in conjunction with the Department of Defense to discover the effects of high doses of radiation on the body rather than providing a form of cancer treatment. During the Cold War years, the United States Department of Defense, Manhattan Project, and the Atomic Energy Commission, all working with and studying radiation, wanted to learn more about what would happen to American soldiers exposed to radiation. Between 1940 and 1974, they arranged at least 20 studies in about 9 institutions in which patients with malignancies or, in a few cases, healthy subjects, were exposed to total body irradiation. The exposure of these patients was thought to be justified because, for some years, there had been an expectation that irradiation might be therapeutic. Studies were carried out at MD Anderson in Houston, the large cancer hospital at the University of Texas, at UCLA, and at other institutions. Many of these studies were carried out in partially secret conditions, so not all of the details are known. The studies that received the most attention were those carried out in Cincinnati. The DOD-funded work by Eugene Senger, a well-respected 225 Cincinnati radiologist and expert in nuclear medicine. Senger used radiation at high doses to treat patients with cancer, often irradiating their entire bodies. The experiments, carried out between 1960 and 1972, involved 80 to 90 patients. Almost two-thirds were Black Americans, and most were poor or working class. The patients had metastatic cancer, but not all of them were very ill. In fact, some were still able to work. To keep the study as useful as possible for the DOD, the Cincinnati patients were not given antiemetic drugs to alleviate nausea caused by the irradiation. It is doubtful that the patients had been told that they were being used to see whether soldiers could still fight while suffering from radiation sickness. During the time period of these experiments, TBI was falling out of favor and came to be regarded as not standard of care. Cincinnati physicians said that, for the first 5 years, they obtained verbal consent for the TBI studies. They began to obtain written informed consent in 1965. The first written form did not mention bone marrow suppression. The researchers did not include the side effects of nausea and vomiting either because they feared that by mentioning them, they might cause them through the power of suggestion. Later forms had more information, including the fact that the investigation was for the scientific benefit for others, but they did not mention the possibility of death. Beginning in 1968, the investigators came up with an innovation that actually made the process of obtaining informed consent somewhat more rigorous than is usual. The consent process took place over 2 days, allowing the patients and their representatives some time to think about what was being proposed. The studies had been reviewed and approved by several oversight committees over the years. However, some faculty members at the University of Cincinnati had been uneasy about this study. Finally, in 1967 the National Institutes of Health rejected Senger's plan to expand his experiment. Whether Senger's patients were hurt by the irradiation is difficult to tell, as all had malignancies. Senger himself testified in 1994 that his primary purpose was to improve the well-being of his patients, that nothing he did was secret, and that DOD funds were not involved in the treatment of his patients. He did, however, admit that funding from the DOD, used to support laboratories and testing, made the irradiation possible. Finally, a suit in federal court, presided over by Judge Sandra Beckwith, addressed the major points under dispute. Most of the details of the 1999 settlement have not been released, but a few things are known. Most families received $50,000, a dozen families received $85,000, and a plaque memorializing those patients who were treated with TBI was placed on the University of Cincinnati campus. Note 1. The terms radiation or irradiation are often used interchangeably. Irradiation is sometimes used to refer specifically to deliberate exposure to radiation. 226. Sexually transmitted disease experiments in Guatemala between 1946 and 1948. American researchers working in Guatemala inoculated prisoners, soldiers, and mental asylum inmates with syphilis and other sexually transmitted diseases in an attempt to better understand how to prevent and treat these illnesses. Few, if any, of the subjects gave consent. In the middle of the 20th century, little could be done to prevent the spread of sexually transmitted diseases. Men were encouraged to use condoms during sexual intercourse and to rub a bactericidal ointment into their penises afterward, but compliance with these preventative procedures was not very high. The military was particularly concerned about the effects of STDs, as they diminished a soldier's fighting ability. A major advance was made in 1943, when researchers demonstrated that the antibiotic penicillin was an effective treatment for syphilis and other STDs. Many questions remained, however, particularly regarding prophylaxis. For instance, if penicillin was given to a person after exposure to Treponema pallidum, the bacterium that causes syphilis, or Neisseria gonorrhoeae, the bacterium or gonococcus that causes gonorrhea, would that prevent the illnesses from then developing? One way to answer this question was to expose people to the infection and then test the adequacy of prophylaxis, but this would be difficult to do. Not many people would volunteer to be exposed to a sexually transmitted illness. In 1942, the United States Public Health Service exposed people to gonococci under controlled conditions at a federal prison in Terre Haute, Indiana, using volunteer inmates. The inmates signed informed consent forms, and at the end of the experiments, each subject received $100, a certificate of merit, and a letter of commendation to the parole board. The researchers tried to infect prisoners by depositing bacteria sometimes gathered from prostitutes arrested by the Terre Haute police directly on the end of the penis. But within 10 months, the experiments were abandoned because of low infection rates. Juan Funes, a Guatemalan physician and chief of the Venereal Disease Control Division of Guatemala's Public Health Service, had worked at the PHS Venereal Disease Research Laboratory in Staten Island, New York, for a year and suggested to his American colleagues that work similar to the Terre Haute experiments could be carried out in Guatemala. Following his suggestion, the PHS-VDRL and the National Institutes of Health, with the collaboration of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau and other government agencies in Guatemala, exposed human subjects to STDs from 1946 to 1948 in different venues, including prisons, mental hospitals, and military facilities. The researchers' interest was in determining whether penicillin could be used as a prophylactic drug with respect to syphilis. They were also interested in gonorrhea and chancroid, another STD. John C. Cutler, a PHS-VDRL physician, moved to Guatemala City to direct the studies. He was supervised. 227. By Richard Arnold and John F. Mahoney, one of the pioneers in the treatment of syphilis with penicillin. Funes was the primary local collaborator. The advantage of carrying out these experiments in Guatemala was that prostitution was legal in that country, then as now. Indeed, prostitutes were allowed to visit prisoners in Guatemalan prisons. These sex workers were examined at clinics twice a week. As Funes supervised one of the main clinics, he could easily recommend infected prostitutes for experiments. The first syphilis experiments were carried out in Guatemala's Central Penitentiary. The U.S. researchers paid infected prostitutes to have sex with prisoners. Few of the prisoners became infected. They later inoculated men directly with syphilis by rubbing bacteria onto the men's penises and on abraded areas of their forearms and faces. The researchers then began to use patients from the mental hospital. In total, 497 subjects were inoculated with live T. pallidum. Similar studies with gonorrhea were carried out by infecting sex workers with gonorrhea that had been cultivated in rabbit tissues. The researchers then paid the prostitutes to have sex with soldiers. Many subjects were involved in more than one experiment. Inoculations of various STDs were administered by subcutaneous injection of infectious material into abrasions of the arm, face, cervix, or the penis, or by applying soaked cotton wads under the foreskin. In the case of 7 female patients at a mental hospital, the experimenters injected syphilitic material through the back of their necks, directly into their central nervous systems. In some cases, after inoculation, different methods of post-exposure prophylaxis were tried, including the use of arvismafarsin, a new arsenical drug. Altogether, 1,300 subjects were exposed to STDs, either through infected sex workers or by artificial inoculations. Fewer than 700 were treated. In addition, to improve diagnostic accuracy, the researchers performed serological tests on over 5,000 subjects, including soldiers, prisoners, psychiatric patients, children in orphanages, patients in a leprosarium, and Air Force personnel. These tests were designed to detect antibodies that arise after infection. Some of the tests were routine blood draws, but the researchers also punctured the spinal cord in the lumbar and cisternal regions to obtain and test cerebrospinal fluid. These particular tests continued through 1953. It is not known whether any of the subjects involved in any of these studies gave informed consent, with the possible exception of the prisoners or soldiers. Arnold wrote to Cutler in 1947, "I am a bit, in fact more than a bit, leery of the experiment with the insane people. They cannot give consent, do not know what is going on, and if some goody organization got wind of the work, they would raise a lot of smoke. I think the soldiers would be best or the prisoners, for they can give consent." 1. While this passage suggests that the prisoners and soldiers did give consent, there is no evidence that it actually did happen. 228. As well as carrying out the experiments, the researchers and their colleagues established a venereal disease treatment program at the military hospital and developed a prophylactic plan for the Guatemalan army. The physicians also treated some children who were ill with malaria and trained local doctors and technicians. Cutler treated 142 people who may have had venereal disease but had not been exposed to it as part of the research. The research conditions in the prison and asylum were poor. Many records were lost. Some of the psychiatric patients were not known by name and may have been confused with other subjects. Many patients were used in multiple experiments and did not receive follow-up or treatment. Not all patients cooperated with the blood work. No publications arose from the Guatemalan experiments, except for a few articles about the serological research. It is not known whether the lack of publications was because of doubts about the quality of the data or apprehension about criticism of the unethical nature of the work. In any event, it is probable that we would still know nothing of these experiments were it not for an academic researcher named Susan Reverby. In 2010, while researching the 40-year Tuskegee study of untreated syphilis, Reverby examined the unpublished and archived papers of John Cutler at the University of Pittsburgh. She discovered many boxes of his correspondence and unpublished papers about these experiments in Guatemala. Reverby discovered that these experiments were carried out with the knowledge and support of the Surgeon General of the time, Thomas Paran. Paran had been the Commissioner of Health for New York and Chief of PHS's Division of Venereal Diseases before being appointed Surgeon General of the United States in 1936. He retained that position until 1948, when he became the first Dean of Public Health at the University of Pittsburgh. He had taken a lead role in addressing STDs as infections that needed to be medically treated. He oversaw and funded the Guatemalan experiments. Within the documents Reverby discovered was a letter referring to Paran's acknowledgement that the Guatemalan experiments could not have taken place in the United States. Other documents referred to the necessity of keeping these experiments hidden from the public. In 2010, when Reverby's research was publicized, the United States officially apologized to Guatemala for its role in the studies. The Presidential Commission for the Study of Bioethical Issues investigated and concluded that the Guatemala experiments involved gross violations of ethics as judged against both the standards of today and the researchers' own understanding of applicable contemporaneous practices. 2. The PHS looked further into the study and published a number of accounts about it. They made a deliberate decision not to use any of the data to draw any conclusions about STDs or their treatment, so it could not be said that they profited from unethical research. 229. References 1. Presidential Commission for the Study of Bioethical Issues, A Study Guide to Ethically Impossible STD Research, 36-38. 2. Presidential Commission for the Study of Bioethical Issues, Ethically Impossible STD Research, v. Southam, Chester. Chester Southam was an immunologist affiliated with the Sloan Kettering Institute for Cancer Research in New York. He injected live cancer cells into ill patients at the Jewish Chronic Diseases Hospital in Brooklyn without their consent, leading to adverse publicity and court action. But other doctors supported his work, and Southam proceeded to have a distinguished career. The body's immune system can recognize foreign cells and then reject or kill them. This ability explains why organ transplants will not succeed unless the donor and recipient are genetically very similar or unless the recipient is treated with immunosuppressant medications. As a way of exploring immunity and rejection, physicians have at times transplanted cancer cells from one person to another, as cancer cells are, by their very nature, usually long-lived and able to survive attacks from the person's own body. Chester Milton Southam was a well-respected physician working at the Sloan Kettering Institute for Cancer Research in New York in the areas of virology, immunology, and cancer. In a more than decade-long series of experiments investigating how the body rejects foreign tissue, Southam injected or implanted cancer cells into people at several different institutions, including hospitals and a prison. Between February 1954 and July 1956, Southam injected cancer cells into patients already ill with cancer at Memorial Hospital, the hospital associated with the Sloan Kettering Institute. The implanted cancer cells sometimes survived briefly and grew into a measurable nodule that within a few weeks disappeared. Occasionally, Southam would remove the nodule to examine it. The patients, even though they were ill and unable to fight off their own cancer cells, did reject the foreign cancer cells as was expected. In one case the implanted cancer cells spread, or metastasized, to a lymph node in the patient's armpit, but there is no evidence that this patient, or any other, sustained lasting harm from the experimental procedures. In the mid-1950s Southam injected live cancer cells into healthy prisoners at an Ohio State penitentiary. In this case, he explained the project to the prisoners and asked for volunteers, who signed informed consent. He discovered that the healthy prisoners rejected the cancer cells faster than the Memorial Hospital patients already ill with cancer. No adverse reactions were described. Southam continued his injections of live cancer cells into Memorial Hospital patients, but without obtaining consent or telling the patients that they were being injected with cancer cells. For 2 years, he injected cancer cells into all 230 postoperative gynecology patients at the Sloan Kettering as a way, he said, of measuring their immunologic status. Southam wanted to know if the cancer patients were slower to reject the foreign cancer cells because of their generally debilitated or weakened state, or because they had cancer. To answer this question, he decided to inject live cancer cells into the elderly and other people debilitated by non-cancerous illnesses. Would they reject the cancer cells at the rate of the healthy people or at the slower rate displayed by those ill with cancer? To find out, in July 1963, he approached Emanuel Mondel, director of medicine at the Jewish Chronic Disease Hospital in Brooklyn, to obtain his permission to use JCDH patients who were ill but did not have cancer. By that time, he had injected or implanted live cancer cells into over 300 patients with cancer and over 300 healthy subjects. Southam reassured Mondel and the JCDH that he had successfully carried out some of these experiments at the Sloan Kettering Institute and that he received some funding from the United States Public Health Service and the American Cancer Society. He told the JCDH that he did not explain the nature of the injection to the patients because there was no risk that these implants would cause any cancer, and it was not necessary to do so in this case either. The JCDH agreed to help Southam with his research. Mondel asked physicians at the JCDH to participate in this experiment. 3 refused, feeling uneasy about the experiment. A 4th physician agreed, and chose 19 JCDH patients to be subjects for Southam's study. On the morning of July 16, Southam injected into 3 patients a suspension of human cancer cells, grown in tissue culture, just under the skin on 2 places on the front of the thigh. Then the JCDH physician carried out a similar procedure in the remaining 19 patients. The patients rejected the cancer implants at a rate similar to that shown by the healthy prisoner volunteers and once again displayed no adverse effects. The next month, in August, the 3 physicians who had refused to participate resigned their positions to avoid the appearance of condoning the research. They told a lawyer, William Hyman, who was also one of the hospital's directors, about what they considered to be unethical behavior on the part of Southam and Mondel. Hyman was outraged, partly because he misunderstood the experiment and believed that the researchers were trying to cause cancer. He asked to review the records of the patients, but the hospital would not allow him to do so. So, in December 1963, Hyman went to the Kings County Supreme Court in Brooklyn to obtain access to the patients' records. A great deal of publicity ensued, and some of the discussions became personal. The lawyer and physicians who objected to the research were accused of having a personal animus toward Mondel. The physicians were also accused of being untruthful, poor doctors, and of being interested in monetary profit and career advancement from the dispute. Southam, on the other hand, made things worse for himself when a reporter for the journal Science asked if he had injected himself with live cancer cells. He answered, 231. I would not have hesitated if it would have served a useful purpose. But to me it seemed like false heroism, like the old question whether the general should march behind or in front of his troops. I do not regard myself as indispensable. If I were not doing this work, someone else would be, and I did not regard the experiment as dangerous. But, let's face it, there are relatively few skilled cancer researchers, and it seemed stupid to take even the little risk. 1. In a second lawsuit, in a hearing before the Board of Regents of the University of the State of New York, the State Attorney General tried to revoke the medical licenses of Southam and Mondale because of the lack of informed consent from the patients. At trial, Southam and Mondale defended themselves by saying that doctors often did not use the word cancer, even when talking to patients who had the disease. They believed that a person's reaction to the word cancer was so extreme as to make the individual unable to understand that no risk was involved in the implantation of cancer cells. The two physicians claimed that the cancerous origin of the cells was irrelevant because there was no risk of harm, no chance that the implanted cells could survive or cause cancer. Southam and Mondale also said that each of the 22 patients did receive a general explanation of the procedure, that it was a measurement of their immune response. They said that the patients gave oral consent. Many physicians and cancer researchers defended Southam and Mondale, saying that they worked in similar ways and that the work of Southam was both safe and important. Critics of Southam and Mondale noted that they did not review their project with the research committee of the hospital nor with the doctors responsible for the clinical care of the affected patients. There was no documentation of informed consent in the patients' charts, and the difficulty of explaining the risks and benefits of this unusual experiment to the ill patients meant that the researchers were almost certainly experimenting without any sort of consent. They also did not inform the families or ask for their permission. As Southam had previously obtained written consent in his Ohio prison study, he could not have claimed ignorance of this concept. Although he said that the procedure entailed no risk, Southam's own refusal to volunteer for the experiment shed some doubt on his claims of its complete safety. In his interview with Science, he modified the statement of no risk to a little risk for a hypothetical procedure involving himself. In addition, although there was no evidence of harm at the time, the researchers had not followed the patients for very long. As cancer cells are known to be long-lived and cancer can reappear some years after remission, perhaps the claims of safety were premature. Southam himself might have thought this, as he wrote an article describing a late recurrence of cancer at the site of a biopsy of a nodule. Thus, the researchers deceived the patients by telling them that they were measuring their immune response instead of sharing the true nature of the study. This statement, probably incomprehensible to many of the patients, carried with it the implication that they were undergoing a test relevant to their clinical condition and treatment. 232. In sum, Southam and Mondale acted too quickly, without reviewing their experiment with the hospital at large, and without asking for informed permission from the patients or their families. It is difficult not to think that the illness of the patients, what made Southam and Mondale deem them appropriate subjects, was also the very thing that made their lives less important to the researchers. Had the patients or their families fully understood the procedure, they might have refused to allow it. The secrecy and the speed of the experiment are consistent with the criticism that the experiments involved some risk that the researchers wanted to hide. The United States Public Health Service was asked by the New York Attorney General to comment. It replied that ethical research practices could most clearly be safeguarded by the involvement of the researchers' peers and not by regulation. In 1964, both Southam and Mondale were put on probation for a year by the Board of Regents of the University of the State of New York. Southam proceeded to have a successful career and, in 1968, was elected president of the American Association for Cancer Research. Reference 1. Quoted in Langer, Human Experimentation, 551. Stanley, James. While serving in the U.S. Army in 1958, Master Sergeant James Stanley was given lysergic acid diethylamide without his knowledge. He blamed LSD for his subsequent emotional problems and filed a lawsuit against the United States that reached the Supreme Court. His suit failed because the Supreme Court argued that it was part of his military duty to participate in an experiment. In February 1958, Master Sergeant James B. Stanley was stationed at Fort Knox in Kentucky. He volunteered to be a test subject in a chemical weapons study and was transferred to the study location, the Edgewood Arsenal in Aberdeen, Maryland. At first, he thought that he was volunteering to test protective clothing for the Army. Instead, he was given a clear liquid to drink that, unbeknownst to him, contained lysergic acid diethylamide. Stanley subsequently developed emotional problems and he and his wife divorced in 1970. In 1975, the Army asked him to go to the Walter Reed Army Medical Center in Washington, D.C., to participate in a follow-up study of people who had taken LSD. Before this request, Stanley had not been told that he had been given LSD. After learning the news, he blamed his emotional problems on the LSD and filed suit against the United States for injuries sustained as a result of the Edgewood experiment. The case went all of the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, and in 1987, the Supreme Court found against him, 5-4, arguing that his injuries were incident to service and that he could not therefore sue the United States. The majority invoked the FIRS doctrine, which states that a member of the armed forces cannot 233. Bring a claim against the federal government for injuries caused by activity related to his or her military service. The dissenting justices noted that Stanley had been an involuntary and uninformed subject and that the experiment violated the Nuremberg Code. Stanley then testified before Congress. As a result of his testimony, the Department of Defense awarded him $625,000 in damages. Streptomycin clinical trial. Medicine's first major randomized clinical trial tested the usefulness of the drug streptomycin against tuberculosis. In this study, there was an element of uncertainty as to the value of streptomycin. The trial organizers used an experimental design to allot treatment. Tuberculosis, an illness caused by a bacterium called Mycobacterium tuberculosis, is usually an illness of the lungs, but the bacteria can also infect the kidney, spine, and brain. Once the leading cause of death in the United States, tuberculosis remained a serious illness without effective treatment until the middle of the 20th century. Because tuberculosis had a high mortality rate and an unpredictable course, finding an effective treatment was both important and difficult. Soil microbiologist Selman Waxman at Rutgers University in New Jersey had been analyzing microorganisms in the soil, many of which killed other microorganisms. He became interested in a type of bacterium known as actinomycetes. He organized a methodical screening program to see which variety of actinomycetes could produce substances toxic to other bacteria, specifically those that caused human illnesses. Albert Schatz, a PhD student working with Waxman, found a type of actinomycetes in a chicken's throat, presumably picked up while the chicken was pecking in the dirt. This microorganism produced a substance, that would become known as streptomycin, that was toxic to other microbes but not to larger organisms, such as chickens or humans. In 1952, Waxman won a Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine for this discovery. Streptomycin was tested at the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota and thought to be active against tuberculosis. But production was difficult, so it was both scarce and expensive. In England, in the aftermath of World War II, patients and doctors had no money to buy adequate supplies of the new tuberculosis treatment. As the available amounts were only sufficient for a few patients and there was no definitive evidence that streptomycin was effective and safe, the English Medical Research Council designed a research project in which streptomycin would be assigned to patients in a random manner. Otherwise, selection of patients for this promising but unproven treatment could have been difficult. The trial was carried out at the MRC Tuberculosis Research Unit under the direction of the eminent British physician Sir Geoffrey Marshall in 1947. 234. Tuberculosis patients thought to be eligible for the trial were randomly assigned to either active drug or control. Before this trial, there had been a few randomized trials in which patients were allotted to groups by alternation, meaning that the first patient was assigned to the active group, the second to the control group, the third to the active group, and so on. This method was possibly flawed, as physicians could on occasion know to which group the last patient had been assigned, which might affect their decision about how to time the selection of their next patient. Austin Bradford Hill, professor of medical statistics at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, had been writing about experimental design for 10 years. He suggested a new scheme of randomization that safeguarded against any selection bias by using random numbers and concealing the allocation schedule. After a physician identified a potentially eligible subject, information about that subject was sent to the National Coordinating Center of the trial. If the subject met the eligibility criteria, he or she was admitted to the closest next available hospital bed. Each gender in each center was allotted a numbered series of envelopes, bearing only the name of the hospital. Each envelope contained a card indicating S or C. The numerical order of the envelopes was based on a series of random numbers. After a subject was accepted into the trial, the next envelope for that center and gender was opened. Control treatment consisted of bed rest. This trial was, by modern standards, unusual, in that neither group of patients knew that they were in a trial and no consent was obtained. Bradford Hill saw no need for informed consent, and the trial remained secret throughout its 15-month duration. All patients received monthly chest X-rays, which were graded by radiologists who were blind, that is, they were unaware of whether or not the patient was receiving streptomycin. Somewhat weakening the element of equipoise in this study was the decision by the MRC to treat a senior physician with streptomycin obtained outside the study. The study design was innovative, and the results of the study were both disappointing and important. Patients treated with streptomycin did improve, but only briefly before the tuberculosis bacteria gained resistance to the drug. The discovery of the rapid acquisition of drug resistance was unwelcome but essential in learning the limitations of antibiotics. Another important result was the demonstration that, in studies of new treatments in medicine, patients could be enrolled in multiple sites, and their allocation to study groups could be done in a randomized manner applied by a central office. The blindness of the radiologists was an important advance in trial methodology, as this meant that their readings of the chest X-ray could not be biased by their particular beliefs about whether streptomycin was effective. By later standards, the secrecy of the study and absence of informed consent were problematic. 235. Thalidomide. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, the drug thalidomide, originally marketed as a safe sedative, led to birth defects in the children of thousands of women who took it while pregnant. One of the results of this international tragedy was the realization by the American public that more testing was needed before drugs are issued to the public. This realization in turn eased the passage of the Kefauver-Harris amendments to the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. While not strictly related to experiments, the amendment's requirement for increased caution when new products are given to humans was a harbinger of increased regulation of research to come. The amendments also led to a requirement that new drugs be tested on more subjects before they could be marketed, a form of experimentation in itself. In the 1950s, there were no safe sedative drugs on the market. Barbiturates were used to help people sleep, but these were lethal in overdose and highly addicting. The German pharmaceutical firm Chemie Grünenthal introduced the drug thalidomide as a safe over-the-counter sleeping pill and advertised that it was even safe for pregnant women, who also used it to treat morning sickness. By 1960, it was being sold in much of Europe, Canada, and Australia. In December of 1960, the British Medical Journal published a letter from a Leslie Florence, a Scottish general practitioner, who had prescribed thalidomide to his patients and seen 4 cases of peripheral neuritis, a painful tingling of the arms and feet, in patients who had taken the drug for periods ranging from 18 months to 2 years. The problem diminished but persisted even after the drug was stopped. Meanwhile, In the United States, Francis Kelsey, a physician and pharmacologist working at the Food and Drug Administration, was hesitant to approve of the distribution of thalidomide. Kelsey, who had just started working at the FDA that year, after 2 years of investigating the posterior pituitary gland of the armadillo, had had some experience with the unexpected complications of drugs. In the fall of 1937, a new preparation of the antibiotic sulfanilamide was released. The antibiotic was dissolved in diethylene glycol, and this preparation was responsible for the deaths of over 100 children. Kelsey investigated this tragedy in the laboratory and wrote later that she vividly remembered seeing rats develop renal failure and die after exposure to diethylene glycol. While working with anti-malarial drugs during World War II, she observed that rabbit embryos, quite different from adult rabbits, could not break down quinine. When she joined the FDA, she already understood that new drugs or preparations could be dangerous and that there could be differences between adults and embryos in how drugs are metabolized. Kelsey thought that the toxicology testing that the pharmaceutical company submitted about thalidomide was not very extensive and that the clinical reports were poor. As well, at the time of the introduction of thalidomide, the FDA was becoming more careful about the effects of drugs on the human embryo. She was aware of the BMJ letter and was concerned that a drug that could damage nerves 236, possibly irreversibly, could also affect a developing fetus if the pregnant mother with insomnia took it throughout her pregnancy. It turned out later that there had been European cases of peripheral neuritis, but this side effect had not been well publicized or relayed to the FDA. Kelsey did not authorize thalidomide to be marketed in the United States. At the time, she was criticized for her caution, and the pharmaceutical company Merrill Richardson, working with Kemi Grunenthal, exerted a great deal of pressure on her to change her mind. While awaiting FDA approval, Merrill sent out 2.5 million thalidomide samples to physicians in the United States. As many as 20,000 patients including 207 pregnant women took the drug without being informed that, at least in the United States, it was still investigational. In 1961, William McBride, an obstetrician in Australia, saw an increase in birth defects in children born to women who had taken the drug. Some children were born with phocomelia, or the absence of fully developed limbs. These children had short limbs, with digits sprouting from hips and shoulders. He reported this finding in a letter to the English medical journal Lancet in December 1961, and by March 1962, as reports of birth defects accumulated, the drug was banned from most countries. In total, more than 10,000 children in 46 countries were born with deformities as a consequence of thalidomide use. One of the first American physicians to observe the effects of thalidomide on children was the renowned Johns Hopkins pediatric cardiologist Helen Taussig. She had trained a German physician who informed her that many of the German thalidomide babies also had heart defects. Taussig spent 6 weeks in Germany talking to physicians and parents and examining the babies. She came back to the United States with photographs and case histories and spoke to the American College of Physicians and a House committee about the connection between thalidomide and birth defects. Her accounts helped American physicians and politicians to understand the extent of the tragedy and the need to impose more regulations on the pharmaceutical industry. In the United States, 17 children were born with thalidomide-associated deformities. The FDA never did approve thalidomide for use in the United States, and the number of affected American children would have been much higher had it not been for Kelsey's caution, experience with drug toxicity, and her ability to withstand pressure from the pharmaceutical companies. The news of the thalidomide tragedy changed the attitude of the public toward the pharmaceutical companies, making it easier for U.S. Senator Estes Kefauver of Tennessee to amend the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, despite opposition from the pharmaceutical industry and the American Medical Association. In 1962, Kefauver and U.S. Representative Orrin Harris of Arkansas were able to push through what came to be known as the Kefauver-Harris Amendments to the FD&C Act. These amendments authorized the FDA to demand evidence from animal testing and adequate and well-controlled investigations that drugs are safe and effective before their release. In addition, people who took investigational drugs would be required to sign informed consent. Before this act, patients 237 were often not informed that they were taking investigational drugs. The drug companies would also be required to report serious post-marketing side effects to the FDA. One unanticipated consequence of these amendments was that the new burden of proof made the process of drug development both more expensive and time-consuming because pharmaceutical research now focuses on the placebo-controlled, randomized, controlled trial. These trials are difficult and costly. Preventing another tragedy such as the thalidomide tragedy turns out to be a challenging undertaking. Uranium miners. Between 1948 and 1971, the Atomic Energy Commission agreed to buy all the uranium that could be mined in the United States, leading to a mining boom. Uranium mining was already known to be dangerous, and the United States Public Health Service monitored the environment and health of the miners. The miners were not deliberately exposed to the unsafe conditions, but they were not clearly told of or protected from these hazards until the 1960s. Without their consent or knowledge, they were experimental subjects. During the Cold War, the United States needed a domestic supply of uranium for the manufacture of nuclear bombs. In 1948, the newly established Atomic Energy Commission announced that it would pay a guaranteed price for uranium mined in the United States. This set off a mining boom, particularly in the Southwest, as uranium is predominantly found in Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona. Private companies did much of the actual mining. Because much of the uranium was on or close to Navajo lands, many of the workers in the mines were Navajo. Uranium had been mined in Europe since the 16th century, and the high rate of lung diseases among uranium miners was well known. By the 1930s, the harm was so well documented that Germany and Czechoslovakia had declared that lung cancer in uranium miners was an occupational disease that warranted compensation. The harm comes from the radon gas that is emitted as uranium-bearing rock is broken up. As radon gas decays, it leads to radon daughters, solid particles that can attach to other airborne particles and be inhaled. The radon daughters emit alpha radiation that harms lung tissue. Both radon gas and radon daughters are invisible and odorless. It was also known that the harm could be mitigated by improving ventilation in the mines. After exposure to radon, there is a latency period of about 10 to 20 years before its health effects can be seen. The U.S. Public Health Service, aware of the probable long-term harm, conducted a prospective observational study of the mining environment and the health of the miners from 1949 to 1960. The miners received periodic physical exams and chest X-rays until 1960. 238. In 1952, the PHS and Colorado Health Department distributed a report recommending that uranium mines be ventilated to lower the very high radon levels. The recommendation was repeated later in different ways and in different venues. There were some mine inspections, but mine operators took little or no action to make mining conditions safer. In 1954, the PHS teamed up with the AEC to study the uranium miners. The AEC, interested in the risks run by researchers who were exposed to radiation, welcomed the chance to work with the PHS. The AEC provided staff, vehicles, and help getting access to the miners. In 1954, the joint team of researchers examined 1,319 miners in a more organized manner than the PHS had managed to do earlier on its own. To maintain access to the mines and miners, the PHS promised the mine owners that they would not inform the miners of the known dangers of which the miners were generally not aware. During these examinations, the miners were therefore not routinely nor officially told about the dangers of their work or purpose of the study. However, it is possible that some examiners did try to let the miners know of the risks, and in late 1959, a warning pamphlet was given to the miners. Federal officials met several times with mine operators and state officials about the dangerous conditions of the mines. The states began to adopt guidelines for lowering radon levels, but there was little enforcement of these regulations until the 1960s. The AEC did not insist on ventilation, believing that the states or the mining companies were responsible for the health of the miners. The safety concerns in this situation were similar to those regarding exposure to beryllium, another mined substance used in the nuclear industry. With respect to beryllium, the AEC insisted in 1949 that miners not be exposed to high levels of the substance. However, when later work showed that even the accepted levels were too high, the Department of Energy did not pursue the matter, unwilling to interfere with production. In 1967, the Secretary of the Department of Labor, Willard Wirtz, became aware of the health and safety issues in mining. Using the Public Contracts Act of 1936, which required companies supplying products to the federal government to ensure safe working conditions for their employees, the Department of Labor put mining safety regulations into place and enforced them. Finally, working conditions in the mines became safer. Meanwhile, evidence of the harm to American miners caused by exposure to uranium was growing. In 1962, the PHS documented high rates of lung cancer, tuberculosis, and other respiratory diseases. In 1964, a tenfold excess of lung cancer was found among underground uranium miners. Later analyses showed that Navajo uranium mine workers were almost 30 times more likely to develop lung cancer than those Navajos who had not worked in the mines. Few of the Navajos smoked, and before they worked in the uranium mines, lung cancer was rare in this population. By 1974, from a group of 3,500 miners, 144 cancer deaths had occurred, about 114 more than would have been expected. By 1990, in a group of 4,100 Colorado, 239 plateau miners, 410 miners had died from lung cancer. Without this exposure in mines, researchers calculated that there would have only been about 75 deaths from lung cancer. In 1979, the Navajo miners and their survivors sued the U.S. government, claiming that safety standards had not been established early enough and that they had not been warned of known dangers. In 1984, a federal court found that the PHS had acted in a way consistent with the standards of the 1940s and 1950s. The court believed that it was reasonable not to inform the miners of the risks that they faced because this could have interfered with their willingness to work in the mines. During the case and the subsequent appeal, government lawyers testified that the government had studied the miners to establish what a safe level of exposure to radon would be. The miners were a vulnerable population. Many were poorly educated and eager to work. The Navajos in particular had high rates of unemployment before this opportunity to work in the mines. Few spoke English, had telephones, or had any background in science or politics. They had difficulty understanding the issues around radiation or how to change the situation. The scientific questions posed by the PHS epidemiologic study were not pressing. The risks and ill effects of uranium mining were already well known. There was uncertainty as to the exact causes of the illnesses, but no uncertainty as to the value of ventilation in reducing this risk. The reports emerging from this natural experiment were done at the predictable expense of the health of the miners. The miners had never agreed to be research subjects and were not told clearly that risks could have been mitigated. While they were not deliberately harmed or duped by medical researchers, the medical researchers were working with people, such as the mine operators, who could have protected the miners. The researchers used the miners to prove the ill effects of uranium mining, although these effects were already known. For 2 decades they collected data about the deteriorating health of the miners while taking little action to protect it. Their work may have helped future miners, but at the expense of the health and, in some cases, lives of the workers of that time. Vanderbilt University Nutrition Experiments. In the 1940s, researchers at Vanderbilt University gave lemonade containing radioactive iron to almost 200 children between the ages of 7 and 10 to track iron absorption. They also gave radioactive iron to over 800 pregnant women to study the absorption of iron during pregnancy. These studies were not done in secret, but the children, their parents, and the pregnant women involved were not informed of the radioactive tracers used in these experiments. There is, however, little evidence of harm resulting from the studies. In the 1940s, radioisotopes became widely available to medical researchers. Isotopes of a chemical element differ from the element only in their mass number, 240, or the number of protons in the nucleus. This difference does not affect their chemical reactions. If the atomic nucleus of an isotope is unstable, the nucleus decays, making it radioactive. Radioisotopes of elements such as iron can serve as tracers because they emit radiation that can be detected outside the body. Because a radioactive isotope of iron is chemically identical to the non-radioactive form of the element, following radioactive iron in the body yields much information about how the body handles iron. Beginning in 1945, researchers at Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee, started to investigate iron absorption using radio tracers. Iron is an important mineral to study because it is an essential ingredient of hemoglobin, and hemoglobin is the molecule in the red blood cell that carries oxygen. Radiation chemist Paul Hahn, who already had 5 years of experience with radio tracers, came to Vanderbilt in 1943, where he initiated studies on absorption of iron in childhood and pregnancy. He worked with William Darby, an expert in nutrition. In 1945, with permission from the local school board, Hahn and Darby gave lemonade containing a heavy isotope of iron, Fe59, also known as radioiron, to 188 Nashville school children between the ages of 7 and 10. The goal was to measure the amount of iron absorbed by growing children. They explained their study as an important investigation of nutrition, but they did not mention that they would be using radioactive iron. The permission of the parents was not obtained, nor was there follow-up of the students. In another project, the Vanderbilt researchers were interested in iron absorption during pregnancy because of the common problem of iron deficiency anemia. When pregnant, a woman's need for iron increases along with the volume of her blood, and she also has to supply iron so the fetus can make his or her own hemoglobin. If she does not consume enough iron or does not absorb it properly, she can develop an iron deficiency anemia. Between 1946 and 1949, the researchers enrolled all women attending the Vanderbilt University Hospital prenatal clinic who were more than 3 weeks away from their delivery date into the iron study. These women were all poor and white. At their first visit, they were asked to complete dietary questionnaires and submit to some blood tests. They were given B vitamins, and their urine was collected to measure their B vitamin levels. On their second prenatal visit, they were given a dose of iron tagged with Fe59. On the third visit, a blood sample was drawn so that the percentage of absorbed iron could be studied. The blood of the baby at birth was then tested for radioactivity. The study was not explained to the women, nor were they asked for their consent, though some of them might have been told that they were being given a vitamin cocktail. The study was funded in part by national organizations such as the United States Public Health Service and the Rockefeller Foundation. Altogether, 829 pregnant women were given radioactive iron. At the time, Vanderbilt issued press releases about this pioneering experimental work with pregnant women and explained that the radioactive iron came from the cyclotron at Massachusetts Institute of Technology and from the nearby Oak Ridge reactor. At least 2 articles describing the project were published in the Nashville 241 press, and many others were published in the medical literature. However, none of the women in the pregnancy study seemed to have been aware that they were given radioiron, or indeed even know that they were subjects in a study. 20 years later, another Vanderbilt medical team, interested in any long-term effects of the radioactivity on the women or their fetuses, contacted these women and asked them multiple questions about their health and the health of their children. They did not explain to the women the real purpose of their questions, not wanting to alarm them. These researchers found a small, but possibly significant, increase in cancer rates. There were 3 cancers in the children of the study subjects and none in a comparison group. The finding was published in a medical journal but not shared with the women or children. In 1993, following revelations about the large number of radiation experiments carried out in the United States during the Cold War period, reports about the Vanderbilt experiments appeared in the Nashville press. Litigators contacted some of the women involved in the original study. At the class action trial that followed, experts called by both sides disagreed about the amount of radioactivity to which the women and their children had been exposed and whether there was a significant increase in cancer in the fetuses exposed to the radioiron. Vanderbilt attorneys argued that the researchers were behaving like all researchers at the time and should not be judged by standards of 40 years later. The case was settled out of court. Vanderbilt agreed to pay the women $10 million and to apologize. Unlike some of the other studies involving radiation, these studies used the radiation as a tool and not as the subject of the study itself. Nonetheless, they are often included with the other radiation studies of the time, such as the plutonium studies. The Vanderbilt studies increased our understanding of iron absorption. While it is impossible to determine whether they caused any harm to the subjects, it is certain that they offered no benefit to the school children, pregnant women, or their fetuses. The studies were not a secret in the medical community or even in the community at large, but the children, their parents, their school board, and the pregnant women involved were never informed that they were being exposed to radioactivity, nor of the possible risks they might have incurred through exposure. Vipeholm Hospital Experiment. Between 1945 and 1953, Swedish dentists investigated the relationship between dental cavities and sugar in the diet in a group of mentally ill patients at the Vipeholm Hospital and found that between meal consumption of sticky sweets was most likely to lead to cavities. None of the patients gave consent to participate in the study. 242. In the 1940s, dental health was poor in Sweden, as it was in much of the developed world. In 1945, the Swedish Medical Board began to investigate the cause of cavities. Dietary deficiency of some nutrients and the consumption of sugar were suspected to be at least some of the causes, but neither link was proven. In a study at the Vipeholm Hospital, the country's largest facility for uneducable retards, Swedish dental researchers supplemented the institutional diet with vitamins, fluoride, and bone meal, but dental decay did not decrease. Then, from 1947 to 1949, the researchers fed 436 patients varying amounts and types of sugar, including sugary drinks, sweetened bread at meals, or specially prepared toffees between meals. Between 1949 and 1951, the trials were changed to test a more normal carbohydrate-rich diet. Controls were fed higher quantities of fats, such as margarine, so that their diets contained the same number of calories. The researchers examined the teeth, blood, urine, and saliva of the subjects. The study found that subjects who were fed a higher carbohydrate diet developed more tooth decay than the controls. Sticky sweets, such as toffee and caramels, eaten throughout the day were more likely to lead to dental decay than sugar eaten with meals. Results of studies of saliva showed that children with large numbers of lactobacilli in their saliva were particularly likely to develop cavities as a result of eating carbohydrates. The study has become a classic, but it also caused much unease in Sweden as none of the patients gave consent. Willowbrook hepatitis experiments. Between 1956 and 1971, physicians gave mentally retarded children at the Willowbrook State School in New York milkshakes containing feces infected by hepatitis virus or injected them with a hepatitis-infected serum with the goal of better understanding the illness. The Willowbrook studies were one of the examples of unethical experimentation described by physician Henry Beecher in his influential 1966 article Ethics and Clinical Research. These controversial trials also led to advances in our understanding of hepatitis and contributed to the formation of effective life-saving hepatitis vaccines. The experimenters have been both reviled and praised for their work. Willowbrook State School was established in 1942 on Staten Island as a facility to care for disabled children in the greater metropolitan area of New York. It was converted into an Army hospital for soldiers wounded in World War II and then converted back into a facility for children in 1947. 2 years later, children at the facility began to become ill with infectious hepatitis. This situation set the stage for the notorious Willowbrook experiments. Hepatitis is an inflammation of the liver and can be caused by excessive alcohol consumption, toxins, or by the body's own defenses. However, the most common cause is infection by a virus. There are several types of hepatitis viruses. 243. Each assigned a letter of the alphabet. Symptoms of all types of hepatitis include general discomfort, fever, nausea, and vomiting, and general aches. In more severe cases, the person can lose his or her appetite and develop a swollen liver. If there is sufficient disruption of the functions of the liver, the blood levels of bilirubin can become high and lead to jaundice, a condition that causes the skin or whites of the eyes to look yellow. Hepatitis with jaundice is known as icteric hepatitis and is more serious than non-icteric hepatitis. Children can be infected with hepatitis and be able to infect others, yet remain free of symptoms. In cases where the person seems to be well but hepatitis is suspected, it can be diagnosed by checking blood levels of liver enzymes and other markers of liver dysfunction. The illness is more serious in adults. At the time that the Willowbrook experiments began, physicians thought that there were two types of hepatitis: infectious and serum. Infectious hepatitis, now known as hepatitis A, is generally spread by eating or drinking food contaminated by infected feces. Infectious hepatitis was common in crowded institutions such as Willowbrook and military barracks. Serum hepatitis, now known as hepatitis B, is a more serious illness that is generally spread by contaminated needles or by sexual contact. It can become chronic and lead to cirrhosis of the liver or liver cancer. In the overcrowded setting of Willowbrook, where many children were incontinent and hygiene was difficult to maintain, infectious hepatitis was common. Indeed, the children sometimes spread it to the adult attendants. In the early 1950s, the school asked Saul Krugman, a respected pediatrician and immunologist from New York University, to consult on the school's hepatitis problem. Krugman was chosen because he had worked in the Army with a variety of illnesses and was also familiar with a measles vaccine developed by John Enders. Measles then had a fatality rate of nearly 10%, and Krugman was one of the first to use Enders's vaccine at Willowbrook. He used it experimentally, before it was licensed, and rid Willowbrook of this illness. Clinical researcher Joseph Stokes Jr. and others had already demonstrated the utility of injections of gamma globulin in temporarily preventing hepatitis. Gamma globulin is a concentrated solution of antibodies obtained from pooled human plasma. It provides passive immunity, the loaning of antibodies to a vulnerable person. While passive immunity acts quickly, it usually lasts only for a few weeks. Some of Stokes's work was done in institutions housing mentally retarded children, and some of it was supported by the Armed Forces Epidemiological Board. The optimal dosing of gamma globulin was not then known. In 1956, Krugman began a series of experiments at Willowbrook to understand more about hepatitis. Many experiments involved the administration of different types of hepatitis virus to the children in varying strengths and by different methods, such as by mouth or by injection. Gamma globulin in different strengths was sometimes used. Hepatitis was diagnosed either by clinical symptoms, the appearance of jaundice, or abnormal blood work. The Willowbrook experiments. 244. Also included the first prototype of a hepatitis B vaccine. The experiments lasted until 1971. The first experiments were carried out between 1956 and 1967 to establish the optimal dose of gamma globulin. In June 1956, Krugman's group inoculated 1/3 of the children at Willowbrook with gamma globulin at a dose of 0.01 milliliters per pound of body weight, This decreased the incidence of new cases of icteric hepatitis by about 2.5-fold when compared to the uninoculated controls. In January 1957, the group inoculated one-half of those children who had just been admitted and one-half of the uninoculated children from the earlier experiment with gamma globulin at a dose of 0.06 milliliters per pound of body weight. This higher dose worked better and decreased the incidence of new cases of icteric hepatitis by 10-fold. The immunity lasted for 39 weeks longer than expected. Krugman suspected that this might have been due to the fact that the children were becoming infected with the virus at the same time that they were getting the globulin. The infection with the actual virus meant that the person's own immune cells formed a long-lasting memory of the illness, so protection against the illness also lasted for a longer time. Stokes had suggested that concomitant injection of virus and gamma globulin could lead to so-called passive-active immunity, which would be longer lasting than that produced by gamma globulin alone. In other words, the person would become ill and thus develop a long-lasting immunity, but not at the price of suffering the symptoms of illness, as the gamma globulin prevented the symptoms from becoming severe. To test this way of providing immunity without causing symptomatic illness, in one set of experiments, all children newly admitted to the school were inoculated with gamma globulin and then some were deliberately fed the strain of hepatitis virus common at Willowbrook, known as Willowbrook virus, a particularly mild variant of hepatitis, in gradually increasing strengths. The virus was taken from the feces of children with icteric hepatitis. The stool was suspended in water and then centrifuged. The supernatant was treated with penicillin and chloramphenicol to kill any bacteria. This material had been tested for safety by first injecting it into monkeys and mice. No ill effects in the animals were noted. This was the well-known milkshake that was fed to some of the children. In another set of experiments, in December 1956, newly admitted children were brought to an isolation unit. The researchers administered what was known as pooled Willowbrook serum to the children, either by mouth or intramuscular injection. Some children were also treated with gamma globulin. Several other similar experiments were carried out. Researchers noted that children who became ill had incubation periods ranging from 39 to 71 days. Some control subjects, who were not fed the virus but housed with the others who were, also developed jaundice, presumably picking it up from the ill children. In a few cases, a child developed hepatitis twice, which was initially confusing because, in most cases, one case of hepatitis conferred immunity. 245. In 7 trials between 1964 and 1967, Krugman and his group examined the effects of using the serum from one boy who had contracted hepatitis twice from being administered pooled serum. The serum from his first attack of hepatitis was known as MS1, and from the second attack MS2. The researchers injected or fed MS1 and MS2 serum into other children. Children infected with MS1 virus developed hepatitis in about 30 days, those infected with MS2 developed hepatitis in about 50 days. Other work being done at about the same time clarified what was happening. In 1964, American physician and researcher Barrick Bloomberg discovered a surface antigen in the blood of an Australian Aborigine, which turned out to be a marker for hepatitis B. He then discovered the actual virus in 1967. Krugman and his colleague Joan Giles had kept frozen samples of serum and, in 1969, were able to show, by testing the sera for the Australia antigen, that MS1 was hepatitis A and that MS2 was hepatitis B. When compared to hepatitis B, the incubation period of hepatitis A was shorter, and the ill child experienced a shorter period of elevated liver enzymes. To the surprise of the researchers, many children at Willowbrook had both hepatitis A and hepatitis B. This explained the puzzling finding that some children had hepatitis twice. Hepatitis B infection could be transferred by intimate physical contact and exposure to body fluids. Sexual contact or contaminated needles were not always required as had originally been thought. There was no cross-immunity between the two types of hepatitis virus. In 1971, Krugman took blood from patients with hepatitis B and injected it into 25 children, 24 of whom became ill. Then he took serum infected with hepatitis B, diluted it, heated it for a minute, and injected it into other children. Then he injected these children with untreated infectious serum and 70% stayed well. The heating had destroyed the infectivity but left the Australia antigen, the molecule that involved the protective immune response, intact. This was the first hepatitis B vaccination. In many ways, Krugman's work was a paradigm of excellent and ethical research. Hepatitis does not affect many laboratory animals and the virus could not at that time be grown in culture. It was therefore necessary to perform hepatitis research in human subjects. Krugman argued that because most children who came to Willowbrook would develop hepatitis anyway and it was usually a mild illness, he was not harming them. Moreover, he was working on a way to prevent the illness and was acting with the knowledge of others. His experiments were sponsored or approved by the New York University School of Medicine, the New York State Department of Health, the Armed Forces Epidemiological Board, the Office of the Surgeon General, the U.S. Army, and the New York State Department of Mental Hygiene. He explained that he had used children at Willowbrook because hepatitis was so common there, not because the children were mentally retarded. He only included children who had parents who consented to these trials and did not enroll children. 246. Who were wards of the state. The method of consent evolved over the years and came to include tours of the facility and group presentations with time for questions. Group presentations allowed the more thoughtful or articulate parents to pose questions that the less articulate or shy might not have asked. Parents were encouraged to review the research with their own physicians. Parents signed written consents and were told that they could withdraw their consent at any time. Although his work was unpleasant, Krugman was not the first researcher to transmit hepatitis to others by injection or by using feces. However, there were some troubling and controversial aspects of the research. Although he did obtain consent from the parents, the letter Willowbrook sent to the parents did not make it entirely clear that the children would be deliberately infected with hepatitis or how this would happen. The letter made it seem as though the children were being helped by the experiment, by referring to it as prevention, and by deliberately fostering a therapeutic misperception, the idea that the experiment was for the subject's direct benefit. Indeed, the letter almost suggested that the parents would be remiss in not consenting. Another problem was that in 1964, the facility was so crowded that Willowbrook no longer was able to accept new admissions. Exceptions were made, however, if the parents agreed to have their children admitted to an experimental wing. The researchers argued that this was not unusual. People who agree to participate in experiments are admitted to experimental units. Others argued it was coercion. Willowbrook was later the subject of adverse publicity. In 1965, Robert Francis Kennedy, then the senator from New York, visited and described it as a snake pit. In 1972, reporter Geraldo Rivera made it the subject of a television exposé. The children at Willowbrook were provided with no diagnosis, education, or treatment. The institution was overcrowded. Water fountains and toilets did not always work. Visitors to the wards described partially clothed or naked children, often filthy, scratched, or bruised, who were watched by a few overwhelmed, unsupervised, and untrained staff. Lawsuits were brought against Willowbrook, and the institution was closed in 1987. An unexpected consequence of the hepatitis experiments was that the children faced additional stigma. One of the goals when Willowbrook closed was to reintegrate these children into society. But some of the children were known to be hepatitis B carriers and therefore were potentially contagious for prolonged periods of time. Parents of other children were afraid that their children would become infected by Willowbrook children and protested the reintegration. The Willowbrook experiments have become an example of unethical research and indeed were described as such in Henry Beecher's influential 1966 article Ethics and Clinical Research in the New England Journal of Medicine. The fact that these children, already so poorly treated, were used in experiments was disturbing to many. Feeding children a virus from feces or injecting them with pooled serum. 247. To test a theory seemed grotesque. Parents may not have known exactly what was being done to their children, and most of the children could not have understood their illnesses or the repeated blood work. Yet, Krugman himself was a highly admired physician who was honored for his work with pediatric illnesses. In 1983, he won the Lasker Award, which is given to people who have made major contributions to medical science, and is sometimes known as the American Nobel Prize. His ingenuity, perseverance, and thoughtfulness yielded much information about hepatitis. However, his argument that most of the children would have become ill anyway with hepatitis has been debated, and, in any event, sounded disingenuous. The Willowbrook children were a vulnerable population, and their parents may have signed consent without being fully informed of the experiments and while feeling anxious about finding a place for their children to live. Documents. Venereal disease experimentation in Guatemala. Researchers sometimes take advantage of vulnerable populations, such as children, prisoners, or third-world populations. The documentation of the studies on the transmission of venereal illnesses in Guatemala illustrates this painfully well. Researcher Susan Reverby uncovered this correspondence between American scientists while investigating the Tuskegee study. Robert Coatney was a well-respected malariologist offering to help John Cutler, one of the organizers of the Guatemala study, to treat malaria in Guatemala. This seems laudable. At the same time, Coatney makes it clear that he, Thomas Paran, a highly respected venereologist, and Cutler can agree that the basic experiments that Paran and Cutler are carrying out would be disapproved of in the United States, and that it is somehow amusing that they can nonetheless do these experiments on Guatemalan subjects. February 17, 1947. Dr. John C. Cutler. Caribbean Sector. Pan American Sanitary Bureau. Apartado number 383. Guatemala City, Guatemala. Dear Dr. Cutler, we are sending you 500 0.3 gram tablets of chloroquine, and if you should need an additional supply, I shall be glad to send it along. 248. The Bureau of Prisons has agreed to send you some current literature, I hope it has already gone, and to put you on the mailing list for monthly publications. I saw Dr. Paran on Friday and he wanted to know if I had had a chance to visit your project. Since the answer was yes, he asked me to tell him about it, and I did so to the best of my ability. He was familiar with all the arrangements and wanted to be brought up to date on what progress had been made. As you well know, he is very much interested in the project, and a merry twinkle came into his eye when he said, "You know, we couldn't do such an experiment in this country." I really enjoyed my short stay in Guatemala and wish to say thanks to you for taking so much time toward trying to educate a malariologist. I was so taken by the chances for investigative work in that country that I find it hard to get down to work here again. As Fred Brady would say, I'm looking over the fence. Cordial regards to you and Mrs. Cutler. Sincerely yours, G. Robert Coatney SC. Parental notification of nutrition experiments at the Fernald State School. Nutrition researchers from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, in collaboration with Quaker Oats and the Atomic Energy Commission, tagged the calcium and iron in the food of children at the Fernald State School with radioisotopes to measure the absorption of these elements. These children had a variety of problems, ranging from mental retardation to difficult to control behavior. Parents and guardians were asked for their permission or consent but were not given complete information about the studies. The use of radioisotopes was not mentioned. This letter is particularly troubling because the lack of response from a parent or guardian is assumed to mean consent. There is no evidence that the children were harmed by the small amount of radioactivity, but, as many have noted, the researchers did not choose to tell the children or parents about what exactly they were doing, nor did they choose the students of private schools as subjects. Parental authorization. The Massachusetts Task Force found 2 letters sent to parents describing the nutrition studies and seeking their permission. The first letter, a form letter signed by the superintendent of the school, is dated November 1949. The letter refers to a project in which children at the school will receive a special diet rich in various cereals, iron, and vitamins, and for which it will be necessary to make some blood tests at stated intervals, similar to those to which our patients are already accustomed, and which will cause no discomfort or change in their physical condition other than possibly improvement. The letter makes no mention of any risks or the 249 use of a radioisotope. Parents or guardians are asked to indicate that they have no objection to their son's participation in the project by signing an enclosed form. The second letter, dated May 1953, we quote in its entirety. Dear parent, in previous years we have done some examinations in connection with the nutritional department of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, with the purposes of helping to improve the nutrition of our children and to help them in general more efficiently than before. For the checking up of the children, we occasionally need to take some blood samples, which are then analyzed. The blood samples are taken after one test meal, which consists of a special breakfast meal containing a certain amount of calcium. We have asked for volunteers to give a sample of blood once a month for 3 months, and your son has agreed to volunteer because the boys who belong to the science club have many additional privileges. They get a quart of milk daily during that time, and are taken to a baseball game, to the beach and to some outside dinners, and they enjoy it greatly. I hope that you have no objection that your son is voluntarily participating in this study. The first study will start on Monday, June 8, and if you have not expressed any objections, we will assume that your son may participate. Sincerely yours, Clemens E. Benda, MD. Clinical Director. Approved _______________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________Malcolm J. Farrell, MD. Superintendent. Source: Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments, Final Report, 342-343. Willowbrook Vaccination Experiment Letter for Parental Consent. Saul Krugman and colleagues developed several vaccines and did much to diminish the burden of pediatric infectious diseases. They were also criticized for what seemed like the exploitation of disabled children. In this letter, the director of Willowbrook State School in Staten Island, New York, is disingenuous in his description of the Krugman hepatitis study. The overarching goal of the study was to learn how to prevent hepatitis, but this particular experiment put the children at risk for becoming ill without clearly saying. 250. So indeed, suggesting the opposite by implying that the parents were depriving their children of prevention if they did not sign. Not all the children received gamma globulin, but all were fed live hepatitis virus. November 15, 1958. Dear Mrs. _____________________________________________________________________________________________________________________We are studying the possibility of preventing epidemics of hepatitis on a new principle. Virus is introduced and gamma globulin given later to some, so that either no attack or only a mild attack of hepatitis is expected to follow. This may give the children immunity against this disease for life. We should like to give your child this new form of prevention with the hope that it will afford protection. Permission form is enclosed for your consideration. If you wish to have your child given the benefit of this new preventive, will you so signify by signing the form? Era 6, Post, Cold War to the Present. Introduction. The experiments that took place during the Cold War era, particularly those with radiation, continued to influence medical research throughout the post-Cold War period. One notorious set of Cold War experiments, in which 18 Americans were injected with plutonium without their knowledge or consent, was first brought to widespread American attention in 1993 by journalist Eileen Wellsome, in a series of articles in the Albuquerque Tribune. The Secretary of Energy, Hazel O'Leary, mentioned the articles at a press conference, and President Bill Clinton, in response to the subsequent public pressure, chartered the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. ACRA's published report and the declassification of many government reports revealed the extent of experimentation. Yet, the conclusions of ACRA were, in the view of many, rather mild. The committee, with the exception of bioethicist J. Katz, did not blame the researchers, feeling that it was improper to use standards that were not applicable at the time of the actual research. They did, however, suggest that government officials and investigators should write policies to protect the rights and interests of human subjects. Following this 1996 report, there has been ever-increasing interest in the protection of human subjects, with the regulations governing clinical trials becoming more complex and onerous. Tragedies stemming from new medications, such as sulfanilamide and thalidomide, and new therapies, such as gene therapy, have added to the pressure to increase the rigor of the regulations. As some researchers have started shifting toward the third world for research subjects, institutions have begun to face new issues. The number of people needed for clinical trials has increased, and some argue that the practice of using people living in developing countries as subjects is similar to the practice of using prisoners and other vulnerable populations in the past. People in third world countries may be more anxious for medical attention and less aware of the risks inherent in a clinical trial. But others argue that clinical trials offer people in poor countries much needed medical attention and the opportunity to be treated with medications that they might otherwise not be able to afford. Short trials of AZT compared with placebo in pregnant women with HIV in poor countries highlighted these issues. 256. In 1990, the International Conference on Harmonization of Technical Requirements for Registration of Pharmaceuticals for Human Use began the process of coordinating regulations between different countries with respect to research. The ICH created good clinical practice guidelines to guide clinical trials involving human subjects. The FDA requires that foreign studies conducted in foreign countries follow the GCP guidelines. Another relatively new group of subjects is the professional guinea pig, the person who makes a living out of being a subject in a clinical trial. In a different set of human experiments, researchers worked on the twin study with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration to investigate whether astronauts could survive the possible 6 to 8 month trip to Mars and back. The experiment will also ultimately yield clues about human physiology and aging. It reflects the scope of experimentation on humans, using perhaps the most advanced technology available, travel to outer space and genome collection, while relying on time-honored and venerable practices, the comparison of twins. The subjects are NASA astronauts and twins Scott and Mark Kelly. Scott traveled to the International Space Station, circling 200 miles above the Earth for a year, beginning in March 2015, while Mark stayed behind in Tucson, Arizona. 12 universities and the NASA biomedical laboratories collected many types of samples from the twins. One area of interest was the possibility of changes to the genome, or epigenetic changes. The basic component of the genome is deoxyribonucleic acid, the hereditary material that makes up the genes in the chromosomes. Epigenetics refers to the way that genes are expressed rather than a change in the DNA itself, and is influenced by many factors in the environment. Identical twins, for example, are born with the same genome, but there is some epigenetic drift as they age. Nonetheless, the Kelly twins probably have as close to identical genomes as any other two adults, and that will make it easier to examine any differences between their genomes that have accrued after Scott's year on board the ISS. Research in the post-Cold War era is becoming ever more complicated. Subjects, including people in third world countries, who may or may not be exploited, and people who have made careers out of being research subjects, are protected perhaps by increasingly rigorous and complex regulations. The gene is replacing the body as the subject of research in many areas. Yet, the human is still at risk, and experimental gene therapy has led to the death of one subject. Finally, research is leaving the confines of the Earth as scientists are studying the epigenetic effects of space travel. Timeline 1993. Eileen Wellsome publishes a 3-part series about plutonium experiments, The Plutonium Experiment, in the Albuquerque Tribune, for which she receives a Pulitzer Prize in 1994. The 257. Series prompts the further investigation of these and related experiments. 1994. The results of the AIDS Clinical Trial Group 076 study demonstrate that a long course and complicated regimen of AZT lowers mother-to-child transmission of HIV. Researchers subsequently begin clinical trials of short-course AZT in third-world countries. Some women receive a placebo. These decisions lead to much criticism. 1994 to 1996. The Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments, created by President Bill Clinton in 1994, releases its results in 1995 and publishes its report in 1996. 1995. President Clinton establishes the National Bioethics Advisory Committee in response to suggestions made by ACRE. 1996. An epidemic of meningitis strikes the northern state of Kano in Nigeria, and 100 children are given an experimental oral antibiotic called Trovin, while another 100 received ceftriaxone, the usual treatment. Patients and their families sue Pfizer, claiming that there was not proper consent. 1996. Hoyen Wan, a 19-year-old student, dies after undergoing a bronchoscopy during an experiment at the University of Rochester. 1999. Wellsome publishes a book, The Plutonium Files, America's Secret Medical Experiments in the Cold War, with more details about experimentation in the United States carried out without proper consent. 1999. Jesse Gelsinger, a 19-year-old student, dies after volunteering to be a subject in a gene transfer experiment at the University of Pennsylvania. 2001. Ellen Roche, a 24-year-old research assistant, dies after volunteering to be a subject in an asthma experiment at Johns Hopkins. March 2015 to March 2016. Scott Kelly spends a year in space as commander of the International Space Station, while his identical twin brother, Mark, stays on Earth so that the effects of space on the human body can be studied. 258. Reference entries. Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. In 1994, President Bill Clinton established the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments to review federally funded experiments that intentionally exposed people to radiation between 1944 and 1974. Most of these experiments had been kept hidden from the public. In 1942, the United States, with the help of Great Britain and Canada, established the Manhattan Project to build a nuclear weapon before Germany did. In the course of this effort, scientists worked with radioactive materials that were then poorly understood. 2 years later, after some accidents involving the highly radioactive plutonium, J. Robert Oppenheimer, the scientific director of the Manhattan Project, and others decided that a program of human experimentation was necessary to better appreciate the hazards of this work. Between 1944 and 1974, physicians and scientists conducted thousands of largely secret experiments involving radiation, many funded directly or indirectly by the United States government. People involved were rarely told that they were the subjects of experiments. In 1974, following the publicity around the Tuskegee study of untreated syphilis, in which Black Americans with syphilis were the unwitting subjects of a study assessing the course of untreated or undertreated syphilis, the U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare issued rules for the protection of subjects of federally sponsored research. In that same year, Congress also passed the National Research Act establishing the National Commission for the Protection of Human Subjects of Biomedical and Behavioral Research. This commission, known as the National Commission, produced the influential 1979 Belmont Report, which outlined the basic ethical principles that must guide all research involving humans. These experiments over 3 decades were known to some, but only came to public awareness when journalist Eileen Wellsome wrote a 3-part series for the Albuquerque Tribune about 18 people injected with plutonium without their knowledge. The series, The Plutonium Experiment, won Wellsome a Pulitzer Prize in 1994. Hazel O'Leary, the Secretary of Energy, mentioned the series in a press conference. President Bill Clinton, reacting to the concerns raised by Wellsome and O'Leary, established the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments to review these experiments. He asked the committee to determine whether the federally funded experiments were done in accord with the standards of those times and whether the experiments were designed in an ethical or scientifically responsible way. Ruth Faden, a bioethicist from Johns Hopkins University, chaired the 14-member committee, which was composed of a retired banker, 2 lawyers, 3 experts in radiation, 3 bioethicists, 1 historian, 1 physician with an interest in international health, 1 biostatistician, and 1 president of a medical school. During the next 18 months, they conducted over 1,900 interviews and held public meetings in Washington, D.C., Cincinnati, Knoxville, San Francisco, 259, Santa Fe, and Spokane. President Clinton ordered the declassification of much documentation, and the committee and its staff reconstructed and reviewed hundreds of thousands of pages of it. The committee found that several thousand experiments concerning radiation had been carried out, but despite the declassification, very little information was available about most of these experiments. It had been either lost or destroyed. In total, they were able to review about 4,000 studies, but there may well have been more. Many of the experiments were carried out in secret out of concern for national security. The researchers disclosed few details about their work because they were also hesitant to alarm the public or put the government at risk of being sued. One exception was the radioisotope program. These experiments were described both to the public and to the medical community at large. Even here, however, there was no disclosure to the actual subjects themselves. The committee released its report to the White House in 1995 and issued a final report in 1996. This more than 600-page book reviewed bioethics and summarized the radiation experiments, concluding with 19 findings and 39 recommendations that emphasize the following: in most of the experiments, the radioactivity probably did not harm the subjects. In particular, the experiments involving radioisotopes as radiotracers, designed to study metabolic processes in the body, were probably relatively safe. These radiotracer experiments, Acre concluded, had significantly advanced medical knowledge. Acre concluded that much of the other experimentation had been wrong but were reluctant to assign any blame. They accepted the argument that, by criticizing the researchers, they were applying standards that were not used at the time of the actual research. They wrote, "Even where a wrong was done, it does not follow that anyone should be blamed for the wrong." One Acre did, however, note that government officials and investigators are blameworthy for not having had policies and practices in place to protect the rights and interests of human subjects who were used in research from which the subjects could not possibly derive medical benefits. To the extent that research was thought to pose little or no risk, government officials and biomedical professionals are less blameworthy. 2. They noted the improvements that had taken place since the governmental actions of 1974. One member of the committee, bioethicist J. Katz, dissented. Katz did not think that the regulations and policies of 1974 had led to much improvement, and he argued that research continued to be carried out in ethically troubling ways. He explained that many consent forms were so long and overly detailed that they hid the essential issue: the subject was taking a risk and was not likely to be helped by participating in the study. Katz noted that many institutional review boards, institutional committees established to safeguard the safety of subjects, failed to understand the importance of consent and were often pressured by their own institutions to approve experiments. He suggested the establishment of a national board to oversee human experimentation. 260. Following the release of the report of Acre, President Clinton apologized to the subjects of these experiments and to their families. His administration arranged financial compensation for many of them. At the same time, the Clinton administration recognized that some human experimentation would, by necessity, continue to be classified and that there would continue to be dangers from these experiments because of the lack of outside scrutiny. Therefore, Clinton directed all federal agencies to keep all records related to classified human experiments and to ensure that all such research involves informed consent. At the suggestion of ACRA, the National Bioethics Advisory Committee was established in 1995 to continue investigations and suggestions to do with the ethics of medical research in the United States. References 1. United States. Final Report, 123. 2. Ibid, 503-504. Asthma Experiments at Johns Hopkins. In 2001, a healthy 24-year-old woman participated in a Johns Hopkins University asthma drug study and died a month later. During the ensuing investigation, many research studies at Hopkins were temporarily suspended, and the university increased its supervision of research. Asthma is a chronic disease sometimes known as reactive airway disease. The airways, or passages, through which air moves from the nose or mouth to the lungs can constrict or expand in response to various triggers. A healthy person's airways will constrict when exposed to certain irritants, such as pollen, pollutants, or some drugs. Then, after some deep breaths, the airways will relax and then expand again. But the airways of the asthmatic person tighten and will not relax again, and the person then has difficulty breathing and feels chest tightness. This complicated set of activities, controlled to at least some extent by the nervous system, has been difficult to understand. Researchers at Johns Hopkins University, in Baltimore, Maryland, investigated airway relaxation to understand why it does not happen in asthmatics. In one study, Mechanisms of Deep Inspiration-Induced Relaxation, funded by the National Institutes of Health, healthy volunteers inhaled various substances, including hexamethonium, a substance that blocks the actions of some neurotransmitters, or messengers, in the nervous system. Hexamethonium was used to temporarily paralyze some of the nerves in the airways as a way of exploring the role of the nervous system in causing the airways to expand after a deep breath. Ellen Roche was a 24-year-old woman working as a technician at the Johns Hopkins Asthma and Allergy Center. She often volunteered for research studies, and in 2001, she volunteered for the study. The first subject in the study developed 261. A mild cough for 9 days following exposure to hexamethonium. The second subject suffered no symptoms. Roche, the third subject, was exposed to hexamethonium on May 2, 2001, and the next day developed a cough. It worsened, and a few days later, she was hospitalized. Her lungs became increasingly stiff, and her breathing deteriorated. She was transferred to an intensive care unit, where she died on June 2. On July 19, the United States Office for Human Research Protections established in 2000 after the death of a subject in a gene therapy experiment suspended nearly all of the federally funded medical research involving human subjects at Johns Hopkins University and all of the projects of the principal investigator of the study in which Roche died. The initial response from Johns Hopkins was that the suspension was unwarranted, unnecessary, paralyzing, and precipitous. 1. The OHRP discovered a number of problems with the Hopkins research. The principal investigator had made the determination that hexamethonium was safe by reviewing the literature that he found using 3 online search engines and also by consulting textbooks on pulmonary pharmacology. Older reports of the danger of inhaled hexamethonium existed, but he had not found them. In the informed consent, hexamethonium was incorrectly referred to as a medication. Hexamethonium had been used in the past as a medication to control high blood pressure, but the Food and Drug Administration withdrew it from the market in the 1970s. Therefore, the use of hexamethonium by inhalation was experimental and had only been used in this way in 20 human subjects in earlier studies at the University of California in San Francisco. In those earlier studies, the events were somewhat similar to those that had occurred in Baltimore, but the Johns Hopkins researchers were not aware that 2 San Francisco subjects had adverse reactions because these reactions had never been reported. Officials at the University of California in San Francisco said that they did not report the adverse reactions because they did not believe that the problems were caused by hexamethonium. Still, following Roche's death, they reviewed their earlier work. A researcher involved in the earlier studies noted that 3 of the 5 members of the original research team inhaled hexamethonium themselves, with no ill effects, before giving it to 6 subjects. One subject complained of a headache and general malaise and withdrew from the study, but researchers blamed it on another medication. Another subject went to an emergency room because of chest tightness and shortness of breath. Physicians not involved in the research diagnosed this subject with viral pneumonia, and he improved. The principal investigator of the Hopkins study had not reported the symptoms of the first participant to the Johns Hopkins Institutional Review Board, thinking that they were related to a mild cold. The similarity to the situation in the California study is striking and, in retrospect, possibly significant. The symptoms suffered by the San Francisco subjects and the first Hopkins participant, in light of the terrible events suffered by Roche, could have been indications that inhaled hexamethonium was not safe. 262. Finally, many questions were raised about the Johns Hopkins IRB itself. There was a consensus that the members of the IRB at Johns Hopkins were overworked and that the processes that they had devised to cope with the work were inadequate. Sometimes only a subcommittee of the IRB reviewed a study before approving it. The FDA also investigated Roche's death and made a series of criticisms. They noted that the researchers had not sought or received FDA approval to use hexamethonium, an unlicensed drug, in the experiment. They also noted that the principal researcher would have known that he needed FDA approval because he had sought FDA approval for a drug for a similar experiment a few years earlier and his request had been turned down. However, it was not entirely clear whose responsibility it was to obtain approval. The Johns Hopkins IRB had previously asked the FDA if they needed to be involved in the use of experimental agents that were not drugs, and the FDA had replied that the issue was complicated and was being investigated. The researcher trusted the IRB to tell him whether he needed FDA approval for hexamethonium. The IRB relied on the experience of the researcher and continued to wait for guidance from the FDA. In response to Roche's death and the criticisms from the OHRP and FDA, Johns Hopkins instituted a number of changes. The principal investigator received more training in research ethics, and his research was supervised for a period of time. The university created additional IRBs and improved IRB training for the faculty. They arranged for more extensive review of all protocols and full group IRB reviews of all protocols. They also developed standards to improve searches into the safety of drugs and required investigators to provide more evidence for the safety of drugs in human use. The chief executive officer of Johns Hopkins Medicine talked about changing the culture of the university, emphasizing that the safety of the research subject needed to be the first priority. Investigators were required to report all adverse effects to the IRB whether or not the effect was thought to be due to the experiment. Reference 1. Savulescu and Spriggs, The Hexamethonium Asthma Study, 3. AZT Trials in the Third World. In several trials in third world countries, drugs that had been shown to reduce the transmission of acquired immunodeficiency syndrome from mother to child were compared to a placebo. Critics compared these studies to the Tuskegee study of untreated syphilis, while others said that the trials were ethical. 263. At the end of the 20th century, there was much concern about the transmission of human immunodeficiency virus/acquired immunodeficiency syndrome from mother to unborn child. In 1994, the Pediatric AIDS Clinical Trials Group, a group of academic medical investigators funded by the National Institutes of Health, published the results of a study known as Protocol 076, or PAT 076. The study showed that treating pregnant women who were ill with AIDS with the antiretroviral agent azithromycin decreased the transmission of AIDS to the child by about 2/3 from 23% to 8%. Treating pregnant women who had AIDS with AZT became the standard of care in the United States. The protocol involved the administration of the drug by mouth 5 times a day at or after 14 weeks of gestation, then as an intravenous infusion during labor, and then by mouth to the newborn for 6 weeks. The women were not allowed to breastfeed, and both mother and child had to be monitored carefully for toxicity. The protocol cost about $800 for mother and child. An important question was whether a simpler, shorter, and cheaper course of therapy, given only toward the end of the pregnancy, could be as effective in reducing the transmission of AIDS, particularly in the Third World, where the toll of AIDS was very high. Administration of the drug at the end of pregnancy would decrease the expense and any possible toxicity to the fetus while providing protection at the time when transmission was most likely during delivery. In response to direction from the World Health Organization, 16 clinical trials were organized in a dozen developing countries in which other approaches or shorter courses of AZT or other antiretroviral drugs, usually comparing active treatment to placebo, had been tried. 9 studies were conducted under the sponsorship of the National Institutes of Health or Centers for Disease Control. 3 studies, 1 from Thailand and 2 from Africa, compared an abbreviated course of AZT to placebo and showed that the shorter course reduced transmission. In the study from Thailand, the mothers did not breastfeed, and there was about a 50% reduction in HIV transmission compared to placebo. In the 2 African studies, where most women breastfed, there was about a 38% reduction of HIV transmission. The shorter course of AZT was not as effective as the longer course had been in earlier trials, but it was better than placebo. The American Public Citizens Health Research Group criticized the use of placebo in these trials. Marcia Angel, then the executive editor of the influential New England Journal of Medicine, wrote that the use of placebo was not consistent with the Declaration of Helsinki that stated that control groups should receive the best proven diagnostic and therapeutic method. The critics compared the researchers with those who had run the Tuskegee study of untreated syphilis, in which the U.S. Public Health Service had either not treated or inadequately treated Black Americans who had syphilis. 264. Other researchers argued the reverse, claiming that the host countries should be allowed to approve studies that they thought ethical. Indeed, 2 members of the editorial board of the NEJM resigned in protest against Engel's editorial. They noted that the subjects in the AZT studies were told that some would get placebo. The directors of the NIH and CDC defended their sponsorship of the trials. They argued that they were following the principles of the 1979 Belmont Report, which outlined the basic ethical principles that must guide all research involving humans, in particular those of beneficence and justice, by attempting to find treatments that could be used by developing nations. The host countries argued that conditions there were different. Many pregnant women were anemic, which made AZT more difficult to tolerate. Plus, the first AZT regimens used in pregnancy were too complicated to be administered in these countries. Many women lived too far from medical centers to be able to receive the necessary monitoring, and 5 times a day medication administration was not always practical for women coping with multiple other burdens. In addition, without the research studies, none of the pregnant women would have received any treatment. Researchers have suggested that the Helsinki standards be amended to recognize that the best therapy is not available to every potential research subject, and that therefore, in some cases, providing placebo treatment is acceptable. Best therapy is legitimately dependent on place and circumstances. Placebo-controlled studies were required to establish the safety of AZT in countries where conditions were so different that its safety could not be assumed. The idea that American scientists should decide that researchers in the Third World were not capable of designing and carrying out ethical trials reeked of imperialism. Experiments in medicine have often been controversial, but these trials in particular led to an unusual degree of disagreement. Well-respected scientists accused each other of violating basic ethical codes. Eventually, placebo trials were stopped, but neither side conceded victory in the ethical argument. Clinical trials. Both experiments and clinical trials expose humans to imperfectly understood treatments and investigations. Clinical trials are now large, statistically complex, and closely regulated in most countries, and an important part of evidence-based medicine. Knowledge of the human body and therapeutics is advanced by many scientific activities, including both experiments and clinical trials. An experiment addresses competing models or hypotheses or tests an existing theory to verify or refute it. 265. With respect to medicine, an experiment tests a theory about how the body works, what causes an illness, or whether a treatment works. A clinical trial, in contrast, is usually designed to determine whether a new treatment works as well or better than another treatment or placebo. The elements of novelty and uncertainty are greater in experiments, while the goal of improving treatment is more important in a clinical trial. A clinical trial can answer specific questions raised by an earlier observation or experiment. Clinical trials should come from a position of equipoise, where the investigators do not know whether the new drug, dose, or delivery is better than the accepted one. Many activities can be considered as either an experiment or a clinical trial. Physician James Lind's 1747 experiment with treatments for scurvy is sometimes known as the first clinical trial, in that it was designed to answer the question of which of various options was the best treatment for scurvy. It was controlled, meaning that similar groups of men were exposed to different treatments for scurvy. Lind was not sure which of the 6 treatments, if any, would be effective. Another early clinical trial was conducted by Ignaz Semmelweis in the infamous First Division Hospital in Vienna, a maternity hospital with a high mortality rate due to puerperal, or childbed, fever. After reviewing many cases and seeing the different death rates in different parts of the hospital, Semmelweis correctly linked the deaths to the doctors and medical students themselves, who often would examine a cadaver and then a woman in labor. Semmelweis insisted that medical students wash their hands in a solution of chloride of lime between the two activities. This hand washing decreased the transmission of beta-hemolytic streptococcus and other organisms that caused the fever, and the death rate fell. Semmelweis did not entirely understand why the hand washing worked. This great trial was controversial at the time, but it is now difficult to believe that there was ever any need to test the hypothesis that cleanliness would cut down on infections. The clinical trial matured as statistics developed. Sir Ronald Fisher, a Cambridge-trained mathematician who worked at an agricultural research centre, emphasized the importance of randomization, the allocation of subjects to different treatments by chance. The goal is to eliminate any bias by ensuring that the treatment, not the treatment group, is the only variable that is not constant. Clinicians often distrust statisticians, experiments, and trials, feeling that their primary duty is to the welfare of their individual patient and being reluctant to have their work assessed, evaluated, or questioned. Semmelweis, for example, was personally attacked by his colleagues for daring to suggest that they were harming their patients by not washing their hands. Austin Bradford Hill, a leading British medical statistician, who knew Fisher well, and conscious of clinicians' uneasiness with trials and statistics, wrote about the importance of the clinical trial, making explicit the connection with experimentation. The physician's first duty is to his patient to do all in his power to save the patient's life and restore him, as rapidly as possible, to health. That fundamental and ethical duty must never be overlooked, though, with the introduction of better, brighter. 266. And ever more toxic drugs, and with the wide prevalence of surgical procedures such as tonsillectomy, the onlooker may perhaps with good reason sometimes ask the clinician, "Are you sure you know where that duty lies? It seems to me sometimes to be unethical not to experiment, not to carry out a controlled clinical trial." 1. In the 20th century, 3 large and important clinical trials were those involving streptomycin, the Salk vaccine against poliomyelitis, and the oral contraceptive pill. In 1947, the British Medical Council organized the first large randomized clinical trial when it decided to test the use of streptomycin in treating tuberculosis. In this study, there was an insufficient supply of streptomycin to treat all who might benefit, but also, somewhat confusingly, an element of uncertainty as to the value of streptomycin. The organizers of the trial, including Hill, also used a new experimental design, randomized numbers, to allot treatment. The 1954 polio trials used an unusual dual protocol design in which there were 2 arms. In one arm, children participated in a double-blind placebo-controlled trial and either received Jonas Salk-killed polio vaccine or a placebo, and in the other arm, children either received the killed polio vaccine or were observational controls. This design was successful in that it allowed the participation of a huge number of children, which was necessary to assess the usefulness of the vaccine. Over 600,000 school children were injected with the vaccine or a placebo, and over 1 million other children were observed either as controls or non-participants. The awkward compromise was due to the need to design a trial that would be acceptable to as many people as possible. The trial ended up being a scientific demonstration, political statement, and mass participation event. The development of the oral contraceptive is associated with scientist Gregory Pincus, who was fascinated by the human reproductive cycle, and gynecologist John Rock. To test the efficacy and side effects of the medication, they experimented on 3 groups of patients: infertile women, patients at a state hospital, and poor women, mostly in Puerto Rico. Pincus had been working as a scientist in Shrewsbury, Massachusetts, giving synthetic versions of the hormone progesterone to rabbits and rats to stop ovulation. Rock used the same hormone to stop ovulation in his infertile patients for several months, hoping that the body would rebound after the hormone was stopped, allowing the women to conceive. In 1954, Rock treated 50 infertile women with synthetic oral progesterone, and none ovulated. The team also tested the oral contraceptive on 12 or 16 female and 16 male psychiatric patients at Worcester State Hospital, not far from Shrewsbury. Apparently, Pincus received permission from the patients' relatives, but little is known of what was told to the patients. The study's goal was to test the long-term effects of the drug on the reproductive system in males and females. The results were inconclusive. 267. It was difficult for the team to carry out large-scale trials of a contraceptive in Massachusetts where, as in many other states, there were strict anti-birth control laws. They therefore decided to move the trials to Puerto Rico, which was close enough to Boston for the researchers, yet far enough away from the mainland press and unwanted publicity. The island, a U.S. territory, was densely populated and had no anti-birth control laws. Indeed, 67 birth control clinics already in place on the island dispensed birth control advice. Sterilization and abortions were common. In April 1956, the trials with a synthetic form of progesterone, norethindrel, began in Rio Piedras, Puerto Rico. Many of the women who participated were poor, not all spoke English, and some were illiterate. They were told that they would be taking a drug that would prevent pregnancy, but they were not told that this was a clinical trial, nor that the pill was still somewhat experimental, nor that there was a chance of potentially dangerous side effects. In one of the trials, 100 women were given the pill, and another 125 women who were not given the pill were told that they were taking part in a survey of family size. Then, more women were recruited from rural parts of Puerto Rico and Haiti. Altogether, 20,000 women participated. Edris Rice-Ray, a faculty member of the Puerto Rico Medical School and medical director of the Puerto Rico Family Planning Association, was in charge of the trials. She found that the pill was 100% effective when taken properly, but that side effects were common. 17% of the women complained of nausea, dizziness, headaches, stomach pain, and vomiting. 3 women died while participating in the trials. No investigation was conducted to see if the pill had caused the young women's deaths. Rock and Pincus believed many of the complaints were psychosomatic and, in any event, minor compared to the contraceptive benefits of the drug. In 1955, physician Henry Beecher had written an influential review about placebo reactors and suggested that clinical trials include a placebo-treated arm to account for the presence of placebo reactors. Beecher also described noxious responses to placebo in which people described adverse events such as nausea and dizziness, even though they were not given an active drug. To differentiate the placebo reactions from the real ones, Pincus designed a study. He gave one group of women Inovid with a description of side effects, one group Innovid with no description of side effects, and one group placebo with a warning about side effects. The rate of unpleasant side effects was similar in the groups given the warnings whether or not they were on the active drug. Confident in the safety of the pill, Pincus and Rock did not assess the side effects further. After the trials in Puerto Rico and Haiti, the drug was approved in the United States in 1957 as a medication to treat menstrual side effects. In 1960, it was approved as a female oral contraceptive. The team developing the oral contraceptive 268 compared themselves to the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis, the organization that had done such a masterful job in the Salk vaccine trials. But the trials were quite different. One of the strengths of the polio trial was the inclusion of ordinary American school children. Vulnerable children, although they had been used in earlier trials of the vaccine when the safety was not so certain, were not preferentially selected in the famous 1954 trial. There was a great deal of publicity and openness about the polio vaccine trial, and the school children were given pins and certificates and praised for being polio pioneers. In comparison, there was less publicity about the oral contraceptive trials, and Rock and Pincus have been accused, correctly or not, of using vulnerable subjects and of exploiting the women. The introduction of the oral contraceptive pill, strongly opposed by the Catholic Church, allowed women to be sexually active without having children and was more complicated with far-reaching socio-cultural implications than the introduction of the polio vaccine. The polio vaccine trial, now a milestone in trials, was nonetheless criticized at the time for putting people at risk from an insufficiently tested substance. Salk's vaccine turned out to be safe, but other substances were indeed introduced prematurely. One example had to do with the antibiotic sulfanilamide. In 1937, the drug company Massengill discovered that sulfanilamide could be dissolved in diethylene glycol, resulting in a liquid that was easy to swallow and had a pleasant appearance and taste. The company sent shipments throughout the country, unaware that the diethylene glycol was toxic. This new preparation of the antibiotic led to the deaths of more than 100 people in 15 states. The public outrage at this led, in part, to the passage of the 1938 Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, which increased the authority of the Food and Drug Administration to regulate drugs. In one of the most well-known and tragic cases of a hasty drug introduction, the drug thalidomide was marketed in the late 1950s as a sleeping pill, safe even in pregnancy. As is well known, it caused birth defects in the children of women who took the drug while pregnant, even though the effects in the women themselves were minor. As a consequence, the American public demanded more testing before drugs can be issued to the public. In 1962, the Kefauver-Harris amendments to the FD&C were passed, authorizing the FDA to request pharmaceutical companies to provide evidence from animal testing and clinical trials that drugs were safe and effective. One result was that new drugs had to be given to a large number of subjects before they could be marketed. Toward the end of the 20th century, there was also increasing concern about varying requirements for clinical trials in different countries, and the possible exploitation of subjects in developing countries. In 1990, the International Conference on Harmonization of Technical Requirements for Registration of Pharmaceuticals for Human Use was created to coordinate the work of the regulatory authorities and pharmaceutical industry in Japan, the European Union, and the United States. The purpose was to eliminate the duplication of testing by harmonizing work done in different countries, while maintaining strict guidelines to protect the health of the public. The ICH created good clinical practice guidelines, one of which was the protection of subjects. The ICH issued 13 principles, the third of which states that the rights, safety, and well-being of the trial subject are more important than the general interests of science and society. Another goal is the achievement of scientific rigor of these studies. Clinical trials in many countries are now conducted in a number of phases, each designed to answer a question about the new drug. In phase 0, which is not always carried out, a small number of people are briefly exposed to a low dose of the drug to examine how the drug is handled by the human body. In phase 1, Researchers test the drug or treatment in 20 to 80 healthy people to evaluate its safety, dosage range, and side effects. This is, in a way, the most experimental part of the trial because, until this point, the drug has usually only been used in animals. Occasionally, Phase 1 subjects will have the illness that is of interest. In Phase 2, to test the drug's safety and effectiveness, the drug is given to 100 to 300 patients who have the disease or condition that the drug is supposed to treat. In Phase 3, the drug is given to 1,000 to 3,000 people while comparing its effectiveness to other drugs. And in Phase 4, information, particularly to do with side effects, is gathered about the drug after it has been marketed. In the United States, the National Institutes of Health requires that clinical trials be monitored in a way appropriate to the risks involved in the study. For most Phase 3 trials, research centers are required to form a data and safety monitoring board composed of experts knowledgeable in the area, including at least one statistician. None of the members of DSMB should be directly involved in the study. The DSMB regularly assesses the trial and offers recommendations concerning its continuation. Despite these advances and precautions, problems remain. Researchers complain about the burden of paperwork required by regulations and what they see as the stultifying effect of regulation on innovation. As a result, some pharmaceutical companies carry out clinical trials in countries where regulation is less intense or, from a different point of view, less intrusive. The FDA does require that foreign studies be conducted in accordance with GCP guidelines. Clinical trials, when conducted rigorously, are an important part of evidence-based medicine. David Sackett, who has been described as the father of evidence-based medicine, said that EBM is the conscientious, explicit, and judicious use of current best evidence in making decisions about the care of individual patients. One of the most important contributors to EBM was Archibald Cochrane. Cochrane conducted a clinical trial, an experiment of sorts, while a physician and prisoner of war in Salonika, in Greece, in 1941. An epidemic of lower leg edema developed among the prisoners. Cochrane thought that the edema might be due to wet beriberi, an illness caused by a thiamine deficiency. He chose 20 young men with edema and divided them into two groups. He gave one group yeast, which is rich in thiamine, and one group vitamin C. While Cochrane was carrying out this experiment, he himself was jaundiced. 270. Malnourished, and starving. The men treated with yeast got better, and Cochrane used this to convince the German prison administrators to give all of the prisoners yeast. The health of the prisoners improved. Cochrane described the experiment as his first, worst, and most successful trial. For he later decided that he had not done the study rigorously and that the edema was not beriberi. He thought that the general protein content of the yeast was what improved the health of the prisoners. His original concern about beriberi was not, however, unreasonable. Beriberi did occur in prisoner of war camps. Indeed, R.C. Burgess, a physician and prisoner of war at the infamous Changi prison in Singapore, described beriberi in the prisoners and did what he could to increase the thiamine content of the food. After the war, Cochrane studied with Hill and became further convinced of the necessity of clinical investigations. He lamented the unscientific state of medicine in which practitioners followed authorities or their own instincts rather than being guided by the evidence and became a staunch advocate of randomized control trials. Inspired by his work, obstetrician Ian Chalmers established the Cochrane Collaborative in 1993 to present to clinicians the results of studies examining interventions in illnesses, with randomized control trials being considered the highest level of evidence. Chalmers has also established a library documenting trials and treatments in medicine and named it after James Lind, who performed one of the earliest controlled trials to discover the cure for scurvy. Commissions to review ethical issues in research. Since the 1990s, the federal government has set up several advisory bodies to review ethical issues in research. The best known are the National Bioethics Advisory Commission and the Presidential Commission for the Study of Bioethical Issues. Human experimentation has become increasingly complex because of new discoveries allowing manipulation of the genome, ongoing questions about consent, and revelations of misdeeds from the past. In response to these issues, advisory panels that include bioethicists, physicians, lawyers, and other experts are established from time to time to give advice to the government about what actions might need to be taken to redress any problematic areas. In 1995, the National Bioethics Advisory Commission was established at the suggestion of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments, which itself was set up after revelations that American citizens were exposed to radiation without their knowledge or consent to review bioethical issues regarding research on humans. 18 members were appointed in 1996. During the Commission's 5-year life, it submitted 6 reports to the White House that contained 120 recommendations concerning ethical questions, including the cloning of human beings, research involving persons who might not have the ability to give informed consent, stem cell research, clinical trials in developing countries, and protection of human research participants. Agencies responsible for much of the federally funded research involving human participants, particularly the National Institutes of Health, have adopted several of NBAC's recommendations and issued research guidelines based on those recommendations. The Presidential Commission for the Study of Bioethical Issues, an advisory panel of American experts in medicine, science, ethics, religion, law, and engineering, was established in 2009. The Bioethics Commission was asked to give advice to the administration on questions relevant to ethical problems arising from human experimentation and research. The Commission has issued a number of reports, one of which reviewed the medical experimentation with sexually transmitted diseases in Guatemala, ethically impossible STD research in Guatemala from 1946 to 1948. Common rule. Beginning in the 1960s, many American agencies issued regulations with respect to ensuring safe medical experiments involving humans. In 1991, to bring some uniformity to the field, the federal government issued the Common Rule, which has become the primary mechanism for protecting human subjects. It has been adopted by most federal agencies that sponsor research. The foundation for the United States government's approach toward ensuring the safety of subjects of medical experimentation is the Belmont Report and its 3 principles of respect for the person, beneficence, and justice. These principles have led to a plethora of recommendations and regulations from different agencies. In 1981, the Department of Health and Human Services and Food and Drug Administration revised their existing regulations for human subjects and made them as consistent as possible. The DHHS regulations were revised several times. The June 18, 1991, revision involved the adoption of the Federal Policy for the Protection of Human Subjects. The Federal Policy, or Common Rule, as it is often called, was adopted by the 16 federal agencies that conduct, support, or otherwise regulate research involving human subjects. The Department of Veterans Affairs adopted this same rule as 38 CFR Part 16. Today, the 1991 federal policy is shared by 17 departments and agencies, representing most, but not all, of the federal bodies sponsoring this kind of research. 272. The Federal Policy for the Protection of Human Subjects has 4 subparts. Subpart A is the section known as the Common Rule, and its main elements include requirements for assuring compliance by research institutions, researchers obtaining and documenting informed consent, and institutional review board membership, function, operations, review of research, and record keeping. Subpart B offers additional protections for pregnant women, human fetuses, and neonates. Subpart C provides additional protections for prisoners. And Subpart D has additional protections for children. Not all agencies have adopted these subparts. Gelsinger, Jesse. Jesse Gelsinger had a mild form of a rare but serious genetic illness. In 1999, he agreed to an experimental gene transfer at the University of Pennsylvania and died 4 days after the experiment. His death led to much adverse publicity about research in gene therapy and calls for increased research regulations. Ornithine transcarbamylase deficiency is a rare genetic illness caused by a deficient gene carried on the X chromosome. The normal gene codes for an enzyme, ornithine transcarbamylase, which breaks down ammonia, a metabolic waste product and itself a breakdown product of protein. Females, who carry two X chromosomes, can have one normal gene and one abnormal gene and be only mildly ill, as they will produce a sufficient amount of the ornithine transcarbamylase. Because males carry only one X chromosome, when they have the deficient gene, they have no counterbalancing normal gene and become very ill. In most cases, the person with OTCD dies soon after birth as a result of high ammonia levels in the brain. The disease could theoretically be treated if the correct gene, and thus the correct enzyme, could somehow be inserted into the person's liver, where metabolism of ammonia takes place. At the University of Pennsylvania, researchers at the Institute for Human Gene Therapy were experimenting with exactly that process, known as gene therapy. Penn researchers at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia interested in OTCD and the researchers at IHGT devised a new way of treating the illness. The first step was to infect a common virus with the correct gene for the enzyme ornithine transcarbamylase. The researchers used the adenovirus, a virus that causes mild infections such as the common cold, as a vector for the gene. The goal was to introduce the virus with the gene into the person with OTCD in the hope that the gene would be inserted into the liver cells of the ill person. The IHGT research team at Penn performed experiments on mice, monkeys, and baboons to test the efficacy and safety of the procedure. They discussed trying to transfer the correct gene to babies with OTCD. Arthur Kaplan, Penn's resident bioethicist and consultant to the IHGT, said that experimentation on ill babies would be unethical because desperate parents, faced with a dying child, could 273. Not make a voluntary or informed decision about whether to allow their infant to participate in the study. Instead, Kaplan proposed, it would be more ethical to conduct the experiment on healthy adults with mild forms of OTCD. This experiment was approved by the Penn Institutional Review Board and funded by the National Institutes of Health. Before it was carried out, the experiment was also reviewed by a federal committee, the Recombinant DNA Advisory Committee, which, after some hesitation, approved the study. The Food and Drug Administration also reviewed and approved the experiment. The experiments started as a form of Phase 1 dose escalation clinical trials. At this stage, a new treatment is tried on a small number of healthy adults. Although Phase 1 clinical trials are not primarily designed to test how well a new treatment works, investigational treatments in this phase are sometimes used on ill people. In this case, the experiment was first tried on 17 adults, all with mild forms of OTCD. There were 3 groups, and each group received a higher dose of the vector than the previous group. The second subject in the highest dose cohort and the 18th subject was Jesse Gelsinger. Gelsinger had a mild case of OTCD. He was a mosaic in that some of his cells produced the correct enzyme and some did not. By following a very low-protein diet and taking medication, he remained well for the most part. At the age of 17, he volunteered for the gene therapy experiment, wanting to help newborns afflicted with OTCD, but he was not old enough to participate. When he turned 18, and thus was old enough to participate, he and his father went to Penn to meet the research team. A member reviewed the protocol and consent form with Gelsinger and his father. Gelsinger signed an 11-page informed consent document. The consent stated that other subjects had been injected with the adenovirus without serious complications. The consent form did mention the possibility of death and also stated that Gelsinger would be informed of any adverse effects suffered by other subjects. Penn did some laboratory tests, and several weeks later, Gelsinger was approved as a participant in the study. The adenovirus carrying the gene was injected into his liver on September 13, 1999. Within a few hours, he became sick to his stomach and developed a fever. His ammonia levels increased. He became increasingly ill and was put on a ventilator. He became comatose. His family removed him from life support, and on September 17, 1999, 4 days after the injection, at the age of 18, Gelsinger died. In the investigation that followed, several facts emerged. First, experimental animals had become ill and 2 monkeys had died after receiving the virus. This information about the deaths of the monkeys appeared on the consent form submitted to the NIH Review Board, but it did not appear on the form Gelsinger signed. The monkeys had died from a blood clotting disorder and severe liver inflammation. Gelsinger did not have exactly the same symptoms. The monkeys had received first-generation vector, Gelsinger received a third-generation vector. The doses of vector were much higher in the monkeys. It is not clear if the deaths of the monkeys were related to Gelsinger's death, or, if he had known about them, that he would not have agreed to participate. 274. Second, some of the earlier research subjects had become mildly ill after the injections. This information was not given to Gelsinger, and, again, it is not clear how much it would have influenced his decision to join the trial. Third, the lead scientist and Penn had a financial interest in the development of the adenovirus vector being used in the OTC gene therapy trial. Although he had not been involved directly in the trial, the lead scientist was in a position to make a great deal of money if the therapy was successful because he could patent the way of delivering the gene. Penn was aware of his conflict of interest, had reviewed it extensively, and ensured that the lead scientist had no personal involvement with the selection of Gelsinger or the actual trial. This information about the conflict of interest was in the informed consent that Gelsinger had signed. However, the extent of the connection with both the scientist and Penn came as a surprise to Gelsinger's family. Fourth, Gelsinger had mildly elevated ammonia levels at the time of injection of the adenovirus. The protocol was not entirely clear about whether this elevation was high enough to exclude him from the trial. Fifth, this was a phase 1 trial. The purpose of the trial was to test the safety of the injection of the vector at increasing doses when administered to healthy subjects, with no expectation of benefit to Gelsinger. This was stated clearly in the consent form. However, one of the investigators had told Gelsinger that another subject, also with mild OTCD, had benefited from the injection. This information might have contributed to a therapeutic misperception, that is, Gelsinger could have thought that he would benefit, at least temporarily, from the treatment. Sixth, the research team had originally planned to inject the adenovirus into the subject's veins. After much discussion with the FDA, they decided to inject it directly into the liver, the target organ, to minimize the risks of exposing the adenovirus to the rest of the body. The team did not inform the recombinant DNA advisory committee of this change. Again, whether this change had anything to do with Gelsinger's death is not known. The cause of Gelsinger's death remains unclear, although it is assumed to be due to an immune reaction to the adenovirus. The ensuing lawsuits and publicity highlighted the importance of scrupulously accurate paperwork and clear protocols, but many issues remain unresolved. Financial conflicts of interest were discussed at length, but perhaps at the risk of underestimating other forces driving research. The wish to achieve fame, or to be the first, or to help people can also lead researchers to take shortcuts or make mistakes. In addition, the lead scientist and other people working on the project may have been overworked. These problems were not unique to this case. Gelsinger's death led to a review of other gene transfer experiments and revealed the failure of many other groups to report adverse events. All of these revelations did lead to some changes. Congress moved the Office for Protection from Research Risks from NIH to the Department of Health and Human Services, renaming it the Office for Human Research Protections. Many new 275 regulations were introduced, involving closer oversight of experiments and more education for all involved. Informed consent. Carried away by ambition or other considerations, researchers can lose sight of the importance of obtaining the agreement of a subject to participate in an experiment. While the details of consent are complicated, and become more so as medicine advances, it remains the case that all subjects of medical research should give informed consent. The decision to participate in a medical experiment should be left to the individual, and that person should understand both the details of the experiment and its risks and benefits. This basic principle of informed consent in clinical research has often been ignored. The egregious cases, of course, are those experiments done in concentration camps by the Nazi physicians and the somewhat lesser-known Japanese Unit 731 during the 1930s and 1940s, but medical history is replete with other examples. Prisoners, indigenous people, children, and ill people have often been subjected to experiments without their consent. The conflict between physician and patient or researcher and subject is not new. In the past, even when researchers knew little more about their area of research than their subjects, they did not always think that they should disclose the details of a medical experiment to the subject, let alone get that person's consent. Lack of knowledge did not confer humility on the experimenter or make him consider his subject as his equal. Nonetheless, on rare occasions in the past, some researchers understood that they should ask the subject to agree to the experiment before proceeding. Often, however, non-scientists, particularly lawyers, understood this principle of consent better than the physicians. Some form of consent may have been obtained as early as 1666, as English physicians were trying to compete with their French colleagues in inventing new medical procedures. In one example, doctors in England explained the concept of blood transfusion to a man named Arthur Kaga, an eccentric but educated person. Kaga agreed to the experiment and received a transfusion of lamb's blood. This is an example of physicians seeming to understand that the subject of an experiment should give consent. But, at the same time, Kaga was also described as having some mental instability, and he was also paid for his participation, so it is not clear that he gave voluntary and informed consent, or in modern terms that he necessarily had the capacity to give informed consent, or that it was not coerced. In another later instance, the court was more attentive than the physicians to the importance of consent. In 1767, an Englishman broke his leg. A surgeon set the leg, but 9 weeks later, the leg was crooked. 2 doctors decided to break the patient's leg and reset it. In so doing, they used a new instrument. The patient sued, claiming that the second surgery had only taken place to allow the physicians to 276. Practice with the new instrument, and that he had not agreed to the procedure. The patient thought that he was the subject of an experiment and objected. The court found the doctors guilty of acting without the patient's consent. As the gap in knowledge between physicians and their patients grew, physicians became increasingly comfortable acting without explaining themselves to their patients. In the late 19th century, doctors often practiced a benevolent deception and told their patients little that might upset them. This disinclination to inform others was also common among medical researchers, and concerns began to be raised. Charles Francis Withington, an American physician at Boston City Hospital, was concerned about the rapidly increasing number of experiments on humans. In 1886, he wrote in a pamphlet, "The Relation of Hospitals to Medical Education," that there should be a Bill of Rights to secure patients against any injustice from the votaries of science, because researchers had no right to make any man the unwilling victim of such an experiment. At the beginning of the 20th century, the importance of informed consent began to be recognized by researchers and governments, and perhaps first, and most surprisingly, in Germany. In 1900, the Prussian Minister of Religious, Educational, and Medical Affairs prohibited medical interventions other than for therapeutic purposes without informing the subject of potential adverse consequences and obtaining consent. The experiment had to be clearly explained in writing, and the medical director of the institution had to take responsibility for the experiment. One of the great achievements of the Yellow Fever Commission, established by George Sternberg and headed by Walter Reed at the beginning of the 20th century, was the researchers' realization that they could not expose people to yellow fever without their permission. They might have been helped by being aware of the uproar caused by Giuseppe Sanarelli, an Italian physician who infected several people with a bacterial toxin, a suspected cause of yellow fever, without their consent. Subjects in Reed's Cuban yellow fever experiments signed papers, written in English or Spanish, in which they agreed to the experiments. These agreements are one of the first examples of signed consent. Written informed consent also took place in the Philippines in the early 20th century. In 1906, Richard Pearson Strong experimented with cholera while working at Bilibid prison in the Philippines. Some prisoners died, and Strong was criticized for not having obtained their consent. Having learned a difficult lesson, in his later experiments with beriberi, also at Bilibid, he obtained written consent. Around the same time at Bilibid, Ernest Linwood Walker and Andrew Sellards were investigating amoebic dysentery. After obtaining written consent from the prisoners, they fed them amoebic organisms. The researchers in both cases used the native dialect in their consent forms. Justice Benjamin Cardozo of the New York Court of Appeals issued a legal opinion in 1914 that has often been cited as the foundation for the right to self-determination for medical procedures of all types. This came about in 277. Response to an operation, rather than an experiment. A woman had agreed to have an abdominal examination under anesthesia. During the examination, the surgeon found and then removed a tumor. The woman sued, not having agreed beforehand to any actual operation, and Cardozo ruled in her favor, stating, "Every human being of adult years and sound mind has a right to determine what shall be done with his own body." This has become an oft-quoted statement in discussions of informed consent. In 1931, in Germany, the Reich regulation concerning new therapy and human experimentation expanded upon the earlier Prussian directive. The new regulation stated that innovative therapy may be carried out only after the subject or his legal representative has unambiguously consented to the procedure in the light of relevant information provided in advance. Once again, a written report was required, and the final responsibility for the experiment rested with the medical director of the institution. Despite the examples of recognition for the need for consent from the subject from Cuba, the Philippines, Germany, and Justice Cardozo, during the 1930s to 1950s, many vaccine trials were carried out on American children in institutions with little concern for informed consent. Consent was usually obtained in a perfunctory manner from the head of the institution or, on occasion, from the parents. In 1936, the Scientific Medical Council of the People's Commissariat of Healthcare in Russia established rules regarding the development of new drugs and procedures with human research subjects, addressing issues of risk, harm, consent and assent, and prior animal studies. These rules were not widely known outside of Russia. In December 1946, the Judicial Council of the American Medical Association wrote that before humans could be experimented on, researchers first had to try the experiment on animals. The subject of medical experimentation should give consent, and there must be proper medical protection and management. Some of the worst examples of experimentation without informed consent happened in the 1930s and 1940s in Germany and Japan. In response to the sadistic experiments of the Nazi physicians, American physicians and jurists wrote the Nuremberg Code in 1947, the first principle of which states that the subject has to understand the experiment and willingly consent. One of the first groups of scientists to describe the importance of informed consent was the Atomic Energy Commission. In January 1947, the AEC took over responsibility for medical research involving radiation and radioisotopes, which formerly had been carried out by the Manhattan Project. The AEC, aware of the events in Nuremberg and the public nervousness about radiation, issued strict rules limiting the use of human subjects. In April 1947, Carol Wilson, general manager of the AEC, became concerned about the ethics of experimenting on people without their permission and the possible harm such experiments might cause. To express his concern, he wrote a letter to the head of the Interim Medical Advisory Committee, indicating that there must be a possibility that a 278 patient participating in an experiment could be helped and that 2 doctors had to document that the patient understood the experiment and agreed to participate. In November 1947, Wilson repeated and elaborated on these themes in a second letter, noting that the consent should be in writing, and could be revoked. He used the term informed consent, perhaps for the first time. These letters were not widely read. Meanwhile, the AEC found itself in an embarrassing situation because it had, in a sense, inherited the plutonium injection experiments that had started in April 1945 and were not to end until July 1947. In these experiments, the patients were not informed that they were being exposed to the radioactive material or that the experiments were of no benefit to them. The AEC decided not to allow any papers to be published about these injections, fearing lawsuits. Another American document addressing informed consent was issued a few years later, but its influence was likely blunted by its classified status. In 1953, Charles Wilson, the Secretary of Defense, issued a memorandum known as the Wilson Memorandum. Wilson wrote that subjects of research that involved atomic, biological, or chemical warfare had to sign consent, the signature had to be witnessed, and the research had to be approved of by the Secretary of Defense. Prisoners of war could not be used. Because this memorandum was kept secret, as was the case with Wilson's earlier letters, these documents, along with the AMA report, were either not known about, not taken seriously, or ignored. Change came slowly. In 1962, the thalidomide tragedy struck and had a major impact on public opinion. Across the world, women who had taken the sedative drug during pregnancy gave birth to babies with musculoskeletal deformities. The ensuing outrage made it easier for Congress to pass the Kefauver-Harris amendments to the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, which mandated that subjects who took investigational drugs had to sign informed consent. Concerned physicians on both sides of the Atlantic began calling attention to what they saw as abuses and harms caused by ethically questionable medical experiments. In England, Maurice Papworth wrote Human Guinea Pigs, Experimentation on Man in 1962 about experiments carried out by English and American physicians in which consent was either not obtained or was obtained in an incomplete way. In a supplement to his book, Papworth noted that physicians had explained to him that they would get consent for cardiac or liver catheterizations by telling the patients that they would insert a tube or catheter into a leg or arm blood vessel, without telling them that the catheter would go into the heart or liver. He also noted the importance of documenting the informed consent. The vast majority of published accounts of experiments on patients, including most of the reports quoted in this book, do not mention whether or not consent has been asked or obtained. This ambiguity may cause injustice to experimenters who have obtained genuine valid consent. The fault lies with the writers themselves and the editors of medical articles, who should always not only state but give unequivocal evidence of having obtained genuine and legally valid consent. 4. 279. In 1966, in the United States, Henry Beecher published an influential study, Ethics and Clinical Research, in which he described 22 examples of unethical studies. This study made many aware that physicians were carrying out procedures without telling the subjects what they were doing. Beecher, however, did not come to the conclusion that others did. He wrote about how difficult it was to obtain informed consent, although the researcher should always strive to do so. He thought it unlikely that lay people could understand medical experiments, and he emphasized, instead, the responsibility of the physicians to behave ethically. An example of an experiment without informed consent was the British Medical Research Council's post-World War II trial of streptomycin for the treatment of tuberculosis. None of the patients knew that they were in a trial, and no consent was obtained. Sir Austin Bradford Hill, one of the lead researchers in that trial, saw no need for informed consent, thinking that the patients had no need to know any of the details of the medical procedures. He, like Beecher, believed that it was incumbent on the physicians to take responsibility and that regulations could not substitute for a physician's moral sense. In the mid to late 20th and early 21st centuries, as more information about the sometimes irresponsible behavior of researchers and physicians emerged, and perhaps as respect for authority became tempered, Many people came to think that the physician should discuss the details of treatments or procedures with patients, and that, in a similar way, the experimenter should fully disclose all the relevant information to the research subject so that the subject could come to his or her own decision. In 1974, Congress passed the National Research Act, which required that research projects funded by the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare have committees known as institutional review boards to ensure, among other issues, that all subjects provide adequate informed consent before the research can receive DHEW funding. In 1978, this requirement was extended to all institutions receiving federal funding. The Department of Health and Human Services and the Food and Drug Administration have revised their regulations on human subjects several times. The June 18, 1991, revision involved the adoption of the Federal Policy for the Protection of Human Subjects. The federal policy has been adopted by 17 departments and agencies, representing most, but not all, of the federal departments and agencies sponsoring human subjects research. One of the main elements of the common rule is that there must be an IRB at each institution involved in research that ensures that proper informed consent has been obtained. According to the common rule, the patient or his or her legal representative must be told, at the very least, a number of elements. The consent must include an explanation of the investigational nature of the study and what it is intended to do, the procedures that will take place and their duration for the subject, the foreseeable risks and benefits, reasonable alternatives, any issues. 280. Concerning confidentiality, compensation if injury occurs, how the subject can get answers to research-related questions, and a reminder that participation is voluntary and that the subject can withdraw if he or she so desires. The consent form has to be approved by the IRB, and then read, initialed, and signed by the subject. The principle of informed consent is simple in theory but difficult in execution. Many questions remain and continue to be addressed in ever-changing declarations from regulatory bodies. Some have argued that informed consent from subjects is not enough and that this assigns too passive a role to the subject in research. The AIDS Coalition to Unleash Power movement of the 1990s highlighted the importance of researchers collaborating with the subjects. In those years, the treatment for human immunodeficiency virus/acquired immunodeficiency syndrome was inadequate, and many people with the illness, desperate for new treatments, were impatient with the slowness of the National Institutes of Health and the Federal Drug Administration in developing new therapies. They insisted on working directly with the scientists, regulatory agencies, and pharmaceutical companies to lessen the imbalance between subject and those entities. The ACT UP movement pioneered the use of parallel track experiments, in which unproven treatments are given to people who have not responded to other treatments, and probably led to a faster introduction of new HIV/AIDS treatments than otherwise would have happened. Ill patients were, it turns out, more ready to consent to unproven therapies than perhaps researchers would have thought. Another consequence of the ACT UP movement was the broadening of the definition of who could be a research subject. Some groups of people, such as the ill, the poor, children, minority populations, and pregnant women, have often been considered vulnerable, and regulations have been established to protect them. But at the same time, if they are left out of studies, they are less likely to reap the benefits of research. One of the thorniest problems with informed consent is assessing the competency of the person to understand and sign the consent. Doctors overestimate the competency of their patients, particularly if the patient is agreeing with them. This overestimation also applies to signing consent forms. The problem is at its most difficult when the experimentation has to do with psychiatric illnesses because the illness itself at times interferes with comprehension. Another complication is what has come to be known as therapeutic misperception. Research participants, particularly if they are ill, may incorrectly believe that the research project is designed to help them. The medically ill are sometimes considered as vulnerable because they are not always thinking clearly and perhaps so anxious and desperate for help that they might be susceptible to therapeutic misperception. In other words, the medically ill may not always be able to give informed consent. However, not to include the ill in research is to deprive them of new treatments. Many other issues remain controversial: who, if anyone, should give consent for children or the mentally ill? Can someone give informed consent for an ill-designed 281 or unethical experiment? How much oversight should non-clinical people have over experiments and the nature of the consent? How can the quality of the consent be confirmed? Should the results of experiments without consent be published? Can payment or a reduction of a prison sentence be considered a form of coercion? If the experiment is a therapeutic experiment, should insurance pay for it? Are clinical trials of new or unproven treatments experimental? How often do patients who participate in clinical trials or therapeutic experiments give informed consent? Is consent different in third world countries where subjects may feel that the only way they can get medical treatment is to participate in research? Does the experimenter need informed consent if he experiments on himself? What about experiments on our own biological products, such as our cells or genes? The questions are complicated and have no easy answers. The advice of Papworth that informed consent must not only be obtained but documented has been heeded by regulatory bodies. Documentation of informed consent is required. Informed consents are now written, witnessed, and kept by the researchers, and the subject should get a copy of the form. It is now usually suggested that the language used on the consent form be understandable by those with a 6th to 8th grade education. But some problems have emerged. The consents are becoming lengthy and sometimes so full of legal boilerplate that they are difficult for a layperson to understand. The purpose of the informed consent sometimes seems more designed to protect the researcher from lawsuits rather than to explain the nature of the research to the subject. As medicine becomes more complicated, it becomes increasingly difficult for the subject to understand the experiment, and therefore the quality of the informed consent becomes more important. At the same time, patient advocacy groups, beginning with ACT UP, emphasize the importance of subjects and patients being not just consenting or passive subjects but also full or equal partners in treatment or experimentation. References 1. Johnson, The Birth of Bioethics, 131-132. 2. Lederer, Subjected to Science, 16. 3. Onnes and Grodin, The Nazi Doctors, 130. 4. Papworth, Human Guinea Pigs, 194. Institutional Review Boards. As numerous examples of unethical human experimentation throughout history have demonstrated, researchers do not always consider the safety of their subjects. To ensure the quality and safety of human experimentation, institutions are now required to have committees, often known as institutional review boards, to review research using human subjects and, in particular, to ensure the safety of 282. The subject and the quality of the informed consent. However, IRBs have always been controversial. The researcher who designs a study does not always welcome supervision or review by others. But as early as 1900, in Germany, and later again in 1931, regulations were issued that stated that a researcher had to obtain permission from the medical director of his or her institution before experimenting on humans. In other words, the director of an institution had to be aware of and approve all potentially problematic activities taking place in the institution because he or she would have to take responsibility for such serious and potentially harmful activity as human experimentation. Following the sadistic experiments of the Nazi physicians before and during World War II, American physicians and judges formulated the Nuremberg Code, the first principle of which states that the subject has to understand the experiment and willingly consent to it. Although the code says nothing about external reviews, it is one of the first documents to outline the requirements for ethical experimentation. Subsequent work has clarified and expanded on the details of how to ensure that consent for experiments is obtained and that the other principles outlined by the Nuremberg Code ensuring safety for the subjects are honored. In 1947, the Atomic Energy Commission took over responsibility for medical research being carried out by the Manhattan Project and became one of the first groups of scientists to regulate the use of human subjects. In April 1947, Carroll Wilson, the general manager of the AEC, in 2 letters about research, wrote that subjects should consent to research. He made the important point that, because so many experiments of the AEC were kept secret, physicians had to be particularly careful because they would not be able to benefit from external review. The AEC had not previously insisted on reviews of research projects, but it began to do so with a series of radioisotope experiments that were not secret, unlike the earlier experiments. The AEC encouraged experiments with radioisotopes, hoping to show that there were medical benefits to be obtained from radioactive substances. The AEC distributed radioisotopes to researchers and insisted that its own and local committees review the research projects. In 1949, after facing some opposition, the AEC reiterated that they would review and approve all allocations of radioisotopes. However, the AEC did not follow their own mandate and, for example, allowed researchers at the Berkeley Radiation Laboratory to carry out their own experiments without AEC oversight. The injection of uranium into comatose patients in Boston, carried out at the Massachusetts General Hospital between 1953 and 1957 with the active involvement of the AEC, was another problematic series of experiments. The MGH use of uranium was not seen as coming under the purview of the AEC Subcommittee on Human Applications, as the AEC's particular interest in this set of studies was the occupational hazards of the uranium. 283. The plutonium experiments and much of the AEC's work was kept from the public until the investigations of journalist Eileen Wellsome in Albuquerque in 1993 and then the 1995 release of a report by the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. But by then, other more public examples of mishaps in the medical field had already led to the formation of review committees. The thalidomide tragedy, much worse in other parts of the world than in the United States, was one of the incidents that led to increasing recognition that external review of physicians trying out new treatments is needed. In 1961, some American physicians gave thalidomide, a sedative, to patients without telling them that it was somewhat experimental. Some of these patients were pregnant and gave birth to infants with deformities, including absent legs or arms. A few years later, in 1971, the Food and Drug Administration began to require review committees for investigational drugs. In 1964, after publicity about Keith Riemtsma's transplant of a chimpanzee kidney into a woman and experiments at the Jewish Chronic Diseases Hospital in New York in which cancer cells were injected into elderly patients without their consent, the director of the National Institutes of Health, James Shannon, appointed a committee to review issues in human experimentation, headed by Associate Director Robert B. Livingston. The Livingston Committee concluded that the investigators' judgment did not suffice to reach conclusions about the ethics of experiments. The committee did not recommend any particular code of standards and indeed advised against the NIH becoming too involved in overseeing clinical research. Shannon disagreed with his committee. He worked with Surgeon General Luther Terry and the United States Public Health Services, and in February 1966, the Research Grants Division of the PHS issued a memorandum saying that all clinical research projects of the PHS had to be reviewed by a committee of his institutional associates to ensure that the rights and welfare of the subjects were being respected and that the subjects were giving appropriate consent. In other words, peer review was mandated as a check of the investigator's own judgment with respect to the welfare of the subjects. In 1969, this memorandum was modified so that the committee would include non-scientific members, and in 1971, the use of community standards was added. Meanwhile, in 1966, Henry Beecher had published a study, Ethics and Clinical Research, describing 22 examples of studies of questionable ethics. This exposé, along with the earlier publication of the English book Human Guinea Pigs, Experimentation on Man by Maurice Papworth in 1962, once again brought more publicity to the problems surrounding human experimentation. The two authors, both physicians, outlined examples of researchers so absorbed by their research that they were oblivious to the humanity of those on whom they experimented. The researchers may not have intended to hurt their subjects, but they did, and with no compunction. Following these and other revelations, Congress passed the National Research Act in 1974 that required that research projects funded by the Department of 284 Health, Education, and Welfare have institutional review boards. This was the first time that the term Institutional Review Board, now known as IRB, was officially used. In other words, the institution had to assure that the research complied with federal requirements and, in particular, that human participants faced minimal risks and gave adequate informed consent before the research could receive THEW funding, modifying the 1966 PHS policy. In 1978, the National Commission for the Protection of Human Subjects of Biomedical and Behavioral Research issued a report on institutional review boards. In this report, they recommended that all institutions receiving federal funds should follow regulations established by the DHEW with respect to IRBs. In other words, the requirement for an IRB was not restricted to those carrying out DHEW-funded research. In 1981, in response to the Commission's reports and recommendations, both the Department of Health and Human Services and the FDA revised their regulations on human subjects. The DHHS regulations were codified and revised several times. The June 18, 1991, revision involved the adoption of the federal policy for the protection of human subjects. The federal policy is shared by 17 departments and agencies, representing most, but not all, of the federal departments and agencies sponsoring research on human subjects. One of the main elements of the common rule is that there must be an IRB involved in research. The IRB must have at least 5 members, be multidisciplinary, have no conflicts of interest, and have at least one member with no scientific background and one member not affiliated with the institution. IRB membership should not be limited to one gender or profession and should reflect community attitudes. The IRB can approve, comment on, or deny projects involving human research projects. Perhaps unsurprisingly, tension between researchers and the idea of external review has existed for years. For example, Beecher, whose 1966 article is sometimes given credit for leading to the formation of IRBs, did not recommend anything resembling a committee to approve research. Instead, he wanted the editors of medical journals to review studies, and he implored researchers to be more aware of rights of the subjects. Papworth, in comparison, suggested that hospitals establish committees of doctors to review the medical research projects and that one member should be a non-physician. Physicians take exception to the idea of non-physicians being involved in their work. For example, Senator Walter Mondale, concerned about the rapid progress in organ transplantation, held hearings in 1968 about issues in medical ethics. Organ transplantation, then in its infancy, was experimental, and most of the first recipients of transplanted organs died soon after receiving the transplant. Mondale argued that people other than physicians should be involved with the issues that these advances raised. Owen Wangenstein, chief of surgery at the University of Minnesota and mentor to Christiaan Barnard and Norman Shumway, the two surgeons who performed the first human 285 heart transplants, strongly objected. Wangenstein scoffed at the idea of multidisciplinary review and testified that medical innovators would be manacled by well-intentioned but meddlesome intruders. I would urge you with all the strength I can muster, to leave this subject to conscientious people in the profession who are struggling valiantly to advance medicine. If we are to retain a place of eminence in medicine, let us take care not to shackle the investigator with unnecessary strictures, which will dry up untapped resources of creativity. When asked about input from non-physicians, he said, "If you are thinking of theologians, lawyers, philosophers, and others to give some direction, I cannot see how they could help. The fellow who holds the apple can peel it best." One at another conference in 1975, Ethicists continued to insist that external committees were needed. At this meeting, Francis Moore, a pioneer in organ transplants, argued that nothing could be more unethical than critical judgment in this field made by persons who have not studied the biology of the field or the patient. 2. At this same meeting, Albert Sabin, the developer of the polio vaccine, after listening to bioethicist J. Katz argue that the individual conscience of the investigator was not enough, sarcastically said, "While Dr. Katz was talking, I was looking around the audience to see how many of my colleagues whom I know to be engaged in human medical research had horns sticking out of their foreheads." 3. There are other objections to IRBs. Many experimenters complain about the extra burden and expense IRBs place on them. The IRB process can also be time-consuming for researchers, who say that the IRBs slow down the pace of medical discovery. A new development is the commercialized IRB. In the 1990s, pharmaceutical companies began to conduct more drug trials outside of academic centers, so independent for-profit IRBs were established. Commercial IRBs are paid by the companies whose research protocols they are reviewing, so there is pressure on them to approve the proposals. Since the formation of IRBs, the number of experiments in which subjects have been hurt has probably decreased. However, the death of Jesse Gelsinger following a gene therapy trial shocked the medical research community and raised questions about the nature of the research and the adequacy of his informed consent. Following his death, the DHHS mandated the NIH and FDA to improve education and training of IRB members and staff. The NIH and FDA now expect research institutions and sponsors to audit records for evidence of compliance with the required guidelines for informed consent. NIH requires investigators conducting Phase 1 and Phase 2 trials to submit monitoring plans along with the grant applications and to share these with the IRBs. The FDA also established data and safety monitoring boards to work with the IRBs. IRBs themselves face a number of problems. They are asked to review many proposals, some of which they may have difficulty understanding. In addition, Katz pointed out that IRBs located in the institutions in which the research takes 286 place may feel pressure to approve research proposals from their colleagues or those that fund their own institution. Katz noted that many IRBs fail to understand the importance of consent and suggested the need for a national board to oversee human experimentation. On the other hand, researchers complain that some IRBs can become overly zealous. There is concern about regulation of the IRBs themselves and whether IRBs in different institutions operate in the same way. Multi-site studies, which are increasingly common, raise problems. If every site where an experiment takes place has its own IRB approve the study, there is the risk of different sites having to answer different concerns raised by IRBs, as well as no one IRB taking responsibility for the entire study. Accreditation of IRBs has been suggested but is not mandatory. Some IRBs are accredited by the Association for the Accreditation of Human Research Protection Programs, established in 2001. References 1. Johnson, The Birth of Bioethics, 93 and 143. 2. Ibid, 145. 3. Ibid, 145 to 146. Professional guinea pigs. Guinea pigs are a species of rodent native to the Andes in South America. Because of their use in some important medical experiments in the past, their name has been co-opted to describe human experimental subjects, some of whom now make a living from participating in studies. Guinea pigs are often used in experiments because they are small, docile, and breed rapidly. French chemist Antoine Lavoisier used them in experiments on respiration as early as 1780. They were particularly helpful in experiments on scurvy, a disease caused by a dietary deficiency of vitamin C. This disease does not occur in most animals because they can synthesize their own vitamin C. However, guinea pigs and humans are unable to synthesize the vitamin and so are susceptible to scurvy. Robert Koch, the renowned German physician and microbiologist, used new staining techniques to identify tuberculosis bacilli. To prove that these bacilli caused the illness, he infected guinea pigs with material taken from apes, cattle, and humans ill with tuberculosis. The bacteria taken from the newly ill guinea pigs were identical to those taken from the other infected animals. His 1882 lecture describing these findings has been cited as one of the most important in medical history. He subsequently was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 1905, in large part for this work. John Cade, an Australian psychiatrist, injected uric acid and other possibly toxic components of urine into guinea pigs. In one experiment in the 1940s, he used lithium urate, and the guinea pigs became relaxed and placid. Cade guessed that lithium salts might therefore be beneficial in the treatment of mania in humans, a theory that proved to be correct. Some experiments on human health and illness can be done in petri dishes or test tubes, but many need animals or humans as subjects. These people are sometimes called, colloquially, guinea pigs. Some people who have volunteered to be subjects have done so for altruistic reasons or to help out with a particular experiment or researcher. Another group of people, now known as professional guinea pigs, support themselves by becoming subjects in paid experiments or clinical trials. The origin of the professional guinea pig lies in recent history, as the number of clinical trials has increased along with the need for large numbers of subjects. Until the early 1970s, much medical research was carried out in prisons. Growing concern about the exploitation of vulnerable people, including prisoners, led to the recommendations by the National Commission for the Protection of Human Subjects of Biomedical and Behavioral Research that highly regulated research on prisoners, greatly diminishing the numbers of prisoners involved in research. But the need for human subjects has continued to grow, and therefore professional guinea pigs are in demand to participate in clinical trials of various sorts, particularly Phase 1 trials. Phase 1 trials, the first time that a new medication is used in more than a few humans, require the recruitment of healthy subjects. The trials sometimes involve following a careful diet and being subjected to repeated blood tests or other more invasive procedures. Those who volunteer to take part may not participate in other trials at the same time. Because of the complexity of these trials, professional organizations, contract research organizations, often organize the study. Some cross may maintain their own trial sites, housing, and feeding the subjects during the trial. There are two problems with the use of professional guinea pigs in clinical trials. One problem is that their commitment to the science may take second place to their interest in being paid. For example, some subjects, eager to participate in the study, may deceive study personnel about their qualifications for the research. They may claim to be healthier than they are or say that they have the condition of interest. They may also be enrolled in another study at the same time. They may not adhere to the study diet or take the experimental drugs properly. These deceptions can harm both the subjects and the integrity of the research. The other problem is that research subjects face risks when they participate in studies. For example, in 1996, the University of Rochester Medical Center conducted an experiment that involved bronchoscopy. Hoyenwan, a young 288 university student, agreed to participate in the study for a fee of $150. She died after the researchers used excessive lidocaine, a topical anesthetic agent. To prove the safety of new drugs or procedures, some humans must be the first to try them. In the past, vulnerable people, such as prisoners, were the subjects. Because that practice has been made more difficult, an entirely different type of subject has emerged. Trovan in Nigeria. Pharmaceutical companies often carry out clinical trials in third-world countries. They have been accused of doing this to take advantage of easier access to patients and fewer regulations. In one case involving trials conducted in Nigeria in 1996, a court in the United States ruled that the principles of voluntary informed consent are international and that companies must follow them wherever they work. In 1996, a meningitis epidemic broke out in northern Nigeria. Pfizer, a large international pharmaceutical company, sent physicians to the Kano Infectious Diseases Hospital in that county to compare the effectiveness of their new broad-spectrum antibiotic, trovafloxacin, to a low dose of ceftriaxone. Rosfin was the standard treatment for meningitis, although usually given in higher doses than what was given in the Pfizer study. Trovan can be taken by mouth, but Rosfin has to be administered by an intramuscular injection. 5 of the children who were treated with Trovan died, and 6 who were treated with the low doses of Rosfin died. A number of children were left with neurological damage, presumably due to the meningitis itself. The family sued Pfizer in both Nigeria and in the United States, claiming that neither the children nor their guardians had been told about the study nor had given informed consent. They claimed that Médecins Sans Frontières, or Doctors Without Borders, an international non-governmental organization, was treating children ill with meningitis with chloramphenicol without charge and more effectively. Whether the children in Nigeria were put at risk or harmed by the study is difficult to determine. The low doses of Rosfin have been criticized as inadequate and designed to make Trovan look more effective than it actually was. In their defense, Pfizer noted that their study had been approved by all the relevant authorities. They claimed that they put no children at risk and had chosen low doses of Rosfin only to minimize pain to the children. They also argued that these low doses of Rosfin were more effective than the chloramphenicol given by MSF. The Nigerian minors and their guardians claimed that Pfizer's conduct of the study violated the Nuremberg Code, the Declaration of Helsinki, and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. The legal issues became complicated. 289. Because 2 countries were involved, and it was not clear whether the codes mentioned above could be used in a court case or in which country the suits should be filed. In one suit, the Nigerian government sued Pfizer in Nigeria. In another case, the Nigerian minors and their families sued Pfizer in the United States. This latter suit was at first dismissed, but in January 2009, the United States Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit ruled that the suit could proceed. The court ruled that the principles of voluntary informed consent are international and must be followed by pharmaceutical companies wherever they work. The codes and ethical guidelines cannot be ignored. Whether Pfizer obtained informed consent from the children or their families will likely never be known. The final settlement was achieved out of court, so no information about the consent process was released. Pfizer resolved the case with a $75 million settlement. Case details of the involved children have disappeared. Documents. Radiation Experimentation Victims Act. In November 1986, Massachusetts Congressman Ed Markey released a report titled American Nuclear Guinea Pigs, 3 Decades of Radiation Experiments on U.S. Citizens that describes 31 human radiation experiments involving nearly 700 people. This report received little coverage, and the Department of Energy did not follow Markey's recommendations to locate the subjects to compensate them. Journalist Eileen Wellsome was more successful in publicizing these and other experiments. Her 1993 work reached Energy Secretary Hazel O'Leary, who as a result, in December 1993, declassified over 30 million pages of documents, reversing a long-standing departmental policy of secrecy. It turned out that ionizing radiation experiments on humans were more widespread than previously acknowledged. In January 1994, President Bill Clinton created the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments to further investigate. In this 1994 speech, Markey again asks that these subjects be compensated. Hon. Edward J. Markey of Massachusetts, in the House of Representatives, Thursday, April 21, 1994. Mr. Markey. Mr. Speaker, I am today introducing the Radiation Experimentation Victims Act of 1994. The recent acknowledgement by federal officials that the government conducted radiation experiments with human guinea pigs grabbed the attention of all U.S. citizens, and the reason is that most people assumed that our country would not engage in this kind of activity. I think the fact that the federal government are government funded or engaged in this kind of activity is the most disturbing aspect of this whole story. Most Americans thought that our country would not take that kind of action. To close the door on this regrettable legacy, we should focus on the proper remedies to respond to past wrongs. 290. Make certain these things can never happen again, and do the right thing today by compensating those who suffered injury. Accordingly, today I am introducing legislation to address past wrongs. My focus is on the Department of Energy, because that is the agency with which I have the most experience. My legislation has 3 goals. It is my hope that the administration will accomplish these goals before legislation is enacted, but I desire to have the force of legislation if the executive branch should falter in meeting these goals, require full disclosure from the Department of Energy, while protecting the privacy of subjects and their families, on experiments with ionizing radiation that provided little or no benefit to the subjects and were funded by the department or its predecessor agencies, require the Department of Energy to formulate a plan to conduct proper medical follow-up of subjects where it seems feasible and indicated, and to provide free medical care for injuries related to experiments, require the Secretary of Energy, after consultation with other appropriate federal officials, to recommend appropriate compensation for those subjects or their families who have suffered damages, and make any other recommendation for appropriate compensation for those who have been wronged. The legislation I am introducing does not impose a particular compensation plan, but rather directs the Secretary of Energy to report to Congress in 6 months on what should be the appropriate scheme. I recognize that there is some debate on the effectiveness of existing legislation for exposed atomic veterans and for downwinders from atomic tests. In light of that debate, I think it is appropriate for the administration to review these and other compensation systems and then develop an appropriate system for the victims identified here today. The best system would merge science with compassion in determining standards for compassion. Provision should also be made for appropriate remedies other than monetary compensation to unwitting subjects who suffered dignity injury. I would like to briefly describe my involvement with these issues. In October 1986, I released American Nuclear Guinea Pigs, 3 Decades of Radiation Experiments on U.S. Citizens, a staff report of the House Subcommittee on Energy Conservation and Power. This report revealed the frequent and systematic use of human subjects as guinea pigs, describing 31 experiments in which nearly 700 persons were exposed to ionizing radiation that provided little or no medical benefit to the subjects. The 1986 report also discussed some of the more repugnant or bizarre experiments. At the top of this list were the plutonium injection experiments, in which patients designated terminal within 10 years were given plutonium to determine how the body handled this radioactive material. This experiment provided no medical benefits to the subjects, and is marred by a lack of informed consent, since even the word plutonium was classified during the 1940s. Moreover, as my staff report documents, when the Atomic Energy Commission conducted a follow-up study in 1973 to determine the amounts of plutonium remaining in subjects' bodies, informed consent was not obtained from patients who were still alive, nor from 291 families who were asked for permission to exhume the bodies of deceased subjects. Sadly, 30 years later, the word plutonium was still too explosive for the federal government to tell the victims. The response of the Reagan administration to my 1986 staff report can be described as, "Thanks for the information, we're not going to do anything," and the report languished on a shelf at the Department of Energy until recently. Then in November 1993, a series of articles by Eileen Wellsome, a reporter at the Albuquerque Tribune, identified some victims of the plutonium injection experiments and their families, and put a human face on the issue. Last week, Eileen Wellsome was awarded the Pulitzer Prize for these articles. When Secretary of Energy Hazel O'Leary learned of these experiments and my 1986 staff report, she decided that the appropriate course of action was full disclosure of all information on experiments with human subjects. In January 1994, President Clinton formed the Human Radiation Interagency Working Group, and announced that he would establish an advisory committee for the working group. The advisory committee is meeting for the first time today. I commend the President for his leadership, and I commend Secretary O'Leary for her efforts to lift the shroud of secrecy on her department, and bring the questionable past of the department and its predecessor agencies into the sunshine of public scrutiny. In another set of experiments which came to light in late 1993, at the Fernald School in Massachusetts during the 1940s and 1950s, schoolboys classified as mentally retarded were fed radioactive calcium and iron with their breakfast meals. Yet parents of these children were deceived about the nature of the experiments when they gave their consent. With at least one experiment, the letter from the school requesting consent never mentioned that radioactive material would be fed, noted that experimental subjects were selected from a group of our brighter patients, and implied that the experiment might result in gains in weight and other improvements. These experiments were funded by the Atomic Energy Commission, the National Institutes of Health, and the Quaker Oats Company, and research was conducted by faculty at MIT and Harvard. These experiments clearly fit within the scope of the documents that I requested from the Department of Energy in the mid-1980s, yet they were not reported then. With the revelation of the Fernald School experiments, I began to question whether we know the full scope of human experimentation, whether the 1986 staff report provided a reasonably accurate picture or whether the extent of testing was larger. This question has been reinforced by findings of the Massachusetts Department of Mental Retardation, which after the revelation of the Fernald School experiments launched its own investigation for full disclosure. With the assistance of Harvard University, the DMR identified additional experiments during the 1960s at the Wrentham School, where tiny children as young as 2 years old were administered radioactive iodine to test potential countermeasures to atomic fallout, in work funded by the U.S. Public Health Service, Division of Radiological Health. 292. One reason why I find these experiments so repugnant is because of the vulnerable nature of the subjects used. It was no accident that students at the Fernald and Wrentham schools were fed radioactive material, and not university students. It is no accident that the terminally ill were experimental subjects, including some who were comatose. It is no accident that the elderly, soldiers, and prisoners were used for testing with radioactive material. Such members of society are not fully enfranchised and lack control over their lives. They deserve protection, not exploitation as human guinea pigs. Certainly, experimental drugs or treatments intended to make the patient better may be used. But that was not the case with these experiments. We must again look at our ethical guidelines to make certain they protect the vulnerable. When I released my staff report in 1986, I had assumed that experiments of such nature were the product of the arrogance of the early atomic age, and the paranoia of the Cold War. But as these experiments have gained new attention, I have been shocked and dismayed to find that individual scientists feel compelled even today to defend these experiments of years ago. Some have stepped forward to claim that such experiments should not be judged according to today's standards, and besides, the doses given were low. To these attitudes, I have two responses. First, contrary to such opinions, the 1940s and 1950s were not devoid of patient knowledge or ethical standards. Radiation and its health effects were widely discussed in the era of bomb shelters and air raid drills. Moreover, the Nuremberg Code was in effect, written by the United States and the Allies in the aftermath of World War II, and it established guidelines on obtaining informed consent for experiments. Clearly, the Fernald School experiments violate this basic human rights standard. In this regard, I commend the recent statement of Charles Vest, president of MIT, who acknowledged that while doses at the Fernald School may have been relatively low, he was sorry for the experiments, because of the children selected and the lack of informed consent. MIT explained that President Vest issued his statement because it seemed the decent thing to do, and I applaud his decency. I wish to make clear that I consider such ethically questionable experiments to be aberrations, and I do not desire to cast doubt upon the overwhelming majority of biomedical research, representing laboratory experiments, legitimate nuclear medicine for treatment and diagnosis, and ethical clinical trials. I have long been a strong advocate of public funding for basic research, and I commend those investigators who work daily to understand, prevent, and treat disease. Nor is it my desire to blame present leaders of organizations and institutions for past mistakes. My concern is that institutions work with Congress today to do the right thing to address past abuses. I therefore welcome the leadership by the Clinton administration, and I look forward to working with my colleagues in Congress, the administration and its advisory committee, and the scientific community in formulating proper responses today. In March 1994, as part of the administration's commitment to full disclosure, Secretary of Energy O'Leary released 2 boxes of documents related to the plutonium. 293. Injection experiments. I reiterate my commendation of Secretary O'Leary, and note that her efforts have already produced results not seen previously from the Department of Energy. Nonetheless, an analysis by my staff concludes that these plutonium papers raise some issues which have not yet been resolved. Matters identified, and their relevance to the ongoing work of the Interagency Working Group, or of the Advisory Committee, as it sees fit, are as follows. The precise number of persons exposed to plutonium in experiments remains an open question. On this matter, the working group is already committed to full disclosure on all experiments. The plutonium papers indicate, more clearly than material provided to my subcommittee in the 1980s, the coordinated nature of the plutonium injection experiments, and their connection to other experiments with human subjects, specifically injection of plutonium and uranium. It seems appropriate for the working group to determine to what extent experiments represent a coordinated federal effort rather than a collection of isolated studies. The plutonium papers suggest that for a brief period of time in the late 1940s, the Atomic Energy Commission required that experiments with ionizing radiation and human subjects should be conducted only if the subjects received medical benefits, a standard similar to those by which such experiments are being judged today. If this in fact was AEC policy, it must have been overturned or violated by many later experiments. It seems appropriate for the working group to determine what standards were in place in the late 1940s, and whether they deteriorated over time. In February 1987, the Department of Energy notified me that they would not conduct further follow-up of experimental subjects. However, at the same time, the department was desperately trying to conduct follow-up with the family of a deceased patient, an Australian national injected with plutonium before his 5th birthday. It seems appropriate for the working group to determine the full extent of any follow-up conducted in the 1980s, and evaluate whether the efforts then might facilitate follow-up of subjects now. In addition, I want to emphasize the need to maintain the integrity of government records during the search for documents on radiation experiments with human subjects. I have recommended that steps be taken to avoid review of files by individuals who may have direct conflicts of interest. In summary, what has been revealed is no less than the frequent and systematic use of U.S. citizens as guinea pigs during experiments with ionizing radiation. These experiments shock the conscience and demand a response. I look forward to working with my colleagues and the administration to gain full disclosure of this shameful past, to provide the medical follow-up and treatment that experimental subjects deserve, and to take other measures as necessary for restitution to those citizens who have suffered injury. Problems facing institutional review boards. The purpose of the institutional review boards is to ensure the rights and welfare of research subjects. IRBs are regulated by the FDA and by the Office for Human Research Protections, which is part of Human Health and Human Services. In 1998, the Office of the Inspector General investigated the effectiveness of IRBs. This passage is the summary of their findings. Following the release of this report, HHS responded by agreeing that the IRB system is stressed. HHS urged research institutions to strengthen their commitments to the protection of human research subjects as suggested by the Office of the Inspector General and to elevate the standing and resources of their IRBs. HHS noted that research institutions receive overhead payments and that the protection of human subjects is a high priority for the use of this money. They face major changes in the research environment. The current framework of IRB practices was shaped in the 1970s in an environment where research typically was carried out by a single investigator working under government funding with a small cohort of human subjects in a university teaching hospital. In recent years, that environment has been changing dramatically as a result of the expansion of managed care, the increased commercialization of research, the proliferation of multi-site trials, new types of research, the increased number of research proposals, and the rise of patient consumerism. Each of these developments has presented major disruptions and challenges for IRBs. Never before, concluded one recent review, has such a pressure cooker atmosphere prevailed within the IRB system. They review too much, too quickly, with too little expertise. This is especially apparent in many of the larger institutions. Expanded workloads, resource constraints, and extensive federal mandates contribute to a rushed atmosphere where sufficient deliberation often is not possible. At the same time, the IRBs frequently are hard-pressed to gain access to the scientific expertise they need to reach informed judgments about the research taking place under their jurisdiction. They conduct minimal continuing review of approved research. In the environment described above, continuing review often loses out. Even where there is the will, there often is not the time to go beyond the perfunctory obligations. A lack of feedback from other entities that oversee multi-site trials contributes to the problem. The result is that IRBs have all too little information about how the informed consent process really works and about how well the interests of subjects are being protected during the course of research. They face conflicts that threaten their independence. Clinical research provides revenue and prestige to the institutions to which many IRBs belong. The institutions expect IRBs to support these interests at the same time that they protect human subjects. The resulting tension can lessen the IRB's focus on their basic mission. The minimal outside representation that typically exists on IRBs. 295. Deprives them of an important counterbalance to the institutional interests. For independent IRBs, the dependence on revenue from industry sponsors exerts similar possibilities for conflict. They provide little training for investigators and board members. The IRB system depends heavily on research investigators' commitment to uphold human subject protections. But as that system now operates, it offers little educational outreach to investigators to help them become informed and sensitized about these protections. Similarly, it provides minimal orientation and continuing education for IRB members, a deficiency that is especially detrimental to non-scientific and non-institutional members. Neither IRBs nor HHS devote much attention to evaluating IRB effectiveness. IRBs rarely conduct inquiries to determine how well they are accomplishing their mission. Their judgments of effectiveness rely mainly on the number of protection lapses or complaints that are brought to their attention. The HHS agencies conducting oversight seldom go any further. The Office for Protection from Research Risks, in the National Institutes of Health, focuses almost entirely on upfront assurances. The Food and Drug Administration relies on compliance-focused inspections. Recommendations. With the above findings, we do not claim that there are widespread abuses of human research subjects. The current system of protections is supported by many conscientious research investigators committed to protecting human subjects and by many dedicated IRB members and staff doing their best under trying circumstances. A reviewer of the system cannot help but be impressed by the contributions of these individuals, and the important function that IRBs have fulfilled over the past quarter of a century. But our findings present an important warning signal. The capacity of IRBs to accomplish all that is expected of them is strained. In the years ahead, this difficult situation could become even worse in view of federal plans to increase significantly the numbers of subjects in clinical trials and various proposals to give IRBs added responsibility in the areas of genetics and confidentiality. It is time, we believe, for reform. Our recommendations offer a framework for such a response. We direct them jointly to the two HHS agencies responsible for IRB oversight, the Office of Protection from Research Risks, which is located within the National Institutes of Health, and the Food and Drug Administration. These agencies oversee IRBs with different jurisdictions and operational approaches. It is essential, therefore, for them to collaborate closely if HHS as a whole is to respond effectively to the serious concerns that emerge from our inquiry. Below we present our general recommendations for the two agencies. In the text, we offer more explicit elaborations directed, as appropriate, to the particular agencies. 296. Recast federal IRB requirements so that they grant IRBs greater flexibility and hold them more accountable for results. Eliminate or lessen some of the procedural requirements directed to IRBs. Require that IRBs undergo regular performance-focused evaluations. Strengthen continuing protections for human subjects participating in research. Require data safety monitoring boards for some multi-site trials. Provide IRBs with feedback on developments concerning multi-site trials. Routinely provide IRBs with feedback about FDA actions against investigators. Require sponsors and investigators to notify IRBs of prior reviews of research plans. Call for increased IRB awareness of on-site research practices. Enact federal requirements that help ensure that investigators and IRB members are adequately educated about and sensitized to human subject protections. Require that research institutions have a program for educating its investigators on human subject protections. Require that investigators provide a written attestation of their familiarity with and commitment to human subject protections. Require that IRBs have an educational program for board members. Help insulate IRBs from conflicts that can compromise their mission in protecting human subjects. Require more representation on IRBs of non-scientific and non-institutional members. Require more representation of IRBs of non-scientific and non-institutional members. Reinforce to IRB institutions the importance of IRBs having sufficient independence. Prohibit IRB equity owners from participating in the IRB review process. Recognize the seriousness of the workload pressures that many IRBs face and take actions that aim to moderate them. Require that IRBs have access to adequate resources. 297. Re-engineer the federal oversight process. Revamp the NIH/OPRR assurance process. Revamp the FDA on-site inspection process. Require the registration of IRBs.